Hello, hello. Okay, we are live. We have some people here, Fernando and Mr. IFAT. Morning, hello, welcome, yes. So, before we get started, I will say I am now on Linux, finally. So much better. I'm definitely a Linux person. I hate Windows. I despise Windows. I wish Windows never existed. It's a very, very inferior operating system. And I was stuck on it for a while. Decided to finally go back to Linux. So here I am. And I haven't done a live stream on Linux. So I don't know if the screen sharing is going to work right, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Generally, hello, Meowie Cat. Generally, everything works just as well, if not better. Like, believe it or not, playing Steam games like Marvel Rivals actually works better on Linux. Microslop sucks. I don't know what that refers to. Cool jacket, thank you. I found this at a thrift store last year. It's a little wrinkly, but I don't iron things, and I was sitting on it for a while, so it looks kind of weird. But anyway, yeah, like the only problem I've had with it is I still have to do my classes on Windows. I did a dual boot setup because I'm using it seems to be an operating system level thing that I'm trying to have. I had trouble getting around. I'm not sure. I kind of gave up on it for now, but particularly if I want to use Google Teams, they only allow you to share your screen, like your full screen, with desktop audio, which I need for classes, on Windows and Mac. They don't allow it on Linux, which is stupid. Probably because of like some proprietary nonsense. Sorry, I'm looking at the cat. What are you doing, kitty? Go get in your spot. Jump. Anyway, sorry. I can show you guys. I don't think I can turn my camera around that well, but it's all a mess down there. Don't worry about that. See, look, cat. Kitty. I need to clean my room. Sorry. It's kind of a mess right now, but there's a cat for you. Anyway, Microsoft. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. That makes sense. Microsoft. That's actually nice. I never heard of that somehow. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know when I share my screen today if it'll mess up with anything. If it does, then I'm gonna have to like reboot into Windows, and like as far as I know, I think I have to start a new live stream because once I end this one, I'm pretty sure it just like stops it. So just keep that in mind. We'll in fact, let's test that right now before we get anywhere. So I'm going to click share my screen. Allow, because I can share my screen no problem, but I probably won't be able to share audio. On the live stream, I don't usually have to share audio, which is nice. So as long as I don't need to share, I should be fine. Okay, so it says I'm sharing. You guys should be able to see my screen, my infinite mirrors. Let me try some audio really quick and see what happens. Skip. Hello, testing test 1, 2. We are recording in Audacity. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play this. It's very low. Let me make it louder. Sure, apply. So do you guys hear that at all or no? We don't hear it. Okay. It is a new mic, yes. Okay, so we can't do desktop audio, unfortunately. But as I said, I don't usually need that to live stream anyway. So I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to find a workaround to it. I'm sure there's, if you know anything or if you know any like resources I can go to check out. I've just been kind of lazy with it because I have a bunch of other things to worry about, and I still have Windows that I can utilize when I need it. So, it would be nice to completely ditch Windows though. Martin is here. Welcome. Yes. But yes, this is a new microphone. The old one, my students were telling me, and I also noticed in some of my recordings for my new channel, which I'll come back to in a second as well, it's sort of like, I mean, it's a Shure microphone. It's really great. It's kind of top of the line. Um, Not like the best microphone in the world, but it's a very good microphone. I think it cost me like $200 or $300 when I bought it, and I've had it for a couple years now. Unfortunately, when I moved, I did not pack it right, um, for various reasons, and I think it got like kind of damaged a little bit to where like now, like right now you hear me nice and clear. If I come back, you're gonna hear me a little less clearly, but it's just gonna like it's not gonna sound sort of like really choppy. And then if I get closer and then I get farther away, if I do this with the other mic, it's like a huge difference. Like all of a sudden I like almost disappear, and then I like now I'm like really, really loud here. So I think the acoustics are kind of like going bad, and it's problematic, especially when I'm doing recordings and I'm trying to make sure the audio is like video recordings for the other channel. I'm trying to do like make sure the audio is like smooth and whatever, and I have to like keep it's a nightmare. So I got this one. This one seems like maybe it's working a lot better. It was a lot cheaper. Of course, it's not going to be quite as good, but I'm actually impressed. At first, I got a Blue Yeti because I never had one. I was like, Blue Yetis are supposed to be good, and I found one on sale for like $90, which I don't really have any money for microphones right now anyway. But I'm like, whatever. Um, I can't afford to spend another $200 or $300 on a replacement for my Shure microphone. Hello, MMG Craft. Um, so I bought a Blue Yeti and I tested it, and I was like, no, this is not this is not good. Like not for what I need. Like if you're an absolute beginner and you need a decent mic that can maybe get the job done, but I didn't like it. It didn't really meet what I needed. This one was only like $50. And I was like, well, I mean, I've never heard of it before. It's pink, it's cheap, and it looks okay. It looks kind of nice. So I decided to take a chance. I can always return it, within 30 days if I needed to. Unfortunately, I try not to buy anything on Microsoft on Amazon these days. Boycott Amazon if you can. But I'm poor and falling behind on bills, and I need to find cheap and quick things. So excuses. I know. Unfortunately, the arm that it came with is kind of cheap, but the microphone itself seems to be pretty good. And I can do this. Haha! It has like an RGB thingy, and I can like, I don't know. Yeah, see that one's sort of like where it's like moving around. You probably can't see it very well, so that's kind of cool. But obviously, that's distracting, and I don't want that on when I'm sleeping. So I just turn it off. But anyway, sounds pretty good. Thank you. Yes, good. Sounds great. Perfect. So I like the way it looks. I know I do too. I think it's really cute. And then I don't know how they pronounce their name. Fifine. It's a cute name too. Anyway, so hashtag not sponsored. If Fifine wants to sponsor me, I'm fine with that. Just maybe make slightly better arms. But anyway, yeah, when I touch it like that, it probably has a weird boomy effect. Sorry, I'll try not to do that. I noticed that in the recording. That pink light, yeah. Anyway, I can also mute it. Now you can hear me. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that worked. If it didn't, that would be weird. But okay, anyway, we're about 9 minutes in. So we do have a bit of an agenda today. Based on what we set up last time, I want to make sure that we kind of get through that since, I was telling you guys that we would do that last time. I don't know how late we'll go today. I don't have any classes today, unfortunately. In fact, I don't have any classes till Thursday. Well, actually, no, I now have one tomorrow morning. Sorry. Oh my God, stop it. Sorry, I'm sorry ruining your guys' ears. I mess with this because it bugs me. I'm sorry. I'll try not to do that. Mute button does work. Good. I'm fidgety. It's my ADHD. In fact, I should take my meds. I'm on my 4th ADHD med, by the way. Can you tell? I'm still all over the place. Okay. And then yeah, mixed caffeine with the ADHD med. That's great. This is my last one. Don't worry about it. I bought it because I bought a case of soda because I was having a really really bad dysphoria day, and I was like, I want soda. I normally try not to drink soda too much, but anyway. So things. This is what happens. Okay, we were talking about setting up what we're gonna do from the plan today. There's another thing I was gonna say. What was it? Talk about ADHD, touching the mic. I don't even remember where I was. All right, great. So, I do want to mention for you guys, in case you don't know, I did officially launch my second channel, which I'll show you really quick. Allow. We're gonna go. That should be my entire screen. Yes. Okay. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I forgot this is Zen browser. Zen browser is really cool, by the way. So instead of like all the tabs up here, this is now my bookmarks, and they'll just go away. That's really nice. And then I come over here, and it'll. This is where all my tabs are now. It's really cool. Really, I like it so much better. This is like a permanent quick dock, and then this is. I still have a bunch of tabs open, as you would expect, but these are like actual like permanent quick dock things. And so like if I were to click this button right now, it would end the stream, or it would kick me out because anyway, it doesn't matter. This isn't a Zen tour. It'll like basically reset the base tab that I set there. But where am I going? Oh yeah, I want to go to YouTube. I don't think I can show you because I'd have to go to my other account. Okay, hold on. No, wait, no, that's not true. I can just type in this. Hold on. Catland Alexandria. See if I pop up. I do. Look, on the first one. That's the video I just posted. And that's another video. And that's another video. Hey, all my videos are popping up. Maybe because... Oh, wait. This still says I'm logged in over here. That's funny. That shouldn't mess with the stream. YouTube isn't acting weird, so I don't know. Usually it'll kick me off. It'll only let me be on one in a browser at a time. But anyway, yeah, this is my my new channel. It's officially launched. I launched 8 videos at once. I wanted to do like 20 just to like, boost the channel. But I launched 8, and then since then I've published a couple more. This is the one I just published, Massive Win for Trans Youth Care. There was a new landmark Dutch review that came out. But anyway, that's kind of a lengthier one. Most of them are actually pretty short, which I like. I'm talking about veganism. This is also related to climate change and food, politics, switchcraft, trans stuff, yoga nidra, technique I use for sleep. I don't do the full technique. Anyway, you guys can go watch the video or the videos. Subscribe if you want. You don't have to. I don't expect to get monetized on there anytime soon, but the quicker I could get monetized over there, the more that might help a little bit, Although part of me is like, is it really going to matter? Because, the fascists, we're all going to die anyway. But, we just keep living our lives. And you should put it in the description of your channel. I watched Climate Change Winners. Oh, good. Awesome. Hope you liked it. Yeah, I was thinking about that. And then I was like, I could like link my channels. Part of me is sort of like, because I'm already losing subscribers. Like the channel is still growing. It's growing more slowly, but I'm already losing subscribers. I assume like you're always going to lose some subscribers, like there's always going to be some unsubscribe rate that happens, but I'm already losing subscribers. Let me see if I can go to my back end here. I don't want to switch this because I don't want it to mess up the stream. I don't think it should. Hold on. Let's see. It should be fine. And then if I go to studio, we still live, we still going. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. This is supposed to be studio. What happened? No, I want studio. Studio. Oh, why are you? That's weird. Why is it loaded down here? It's never done that before. Okay, that's odd. Anyway, whatever. We're still live? Yeah, we're still live. We're going. This is... Yes. Okay, good. I'm just so like worried that it's going to mess something up. Yeah, if you go to analytics, so the channel's still growing, right? I'm at 21,326, I guess. Oh my God, load. Um, but you can see it's been it's not usually this chaotic, right? Um, if I zoom out, like the last 90 days, say we actually like lost subscribers there, we lost subscribers there. That usually doesn't happen. So I assume it's in large part because I'm trans and I'm starting to make content being very visible. And so some people are just like, yeah, I don't want that. So, which, transphobia sucks, but it is what it is. I'm going to be visible and be myself because that's what the world needs. But anyway, the point of that was I was talking about monetization, I guess. I don't even know. I don't remember. So channel is still growing, but it's growing a lot more slowly. Come over to 90 days. See, you can see there's sort of like, it's like going up and there's like a big dip there. And then it lasts to be 65 days. Up, 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 starting to kind of like turn almost flat. And then, so it's still going, but anyway. Like and subscribe to all the YouTube things. Sam the Chipmunk is here. I don't want you guys to be on my infinite screen of death here, so hold on, paint. Let me open this up. Hiya. Okay. But I do need to see my chat. Give me my chat. And chat. All right. Yeah. Come over here. Over here. I want you to be not that big. Yeah, that's pretty good. Can I make you? Yes, I can. Very nice, very nice. All right. So pretty, so smooth. Oh yeah, that's right. I could go to my Windows disk. Oh no, where's my stuff? See, normally I'm on Windows when I go to access this. I have it on my quick bar because I don't use this OS for my classes, unfortunately. Okay, hold on. I might be on my portable drive. And desktop 2026. No, that's where my other thingy is. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Transfer. Oh, it might be in the transfer one. No, I don't think those are my old cats. Hey, where did I put you? Is it on desktop? There's the Joker video. Still have all these old clips from old videos and stuff. I need to clean this out. Okay, it's not there. Where did I put you? It has to be in here somewhere. Program files, Windows. Okay, I need users. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, there we go. Yes, this is my personal stuff. Okay. This is terrible. I'm sorry. This is a technical difficulty. Where is my file? Oh, there's also an update to the map, by the way. You guys are going to learn something new today. Background pics. No. Temp USB? No, that's not it. Oh my God. Still never got to work on my trans fantasy story. It's a trans character in a fantasy setting. Because I have tons of stories that I've started and never finished. Downloads, Muse Hub, OneDrive. I should probably put it in my Google Drive. That would be nice. Then I could just access it anywhere. Okay, this is problematic. This is massively problematic because I need this, and I can't end the stream and swap operating systems. Okay. I know it's on this disc, but where? It's 2026. It's not in here. It's in my pronunciation images, which is in my English Hacks folder, which is in. I know it's on this disk. I know it is because this is where all my files are. It has to be in here. 2022. Colon 1. No, it's not there. That's so old. Oh my god. I don't even remember 2022. English Hacks. Yes, that's it. Oh my god, yes, I found it. Okay. Prawn images. All right. Catastrophe averted. Ta-da. Hey, don't make me a liar. Ta-da. Why are you not? Okay. Apparently the paint program doesn't want to add stuff. Now I have to find it again. Okay. We were here and here. And no, that wasn't it. See, I already lost it. English Hacks. What was the English Hacks then? Desktop. Yes, desktop. English Hacks. I swear I'm not this chaotic in class. Prawn images. There it is. Okay. N. New map. Open. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I forgot I have to erase that part. Sorry, that was from a class. Sometimes things accidentally get saved over. Okay. So I'm gonna clean this up really quick. Anyway. I'm sorry, I'm just neglecting you guys as I waste time trying to get all of this set up. Terrible planning, terrible time. What do you expect from somebody with ADHD? That's my excuse. I know I'm not supposed to use it as an excuse, but I'm doing that today because I can. Got blue stuff coming out of your nose. So gross. Why would you do that? Okay. Just performing surgery on this random person. Don't worry, I'm a trained professional. Not in surgery, in accent fixing. This is how I fix your accent in class. I just go and I do some surgery on you. Wouldn't that be cool? Anyway, all right, so this is new, obviously. We're going to talk about that. Technically, it's not new, but in a way it is new. Okay, let me catch up here. Yes, it is Linux. Okay, when you are talking to us right now, do you feel the sides of your tongue touch the 6th and or 7th? Sorry, I can't read numbers. 7th and or 8th of your tooth. So no of your, just teeth. 6th and or 8th tooth or teeth. I think I answered that before. I generally don't really feel the 7th tooth very much. The 8th tooth, I believe, would be the wisdom tooth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the 8th tooth, I think, is the wisdom tooth, which I don't have my wisdom tooth, so I don't feel anything on the 8th tooth. I generally don't really feel the 7th tooth. This would kind of be the 7th tooth. Again, this is rough. This is an approximate thing. This would roughly be the 6th tooth. That line is roughly the division between the middle and the back. 8th tooth would be like all the way back here, kind of, I guess. The back of the tongue, because it's coming down, and because the sides of the back aren't lifted, I don't really feel the 7th. I might feel it kind of like brushing against it maybe a little bit, but plus I also don't feel that part of my tongue as well. It's harder to feel the back of the tongue than it is the middle of the tongue. So it's hard to say exactly, but I would say like you shouldn't really be worrying about the 7th and the 8th tooth. The only thing that I would use the 7th tooth for is to try to coordinate like where the 6th tooth is and like where the center of gravity should be under the sixth tooth, and where that division between the middle and the back are. Like you don't really have to care about the seventh tooth itself. It's more of like an approximate thing to help you find other details. We should also feel the directional tension low and back, not just only on the body of the tongue, but also on the sides and even on the teeth. I don't know how you're gonna feel it on the teeth. That'd be a little bit weird. I mean, I guess maybe. I guess it can kind of make sense. I never really thought about that. I'll say yes, sure. Like it sort of hangs off the teeth, so sure. Like you might feel like it's sort of pulling off the teeth a little bit, but it's like attached to it, so it's just sort of hanging that way. So you're not really like pushing up into it because that causes problems. Also on the sides. The sides, yeah. So like the whole tongue is going to kind of go like down and back. Again, the sides of the middle are higher than the body. So you need that difference in height between those two things, the sort of middle line and the sides. But yeah, everything just sort of hangs down. It's sort of a shape. All right, it's not like you're lifting the sides necessarily, but it's the shape that you have to hold. And then what was the other thing I was gonna say? But the key thing for the sides is we want to relax wide. That's the thing. Remember, there's 3 directions: up, down, forward, back, narrow, wide, narrow, wide. Like in Domino Pachi, I guess. Whatever. I don't know. However they say that. I'm not Catholic. I'm not even Christian. Clearly. No, there are trans people who are Christian. But anyway, things. What was I saying? Yeah, you can't forget that third dimension of the width. That's actually the most important dimension. More and more as I continue to refine the course and stuff, I realize that like pretty much everywhere, and that's actually we're gonna come back to that in the 6th down here. The width dimension is generally the most important because if you're pinching, especially if it's somewhere back here, like in the 5, the 11, or the 9, or going, also the middle third a little bit, but especially back in these places, if you're like narrow, you're pinching a little too much, that can cause you to push forward, that can cause you to push up, it can cause you to accidentally like engage a little bit of your tension from your language. So width is like the big thing we really want to like work out, especially because the down and back, which again, it's all relative from language to language, but generally most languages, they go up and forward and then they'll go back and forward here. So we want to switch those, in the places, but most of it's going, this way for a lot of languages, and we want to switch it to go that way. So part of that is removing your tension, right? Letting it come down and back, use gravity, let go of yours, which already feels relaxed to you. But then the width, the gravity doesn't really help you so much with that. And so you really have to, like, you already feel relaxed even though you're pinched. So it's extra important to make sure that you really relax that wide and get used to that, because that dimension doesn't really have the benefit of gravity. Technically, the back doesn't either, but when you relax wide, it tends to help you fall back. So that the width will help the backness. And then also, of course, it will also help you sort of come down a little bit more. So that also works with the gravity. But and then we're not completely relaxed. Remember, don't make that mistake. You want to remove your tension, your postural tension, but then we have our structure. We have our tension to sort of lock things in place. It's just we're relatively more relaxed, maybe. You haven't been uploading as much, so I thought that might also be a reason. Probably for the other channel. Yeah. Well, I mean, I still do this as a business, like I'm still teaching it and stuff, and that's fine. It's I need more classes, more students. I'm going to be doing this job for hopefully a while. With how the economy is going, I don't know. Like, I don't want to give up making the money that I'm making from the classes. I just don't have enough of them. And, like I could go and try to get a different job because I already work. Like I do DoorDash and stuff to try to fill in, but that's been really slow and getting worse also. So like I could go and try to get like a job, an unskilled job at like, some fast food place or whatever, because I don't really have this is my specialty, right? Um, but if I do that, then I have to clear my teaching schedule because my teaching schedule is pretty much open for most of the day. And so it's then like, oh, well, I can't do both. So I'm like, you know, there might come a point where I'm forced to stop this, like as a job, because I'm not making enough money. So, um, and then as I said, like I'm kind of like I'm still here doing live streams and stuff for you guys, but I'm kind of like I don't want to say done with the channel. That's not the right way to put it. But like I'm kind of done making content for this channel. Like again, as I said before, maybe I'll come back and make content about other parts of English or whatever. But I basically like this course is all I teach. Like I don't teach anything else. And so I don't really have, aside from like giving you guys updates and live streams, I don't have any videos to make, even if I wanted to. Um, so like there's no content for me to upload to this channel. Because I'm not making English related content. I'm doing it as a business, but that's it. So the live streams are sufficient to give you guys new information, help you guys out, answer your questions, and then hopefully maybe get a new student or two along the way. So that, I mean, I don't want to say frees me up because I need to be I work a lot still. I have to kind of work as much as I can, but I'm so burned out right now. It's hard for me to like get my butt in the car and drive all day, like I've been doing for the last 5 years. I try not to curse on this channel. I curse a lot on the other channel. So if you want to see your teacher curse, go subscribe to my other channel. But yeah. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Since I'm not making channel content here, I technically have time to make content on the other channel. And I'm putting a little bit more effort into that right now because I have so many ideas. Like literally I have a whole list of like 50 different video ideas that I already want to make. And obviously I can't do all that by myself overnight. So I'm just kind of working on things as I go. But I'm trying to sort of establish that channel and pump it up a bit in the short term. Heart, heart, heart. Yay. Thank you for the hearts. Yay. Awesome. Love. I can do this, and then I could do, I'm not a zoomer. I don't know how they do it. Like this. Is this any zoomers out there? Is this right? I think this is it, right? Maybe you go like that, or you could do like a half heart. It's so weird to do that. I'm probably doing it wrong. I'm a millennial, so I don't know. I should be a mom to a zoomer, but the universe hates me. Getting rid of nasality. You said 6 and 7 on purpose. I'm sure I did not actually. I think I realized that when I said it, but I didn't do that on purpose. No. Getting rid of nasality. Yeah. So, well, I mean, there's 6 and there's 7, right? So that's probably why I mentioned it. I don't know. Are you asking about getting rid of nasality, or are you talking about when I was talking about doing surgery? I just got 3 ads in a row though. Oh, well, welcome back. Thank you for your thank you for going out into the war and returning to us. I mean, I guess that's good for me. I hate that they gave you 3. That's ridiculous. Like maybe 2, but come on. What's the difference between directional resistance and directional tension? They're the same thing. There's a difference between resistance and just base tension though. So like there's base posture. I'm not even gonna try that. There's base posture. And then I wish I would just make it go bigger. Oh my god, why? That's not what I wanted. Why? Okay, I'm not used to this particular program. why would you go back to that? I was still typing. Like, okay, I want to make it bigger. Base posture. If I hit Control A, why can't I highlight the whole thing? Okay. So some programs in Linux are a little bit weird, but I know. It's open source. I'll have to find a different paint program, I guess. Um, Sometimes you gotta try some things out. I got even DaVinci Resolve working really well on here. Even like I found my my old studio code, so like I got all my codecs and stuff. It makes it a lot easier to like export and import stuff. But for a while I couldn't find that. And so like I actually found a way to like work around and make it work really well without all the proprietary codecs and stuff. And it works very, very well. It's very smooth on Linux. A lot of people who say they can't get DaVinci Resolve to work on Linux, and I haven't really had many problems at all. So I love Linux so much. Anyway, things. Okay, yeah. So base posture, whatever. I don't have to make that bigger. You can see that, I'm sure. The base posture is number one. You remove your tension. So like if you have tension going in the wrong direction on, like say in your 5, say you're pinching, so you're narrow, right? You're going to be pushing forward. You're going to be pushing up. Your tongue is higher. Okay, let's just say that's your setting. So you're forward, up, and squeeze narrow. Okay. So you want to let go of that. So that's one thing. By letting go of that, you're going to come lower, you're going to come back, you're going to come wider. So that's going to get you more into a better position physically. But all you're doing there is removing your tension. That does not engage our tension. So our tension on top of your relaxation of your posture, we are going to sort of lock in down, lock in back, make sure it locks in wide, not pushing wide, just you relax wide, and then you structure it. You lock it in. You don't try to push wide or anything like that. That's for the okay, if you're doing your sound, that's our bass sound, our thinking sound. There's no directional resistance. I don't want to say even directional. There's no resistance there. It's just remove yours, add the structure and tension for ours, lock everything in, bam. It's in place, good. Pretty relaxed overall for it's a super relaxed sound anyway. Okay, but you do need to structure our base posture. Okay, once you have that base posture, then posture wants to stay where it is. So let's say, for example, I'm going to go up for an E sound on the front of my tongue. Okay, so now this area that we were just talking about, particularly on the back tongue part, we're going to ignore the center of gravity, and that's part of the 5. Now that E is going to want to pull this forward into it. It's going to want to maybe lift this up. It's going to want to maybe make you sort of pinch a little bit here, because that's the effect of that sound trying to pull on your posture. So all you do is you just, it's going to depend on the exact sound you're doing. E is a relatively tight sound. So you might need quite a bit of resistance, but you're just going to add enough down, add enough back, add enough, wide stabilization just to make sure that it sort of stays in place. It locks in and then it counteracts the effect of the E so that your posture stays in place. There's always a little wiggle room. It's not an exact, like, pinpoint thing, but you have to keep it stable enough, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be resistance. That's adding the resistance against the pull of the sound, right? So you have your earth, you have your moon. If you don't want your moon, which is the sound, to, you can't pull the earth into the moon, right? Obviously that wouldn't work in reality, but for our metaphor, that's what would happen. If you don't keep your earth there, you don't keep your base posture, then when you put your moon here, the moon's gonna pull the earth into it. You can't do that. So you keep your base posture, and you do that by adding resistance. So if the moon is here, the earth is going to kind of resist this way. If the moon is here, a different sound, it's going to resist that way. If the moon is over here, it's going to resist, and it's not always a one-to-one exact thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And it's not a perfect analogy, but depending on what the sound is doing, different pieces of the posture might resist in slightly different ways. So the point though is that it's always just trying to keep itself where it would be for more or less. There's a couple little exceptions, like the 11 I think we saw can sort of turn the wheel in a couple sounds down here. That's a special thing. It's still keeping itself in place, but it's doing it in a different way than it normally would for most sounds. So a little there's going to be a couple unexpected things here and there. Julio, welcome. But we never stop learning anything. Or we never stop learning anything new you learn. Please share it in the awesome, unique way you do it. You have helped. Yeah, supposed to be past tense. You have helped so much. I would appreciate it. Well, thank you very much. Yes. I mean, as I said, I'm still gonna be making live streams and stuff. I'm still gonna be sharing this stuff with you. As long as I'm teaching this stuff, as a job, I will continue to do the live streams. Like, because again, it's to my benefit because I can potentially get new students. I even had one person that I got as a student for a little while because he said that he logged on to YouTube, he saw that I was live, he watched for a little bit, checked out some of my other videos, and then he scheduled a lesson, right? So like while I'm live, YouTube, it does want to promote lives. Um, so that's sort of a bonus. Like I get to help you guys directly. I get to give you updates, et cetera, et cetera. But then also I potentially get to get new students, which I desperately need. Again, share with your friends. I know it's pricey, but like the course is worth it. It was discounted for a long time because it was being developed, and you know, I had that discount period that lasted until July 15th. That window is passed. I'm gonna have like maybe 2 or 3 of those a year. Um, but I need students. When you said you were doing surgery, okay, yeah. I was about that. Anyway, all right, good. So, um, 6 update really quick. I know I'm gonna like I have time today. If I go like for 4 hours, it's fine, whatever. Like I should probably still go and try to work anyway, and I will eventually, but I'm not concerned about it today. Whatever. As I said, I'm so burned out, so I'll maybe spend a little more time on stream today. Uh, but the 6, so the 6 before, if you guys recall, the right color, roughly that one, I guess, was sort of just this area here, right? And originally, if you remember way back in the early version of this map, when I first came back to the lives last year, I was calling this the bridge, right? Because it connects like this area and this area. And that was even before I had the numbers. Well, I'm not going to go into all the details because it doesn't matter. It would just take more time. But long story short, I basically realized that pretty much this entire thing is one piece. And I don't know if I can. I had this up on Windows. I don't know if I can find the same image that I was using before. Hold on. Epiglottis. See if I can find a nice image here. Yeah, kind of, sort of. So you can see, right, this sort of thingy through here, kind of, I guess. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's basically kind of like one thing, right? Like your 3 is through here. I think there's like a bone or something in here, a cartilage, whatever. But it's sort of this area. And let me come back over here. Where'd my chat go? How dare my chat disappear? Who do you think you are, chat? Where did my chat go? That is weird, really weird. Oh no. Oh wait, hold on. I know. There we go. I forget it. It compacts them into 2 different things. That's how Zen browser works. Actually, no, that's how the operating system works. Okay, I don't want you anymore. I want you. There we go. Things. So yeah, this is all kind of one piece actually, and I was focusing on it down here. But long story short, as I said, I sort of put 2 and 2 together, and it's really kind of the whole thing. Because I was saying before, when I was talking to, I may have mentioned this in a live stream even, but I was a while ago. This is like months ago, working with a student. I said, hey, if you try to squeeze this, it tends to make your voice sound a little more concentrated. And then I didn't realize that actually this is all one big piece, and so there's good things and bad things about that, right? The good thing is that you have a wider area to try to figure out what you're supposed to do because it's really hard to kind of feel that area. And every time I introduce it to a student, they're always like, okay, let me try. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then they start to kind of like slowly figure it out. Um, but and also the good side is, right, because it's a bridge between the 3 and the 9. We also know more recently, I think I was telling you guys how it also sort of like it protects the top throat when you change your pitch and you raise your pitch. It's gonna help make sure that like you don't break your 3, you don't break your 11, right? It doesn't push through and break your posture. So it helps stitch into the top throat and provide a little barrier there. Um, by extension, that kind of goes also down to the middle throat. So you have that part of the valve there. You have this part of the valve here. Um, it's not directly connected to the middle throat, but whatever. And then of course the 11, right? Before the 6 was just like down here. So it's like, well, it's supposed to also attach to the 11, but it's like the 11's way up there, right? But now actually it's this whole piece. And so the 11 is right there. And so now it actually provides a better bridge into all that. So now you have this whole crossroads. And there's another update. It's not just that. It's not just what this is. There's a very new big piece of information about this part that is going to maybe be a little confusing and probably blow your guys' minds a little bit. But first, the downside of this is that because now it's right up against the 11 in addition to these other things, in the thing that you have to do for the 6, which I'm about to tell you, it's very easy to accidentally add the wrong thing to the things around it. Okay. So what am I talking about with the 6? 6, this is crazy. This is crazy. I technically kind of already mentioned it when I said, hey, squeeze here. Everything relaxes wide in American English posture. The one exception we found to that, which I mentioned maybe 2 or 3 live streams ago, was in the nose. Okay, the muscles through here. Depends on your language. Okay, a lot of European language speakers, they don't really have to worry too much about this, based on my experience. But most, like a lot of Asian language speakers, particularly East Asian languages, I don't know if Mandarin counts as East Asian, but Mandarin speakers, Japanese speakers, Korean speakers, Vietnamese definitely, probably Thai. Thai is pretty nasally. So even languages that wouldn't necessarily be considered super nasally, I've noticed a trend that a lot of Asian languages tend to have sort of a wider nasal cavity there. And so we tend to maybe like we have an opposite setting here where this is like the only thing that we would sort of narrow. However, also the 6, okay? I don't want to get lost in too many details and how I found things and whatever, but where the 11 relaxes wide, the 3 relaxes wide, technically the 4. It's 3 and 4 is one big thing, but 4 is the sides of the 3. Same thing. We say shorthand. 3 relaxes wide, 11 relaxes wide, 9 relaxes wide, right? And then of course the top throat, we don't really want to mess too much with that. It kind of goes with everything else, but our middle throat will relax wide as well. So everything relaxes wide. But if you have a bridge and the bridge doesn't have enough structure, right? It doesn't have enough tension. It's just going to collapse. You need tension to hold the bridge. I'm not an engineer. Maybe that's a wrong statement, but that makes sense to me, right? So you need structural integrity of this area, which is helping to not only connect these pieces, but also helping to coordinate them and make sure that they don't interfere with each other, especially, as I said, the top throat. When you raise your pitch, you don't want the top throat to suddenly break up through your posture. The 6 needs to protect that. This also, right, we talked about how the 11 kind of helps protect the valve down here, where the 6 actually probably does that too, if not maybe more so. But again, when you're doing your 6, you don't want to tighten your 9 into it or anything like that. So the 6 actually, instead of being relaxed wide, it needs some tension. It's still going to go down with everything else. You don't push it down; it just goes down. It's still going to be. It's going to kind of with the forward and back. We don't really want to go forward and back either. It's sort of in between where like all this is going back. This part down here goes forward. So it's sort of in a weird in between place, especially because if you're 9, right, the 9 in a lot of languages is going to be lifted up here. It kind of goes through that area. Ours is trying to come down. And so that allows it to kind of like open up and come down a little bit more. So you want the 6 to kind of in the height and the width, or sorry, not the width, the height and the backness. You want it to kind of go with the things around it roughly, even though there's a little bit of a weird section here as we go into the throat with the directional change in the backness. But in terms of the width, you absolutely want the width to be narrow in the 6. You have to pinch the 6. Everything around it stays wide, but you pinch the 6. Now, I'm not understanding anybody put anything to the chat, which makes me paranoid because that makes me think that I'm just talking to myself and the live stream isn't going on. So let me double check. Hold on. Okay, it's still going. Yes, you guys are just quiet. Okay, good. Anyway, so the glass is part of the six. They are interconnected. It would seem so, yes. Again, I'm not like a master of anatomy or this or that or whatever. Sometimes people ask me like, "Hey, what are the exact muscles, this and that, and whatever." And sometimes that's kind of useful, but other times it's sort of like, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter what the exact muscles are. So like like this here, like you don't have to know like what are all the exact little muscles in here. That may or may not help depending. And I don't want to get like this is already complicated enough, and it's like, I don't want to get even more technical, like, oh, yeah, and bring in a bunch of technical terms like the I don't know, the I can't even think of it, like hyoid. I know hyoid bone, that's, whatever, but I'm trying to keep it relatively simple. So um good, thank you. Yeah, I know that can be useful if you see something like like this over here. Maybe some people find these or another image similar to that. This isn't the one I found the other day, but um if that's useful for you, then sure, right? Based on what I'm describing, you can say, okay, it's probably somewhere in here. But again, just like say for example with like the IPA is a visual thing. Um, it's supposed to, which it doesn't even do its job necessarily in a perfect way. Of course, nothing's perfect, but it's supposed to give you like a visual representation of what the sound is. So you're like, oh, I'm not sure if it's the sound or the sound. Ah, the IPA says it should be this sound. Okay, whatever. But it's still a visual representation, right? Sound is king. It's very easy to get lost in like, okay, so it's this muscle I'm supposed to do, and then I know, okay, I know I add my directional, thing to it, whatever, and then you get lost in like feeling the muscle, which should be supplementary rather than hearing what you're doing. And so again, I don't think that that's bad to look at that stuff. I personally just my current position is that there's so many little muscles and little things that can go wrong that it's better to focus on the sound and use sort of more like a plain general representation like this. But sometimes, like seeing how this is one big piece, that can be useful and like, oh, okay, it actually is one thing. So I don't know. I'm sure there's pros and cons both ways. There's always trade offs, but you can use resources like that if you want. If you ask me about specific muscles, though, I'm not necessarily going to be able to tell you because I'm not a master of like all the names of the muscles and stuff. Uh, and again, the way that I've always taught is largely based off of how things feel to me. So like all the things that I've told you guys, all the things that I've discovered in the process of building this course and teaching people, I feel, and then I say, hey, when I do this, I feel this way. When I mimic you, like, in class, I'm good at mimicking languages. I'm good at mimicking accents generally. Working with people, I can kind of like take, they'll say a sentence and I can kind of try to, focus on what they're doing here and there and get a feel for what they're doing. That's part of my superpower. It doesn't always work, but and then I can reverse engineer that and say, "Oh, okay, so you're actually pinched here, and you need to widen more." Okay. Uh, so I don't know. I'm kind of biased in how I like to approach it. But anyway, that's not the point. Okay, so that's the six. You do want to be squeezing this area narrow. Okay, I do think it's maybe a little bit more important here, but the whole thing should be squeezed. You just want to make sure you're not also squeezing your 11, you're not also squeezing your 3, you're not also squeezing your 9, you're not also squeezing the top throat. And if you do too much, especially down here, um, right, the way that I found this, if I try to take that 6 and relax it wider to where it's not engaged, I'll sound something like this. Let me see if I can do that. Okay. It's hard to separate it from the top throat still, but uh, 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 okay. So I feel kind of like if I wasn't really, I feel like if I wasn't really squeezing my six, I'd probably sound something like this. You can tell that my pitch is kind of coming down because there's not enough tension to uh, to get the top throat fully engaged. I also might sound a little breathy. Uh, Part of how I found this, because I have like one student where he's kind of like this, and there's like, it's not just that that can cause breathiness. There's several things that can cause breathiness. Um, but it sort of gets a little too wide. It gets like the voice starts to get kind of diffused. It doesn't sound as clear as crisp. Um, and then if I do too much, if I squeeze it too much, it's actually going to start tightening up the top throat into it, which is going to raise your pitch. Okay, so if I go, let's see, try not to squeeze the top or the things around it. Hold on. Uh, 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 so now if I'm talking like this, it also starts maybe getting a little bit of nasal in it too, which is a little bit weird. I might not be able to completely separate it. The six is still kind of new for me in terms of trying to like do the pinch to it because I wasn't aware of that direction. Uh, so I'd probably sound something kind of a little bit like this, I guess. You can tell it my pitch is a little bit higher. Yeah, for some reason I'm getting a weird nasal effect. It's probably not supposed to be part of it, but anyway, the point is there that if you're too loose or too tight, it will mess with the top throat and it'll mess with your pitch. So just like we know that the top throat, we just want it to kind of go with everything else. We don't want to try to push it down or, anything. It just kind of relaxes, opens up, goes with the general posture directions. Um, so if you feel like your voice is getting unnaturally high and tight, or you feel like your voice is unnaturally low and loose, then you could be messing with the top throat. But if you're focusing on the six and that's happening, you're either maybe not doing the six and instead you're messing with the top, or you're doing too much, either too wide or too narrow in the six, and that's affecting the top throw. So again, sometimes like one thing can have a knock-on effect into another thing, and so we have to like investigate exactly where the core of the issue is. But the top throat here is like I think I'm getting the feeling that like the top throat is actually kind of like an extension of the six. It's almost kind of like part of it in a way. Because they're like really tight. Like what the six does is going to affect the top throat. Um, so you're kind of trying to find that sort of middle ground for English. And then depending on your language, this is also important. I don't have a lot of data yet on what the six does between languages. It does seem to be a trend that ours is a little more narrow and other languages might be a little wide. Again, usually things are opposite. But speaking to say like European language speakers, so like my Russian speaking students, Ukrainian speaking students, um, sorry, I don't want to get into politics, but for Ukraine, I get into politics on my other channel. I love Russian people. I hate the Russian government. Uh, the what was I saying? Spanish speakers. I have a couple Spanish speakers I've seen here and there since finding that. Uh, so European language speakers, so far in my experience, don't seem to have that be very different than how I feel I hold it. It does seem like maybe it's slightly wider because if I say, "Hey, try to pinch the six," it does help things a little bit, but it seems to more help the periphery things around it, like getting the three to work better and stuff, which there's a little hack on how you can connect these two better. I'm going to talk about that in a second too. So it doesn't really seem like the six itself is that different for European language speakers. Now, if you speak, say, like French or Portuguese, which is more nasal, maybe there is sort of a connection to the nose, and maybe your six is a little bit different. I don't know, right? I haven't really worked with many French or Portuguese speakers at all in the development of this course. So, um, but when it comes to Asian language speakers, as I said, just like in the nose, right? It's weird that these things match, right? The six and the seven, six, seven, yeah, whatever. Shut up. Um, I'm a millennial. Leave me alone. I don't want to. I don't want to be doing that. I'm too old for that. Uh, the both of these are the two areas that seem to be narrow, and when it comes to Asian language speakers, both of them seem to be a little bit too wide for the American English settings. And so I noticed the biggest shift and benefit in the six for Asian language speakers. Now, I haven't worked with all Asian languages. Again, Mandarin, Japanese, Korean. Korean, I have one student, so that's kind of limited, but several Japanese students, several Mandarin speaking students, um, two Vietnamese speaking students for sure. The six, I haven't gotten a lot of data on Vietnamese, but that's how I found the seven was through Vietnamese speakers. So, you know, as I said, they're probably it's probably a similar pattern. Um, and then I also assume Thai because Thai is, but I haven't done anything with Thai speakers yet. I don't think there's any other. Asian language speakers I've worked with. Hindi, I have one Hindi speaker that I'm working with right now, and Hindi seems to be sort of a weird thing. If you're a Hindi speaker, definitely you can sort of tighten and pinch this up. But Hindi has some other weird things going on. Like you said, they seem to sort of like push forward, maybe through the six into the three. They have like Hindi has more forward tension than upward tension. They do have upward tension, but a lot of languages, they seem to maybe be either diagonal or higher and less forward, where Hindi seems to be more forward and a little higher. So as I said, the exact degrees of these dimensions are going to vary from language to language, and in some cases maybe even dialect to dialect. Like British English doesn't have the exact same tension settings and stuff that we do. So anyway, the point there is it depends on exactly what your language setting is. I'm giving a sort of a blanket thing saying, hey, narrow your six for your particular language or dialect. That might not be the best answer. But the trend that I found, even among European language speakers, as I've said, is if you try to narrow and tighten up that six a little bit, it does still tend to give you a positive net benefit, even if your six is already kind of, closer to what my six would be to begin with. So that's my broad advice: is narrow the six, keep everything else wide. Your language could have it to be maybe where you are actually more narrow than we are, and you have to widen it. I don't know. Um, the last thing I would say there is the diving board. Diving board. Okay, what do I mean by diving board? Let me answer this question real quick. But the pitch control is in the top throw area. Yes, pitch control is top throw. That's what I've identified. When I mess with my top throw, not really like trying to do my middle. I don't really feel. I mean, again, the six is kind of hard to feel. I don't really feel like I'm messing with the six. If anything, I feel like, again, the six is sort of a buffer. It's sort of like pushing into the six a little bit. So I really do feel that the pitch control is concentrated like right in here in the top throat. Um, Obviously it's going to be pulling on other things and stuff, but everything around it needs to more or less stay stable. That's why, like, our settings, we want to go around the top throat with a valve, because otherwise we mess up with it. Which, like, I'm so glad, like, I am so infinitely grateful that I managed to, like, successfully teach myself Spanish. Again, I'm not like a native speaker or anything. I still have lots of words to learn and stuff. I'm rusty because I don't really use it that much, but I'm so grateful that I taught myself Spanish before I, like, really got into like posture and stuff, because it has allowed me not only to working with other students who speak other languages and, hear what they're doing, and, in the process of developing the course, become more aware of what my settings are and contrast and stuff. That's how I found a lot of the things. Um, but trying to take that knowledge, reverse engineer it into Spanish, has taught me so much. Like the fact that, like, our pitch control is here and you have to move around the top throat rather than like going through the top throat. If I hadn't taught myself Spanish and was trying to get my Spanish posture better, it probably would have taken me a while to figure that out. I still may not have figured that out. Um, so there's so much that I've learned by trying to put it into another language. And again, there's Spanish speakers here, right? I know Fernando is a Spanish speaker. I'm pretty sure Fernando is a Spanish speaker, um, if I remember right. I have terrible memory, but uh, you know, I'm not a native speaker, so I'm not going to say, "Hey, if you speak this language, this is what you do." Especially if, you speak a particular dialect that, like, I'm painting very broad strokes. When I say Spanish, there's lots of, Spanish is Spanish, but there's still variations, there's still things. The Cuban Spanish posture seems to be slightly different, but the general posture of Spanish accents seem to be more or less in line as far as I can tell. But I also haven't worked with all, Spanish speakers from all the different countries and places and stuff. So I'm painting with broad strokes. I can't say anything for certain. All I know is that when I do particular things and I say, hey, according to what I've learned, if I do this, I should sound better. I test it, I practice it. Every once in a while, I'll ask a Spanish speaker. I'd be like, hey, which sounds better, this one or that one? And they'll tell me the thing that I did sounds better. So I'm like, all right, I must be on the right track. Okay. So anyway, yeah, knowing another language is super useful, super, super useful in many ways. Uh, I'm sorry for not reminding you last time, but could you do a quick analysis on Max Holloway's accent, which pieces of the mouth posture that he maintains? Thanks a lot. Also, one quick question. Yeah, I'll do that. One quick question for you guys. Because obviously, like, I'm moving around, I'm closer and farther from the mic, right? On my other mic, if I was doing this a lot, as I said, it would be very choppy and stuff. I know obviously it's not going to be like super crisp and clear as if I was right here the entire time in like a nice, good podcast setting. Um, does it seem really like, I can't hear you when you're moving around, or does my voice seem relatively sort of constant and understandable? Because I move around a lot, and I would like to know for this mic if it seems good enough with my movement. Also, I don't know if it's picking up like my close movements. If you hear that and that's annoying, you can also let me know about that. It's stable. Okay, good. Because this it looks like a shotgun mic, which is supposed to pick up like what's right in front of it, but like the other mic, it didn't pick up background noises. This one, I already know from working with my students, it does actually pick up background noises a lot more easily than the other one, and so it doesn't. Okay, good. Awesome. I just want to make sure because I don't want to be like annoying you guys with unstable audio or a bunch of like whatever. Anyway, okay, let me do diving board really quick, and then I'll do this, and then we should be able to launch into actually why we're here. I know it's terrible. I'm terrible. Just leave me alone. Take what you get. uh, diving board. Okay, what I mean by diving board. So it's one thing to I forget that it does that. I have to turn that off. Like if I wiggle this, it makes the mouse really big. It's kind of a cool feature, but I don't like that because I tend to wiggle things sometimes, and then all of a sudden it's like, why is that this big mouse? Um, Streaming guy, welcome. Hello, appreciate your work. Well, hello. Yes, thank you for stopping by and saying you appreciate my work. Awesome. Let me know if you have any questions. Um, it's one thing to get the 6, right? And you're gonna just play with that, like kind of figure out where is that. You can't, again, not everything you can feel from the outside. The 6 is like up in here. There's like glands and stuff around here. It's hard to kind of like, you can't really touch it. The best you can do is maybe touch, like if you touch the absolute corner right here. Okay, again, like your 3 is there, your top throat's there. It's like right. Even from there, it's kind of hard to, like, you just touch the corner of it. So you can't really touch it from the outside, unfortunately. Just like the root of the tongue, you can't really touch that from the outside either. It is what it is. You just kind of figure it out. Your 9, obviously, if your 9 is pinched and lifted, that's going to be pushing into it, and so you have to, et cetera, right? Take the knowledge you have, play with it, try to feel where it is, don't mess things up around it. Okay, do the 6. Now, the diving board. Why is my thing so big now? Hold on. I feel like that's bigger than it was. That's better. There are going to be ways that, again, this bridge sort of coordinates these pieces. And that's currently the thing that I'm sort of like, it's the leading experimental edge of what I'm doing in the course. A lot of other things are established and stable. Like there's not many new things that I find these days. I was actually surprised to realize that this is one piece and that we narrow this. That's a relatively new thing. But the diving board would be like if you take this whole thing, and we're only going to go about halfway because technically the 3 is like this whole muscle. Well, the 3 would be the middle line, the 4 there. We say 3 and 4. I just use 3 for shorthand. So the 3 is the seatbelt muscle going from like where the muscle attaches here all the way back toward into the 6, where the top of the throat would be. And but we don't really, when we're doing resistances or we're getting our basic 3 setting, I'm sure that it's possible to sort of have tension here that maybe you could release in your language, but we don't really like resist here. We don't push in here, like, because there's not a whole lot up here to like do that with, right? Like you might think, well, this here, but it kind of goes through here, right? It's either going to like go up and lift the middle. That's its primary function, is to sort of raise or lower the middle. So you don't really have to care about this part of it. Just pretend that doesn't exist. So your diving board is only going to go about halfway. Okay. So this is the tip of your diving board, right? Like if you're at a pool, you go up the ladder, right? This would be your ladder. Okay, you go up your ladder. Now you're on the end of the diving board here, right? Now this is anchored to the base. It's very solid. It's in place. It's locked. You walk out onto the diving board, right? And it starts putting pressure on it, right? Now, if you don't have enough stability on the top of the ladder, then when you walk out here, you're gonna fall, and then maybe it's gonna fall on you, and then you're gonna die, right? You don't die. Please get your posture right so you don't die. um, so you need enough structure and tension here. So again, this is specifically looking at it in terms of, you can also think of it in terms of sort of the middle and top throat as well, but it's specifically thinking of it in terms of this relationship. This image and metaphor won't necessarily help you with the 11. It won't necessarily help you with the 9, although maybe it will. So from that perspective, right, if you think of the pressure that's being put up here on the front of the diving board, the counterbalance force that you would need is going to be sort of like that, right? It's sort of down and back. Now, again, because this connects different things, I don't really want to say that the 6 itself is down and back, but in relation to the 3, it needs to be stable so that it doesn't get pulled into the 3, right? Okay. So you want to make sure it's nice and secure. The way that you're going to do that isn't necessarily by resisting down and back. It should just be locked in. But you give that, if you have that right narrowness setting, so if yours is a bit wider than ours, and you squeeze that 6 to give it that tension, that should be enough to keep it there. But then if you add extra resistance to your 3, it's more of an articulatory support in the 3. But say if you're going up to an E or a T, a high sound, you add more to the 3, you have to make sure that the 6 doesn't go with it, or that you don't tense forward in the 6. So you probably will, when you are doing a high sound and you need to push the 3 down more than you normally would for, say, an or for lower sounds, that you're going to have to maybe dig in and resist a little bit this way, just to sort of keep that platform in place. But again, it's mostly you give that little narrowness pinch, and that provides the structure so that when you go on that's going to be the main structure, right? Hopefully that makes sense. It's not a perfect analogy necessarily. Um, but the diving board, like, right, your diving board, I guess you wouldn't have a diving board. You would have an upside down diving board, because most languages, they'll sort of like hold this higher. We relax yours down, and then we do lock in. So it's not like the position is an empty diving board. You're still already on the diving board for your there's a little bit of sort of locked in base low tension. Make sure that it's in place. You squeeze here, you relax this wide, okay, but you're sort of sitting on it. That's for your position, okay? Then when you go up to like an E or a T or an oo, whatever those high sounds are, where we would maybe push down more in the 3 for that articulatory support to help the tongue lift itself. Sorry. Then that's sort of like, you're pushing down on the diving board, like you're getting ready to jump. Okay. And so then you might need a little bit more resistance there just to keep it in place. But the base position would just be the narrowness squeezing. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, it's not a perfect analogy, but this image of a diving board seems to be helping people. And yeah, there you go. And then if you want to extend that down through here, again, be careful with the top throat, because we don't want to mess with the top throat too much directly, but that does connect in through the middle throat. And if you think of the middle throat as sort of the ladder, right, you get your middle throat down forward. In this case, this is the part that goes forward, and then relax wide. If you get that in place, right, I talked about how to monitor that with your 3 fingers before. Okay, we don't care about these 2 on the side. And then you go, hi, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. This should be really stable. It shouldn't really be moving around very much. Okay. I'm not going to go over how to do this again. I think last live stream I talked about it. You can find it in there somewhere. Sorry. But you just want to shape like this. 1, 2, 3. This goes up on the lower edge of the Adam's apple. We don't want to be on the Adam's apple. Adam's apple is part of the top throat. So you feel your Adam's apple moving around a little bit as you do your syllable stress and stuff like that. Middle throat should be very stable. So right, you want a stable ladder to climb up on. If your ladder isn't stable and it's doing this and it's doing this, it's like an earthquake while you're trying to climb up to your diving board. That's not going to help anybody, right? You're going to die again. Don't die. Do your posture right so you don't die, please. um, I love that analogy. But anyway, yeah, your posture is probably going to be pushed in, pushed up, tense, narrow. And so you have sort of a diving board or a ladder that, I guess it wouldn't really be a ladder, right? We need a different image for that maybe, but you want to sort of let it come down, let it come wide, let it open up so that you have this nice, good, stable ladder. Like you're setting up a ladder on the ground. Bam. It's anchored. It's solid. That tension in the six should allow you to sort of relax this and let it come down. And it's just sort of almost hanging off of the six, kind of, right? And then your three, you get your diving board. So you have a good base, you have a good diving board, and then bam, this is sort of the thing that connects the two with that squeeze. Okay. Again, not a perfect analogy. Hopefully that helps. You guys can play with that. That's the only really new thing I have. But yeah, there hasn't been an update to the map in a long time. Long time. And technically this is like a pseudo update. Because I'm just extending something that was already there. But then now we're getting more techniques for like what the six does, how to connect them. So that is a pretty new thing. Okay. All the languages you've worked with, would you say Spanish and Japanese have relatively similar postures, especially the vowel and the three? No. Absolutely not. Japanese is, I know Matan is a Japanese speaker. Apologies to any Japanese speakers. Japanese is a freak. Not Japanese people, the Japanese language. Japanese language is a freak. There is quite a bit of overlap with Korean, which, even though they're literally not related at all, it's kind of not surprising because obviously like there's a history there. I know it's not necessarily a good history, but a lot of shared vocabulary between Korean and Japanese, a lot of shared grammar structures even between Japanese, even though they're literally not related at all. They're two different languages. So it doesn't surprise me that some of like the posture structures might be kind of similar. And shared. But again, I noticed a lot of the same thing with Mandarin. Those are the three big ones. Obviously, a lot of bad blood there historically, but those are the ones I've worked with the most with, and not the same. But Japanese and Korean are both kind of extreme in some of the details, but Japanese more than anything, more than any language I've experienced, super high, super tight. Six. Actually, I was going to mention that earlier. I forgot. The six in Japanese, which I don't know if I told this to Matan when I saw you the other day. Matan is one of my students. I actually realized that this was one piece and found the pinching, the narrowness in the six, working with a Japanese student, a different Japanese student than Matan. And one thing that I learned before from the Japanese student actually, is that Japanese has this thing called pulsing, and I don't know exactly all the details of how that works. Apparently, Mandarin also has some pulsing based on what I've done, work I've done with some Mandarin students. Not as much as Japanese, but basically this sort of six area, it seems to like when Japanese is forming certain sounds, particularly like certain vowel sounds, and I think it may even be mostly up here, but I think it just sort of affects things in general. Japanese seems to have sort of like more of like a bubbled tongue this way in the middle rather than R shaped like this, and everything looks of course higher, it's tighter, it's sort of pushed forward, and the tongue it's sort of attached into the jaw, and it wants to sort of like move around like this. Not that obviously Japanese can like move around, and they have like their little RL thing that like obviously the tongue isn't one big stiff piece, but it's held very differently. And it seems that the six, I'm pretty sure it's a six. This isn't from my analysis necessarily. I concur. This is from what my Japanese speaking student told me that he's realized based on what he feels. And it does make sense to me based on what I hear and what I can kind of feel if I try to mimic. It's really hard for me to mimic certain parts of Japanese. But he said that it feels like it's the sixth area that does the pulsing when he does certain sounds in Japanese. And so, but I realized the other day that the base tension of the six in the Japanese is relaxed wide. Um, at least with this person, I don't know. I can't speak for all Japanese speakers. I assume it's a postural thing that's shared across the language. Maten has a much better accent. He came to me with a much better accent than this Japanese student. This Japanese student has a very thick Japanese accent, so sometimes it's hard for me to tell depending on how bad people come to me with their accent. But Japanese seems to have like a more relaxed wide six, but then when they're using that pulsing function to form some certain sounds, it pinches and is actually used as an articulatory support. So Japanese uses the six as an articulatory support, where the 3 and the 11 seem to be more stable. For us in American English, right, I told you about the house, and I said how the 11 and the 3, they're not just posture resistances, right, posture pieces, but so they act as counterbalances and stuff. They're also articulatory supports. So if I'm going to a high sound, especially in the front, but also in the back, my 3 is going to push down more. That's a special thing of the 3. It's not even just resisting, it's actually pushing down more to give a more solid floor for the tongue to push off of. And then same thing with the 11. We are counterbalancing, say, the E up here, or counterbalancing the oo back here. Vowels, consonants, doesn't matter. Vowels more so maybe. But also by digging in and giving that counterbalance to keep the posture there, it's also creating a floor for, again, the E to push off, the oo to push off and form themselves, because our tongue is very low. So we use 3 and 11 as posture stabilizers and articulatory supports, but we don't use the 6 that way. The 6 is just consistent and stable, okay? Because it needs to coordinate these pieces, make sure that the top throat doesn't break anything, blah, 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 blah. But it seems to me in Japanese, I can't speak for other languages here, except maybe Mandarin. It seems in Japanese that has this pulsing function. Japanese uses the 6 both as, again, it's wide to begin with, so it may not even be used very much structurally in terms of like stabilizing the posture, but it does seem to have an articulatory effect to help pulse and create various sounds, where the 11 and the 3 in Japanese doesn't seem to be used for that. I'm not an expert on all this. This is just based off of working with people, things I've noticed. Okay, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not an expert on all the Japanese tension settings and posture. Like, as I said, even for me, with all my magical ears and pronunciation ability, it's hard for me to mimic a Japanese accent. It's really, really hard. There's lots of little things that I just like I can hear, I can kind of tell where the muscles are, but I can't get my muscles to do the things that I need them to do. Um, so take it with a grain of salt, but that does seem to be a thing. So that is another difference between postures, where like these pieces, even if they're in different shapes or different positions or different tension settings between languages, and even if there's a pattern between American English, which seems to be on sort of the extreme end compared to other languages, which will have varying degrees of these different directions away from American English, there's also maybe different ways that pieces are used. So this could be an articulatory support or a purely posture support, depending on what language you're looking at. This could be an articulatory support and or a posture support, depending on which language you're looking at. Okay. I don't think Japanese uses this for articulation because it's already engaged that way and it seems to be more stable, like our 6s, right? Um, but the way we use the 11 and the 3, they are used as an articulatory support. So that's another thing just keep in mind, okay? Just because I say, hey, your 6 is probably more narrow, or sorry, more wide, depending on how your language works overall, that may be a consistent base structure, just like ours is a consistent base structure, or it could be something that's actually used in your articulation. Maybe it's used in a different way. So you have to be the one, outside of anything that I tell you based on my experience working with people, you have to be the one to go in, play with things, figure out how it works, and then again, focus on sound to see if you sound better or worse. If you sound better, you sound more natural, then you're doing the right changes. Okay. If you don't, then you're not doing the right changes. Okay. Um, so my native language is Russian, and even though I mastered the vowel sounds and I can pronounce isolated vowels very well, my voice sometimes sounds too deep and not American. Okay. So is it because I didn't learn practice mouth posture? Um, Possibly, yes, likely. Right. Most people don't know about mouth posture. Again, this isn't some crazy thing I invented. I did discover it and then I verified that it's true. There's linguistic literature on it. It's technically called articulatory setting, et cetera, et cetera. Which I think is articulatory setting covers, I think, more than just posture itself, but I'm pretty sure the core of that is posture. That also covers, I think, resonance and stuff. But um, if your voice sometimes sounds too deep and not American, like if because your voice will come lower if you have a higher setting, right? If everything's pushed up, like Russian is, right? Russian is pushed to a higher setting. Now I know Russian is spoken not just in Russia, right? There's obviously like the old, Soviet Union territories and stuff, and depending on and then Russia itself is a big place. So I know like Russian is Russian, but with such a big country, like you're gonna have regional variations and stuff. So I don't know exactly like if you have like sort of like a standard Moscow accent or whatever it would be, or if you have some sort of regional thing. That posture wise once you get into more regional sounding things, there can be slight posture differences, like a Southern accent in American English. There's some posture differences going on. Okay. It's still, I think, largely shared, a lot of similar things, but there's some variations going on. You go to British English, again, a lot of the same shared settings, some different tension, some different position things, but a lot of it is shared. So I'm speaking very blanket here, but my experience, Russian tends to be higher in everything, right? And so your top throat will be higher as well, which means that if you do things correctly and you shift into American English, everything will come down. And so your pitch, again, we don't want to push the top throat down. We don't want to try to manipulate the pitch directly. But if everything comes down, your pitch in English will be lower. It won't be like super lower, but it will be noticeably lower than how you usually sound speaking Russian. So what I like to use is the term artificially deep. Okay. It might seem too deep to your ears. You're like, that seems way too low. But if a native says you don't sound like you're trying to talk like this, like you have a really deep voice, then you're fine. Now, some people also, because maybe that you're a bigger person, or maybe because of how your vocal tract formed, maybe you just naturally have a relatively deeper voice. So compared to other Russian speakers, if your voice is already on the deeper end, when you come into American English, then you're going to have an unusually deep English voice also, and that would still be part of your normal voice. That's just is what it is. Some people, like, there's plenty of English speakers who they just have their voice down here. This is just sort of how they sound, right? And that's just how it is. Usually, again, it's usually for bigger people, especially bigger men. They'll tend to have those deeper voices. So there is sort of a biological component to it. It's kind of relative. But if your voice is not necessarily particularly lower than the average, male or female, whatever you are, guy, I assume, I guess you're going to be a man, um, not different than, other speakers of that same, I'm trying to think if I should say sex or gender. I guess it would still be gender, because trans men who go on T, they would still have that change. So yeah, that'd be the proper way to say that. So if your voice is not necessarily any lower than other Russian speaking men, then uh, it's not a physical biological thing. And when you come into English, it should come down a bit, but it shouldn't come down too much. If you go into English and it comes down to where native speakers are telling you you sound too deep, then you're definitely doing something with the top throat that you shouldn't be doing. Okay. So you have to kind of sometimes, like, if you were to meet with me, I'd be able to kind of give you an answer probably relatively quickly. Um, but not everybody can afford that. You can always schedule a trial or a consultation on iTalk. You link in the description. Ha, promotion. Anyway, um, so don't be alarmed if you feel like your voice is lower. It should be lower. Okay. Just not too low. So do with that, what you will, figure that out. Where was I? Yeah. Um, do you think I still sound natural even if my voice is deep? Wait, if my voice is deep and to me it still sounds Russian, but how would it sound to natives? Do you think I still sound natural even if my voice is deep and to me it still sounds Russian? Well, if to you it still sounds Russian, it probably is going to it's going to sound Russian to natives, but you have to remember, again, most things are relative. So your ears are fine-tuned to the Russian sound set. A native speaker who doesn't speak Russian, a native speaker of American English who doesn't speak Russian, their ears are not going to be fine-tuned to the Russian sound set. And so you have a little wiggle room where you might be doing certain sounds or have a little bit of a certain tension that to our ears is within the range of normal. So, like, there's like a Russian sound it's like E, right? Like we have E, there's like E, and it's basically the same sound. But then there's also this sort of like what we would hear maybe as like a Y sound, sort of, if you're like like I can't even do it. There's like E and E or something like that. I don't know. To us, right, you might think of that as like, I don't know, two different sounds. Native speakers might hear that as one sound, or we might hear it as an E and a Y, where you're like, that's not a Y sound, right? So there's going to be different ways that different languages sort of split up the perception of things based off of how those sounds are used in your language. Um, but another good example, the I sound, right? So like most languages have E and I, but they don't have I, like Spanish, for example, or Japanese, for example. So that's usually a hard sound for English learners because they have to find that new sound. But in your language, like I've heard Spanish speakers when they're saying like the word without in Spanish is sin, right? Looks like sin in English, which is funny because we would actually use the vowel in that particular case. Completely different word, but I've heard Spanish speakers in songs, in like on TV, in person, say that word using a full-on perfect sounding, maybe a little bit off because of the posture, but in terms of the articulation of the sound, pretty much perfect sounding, perfectly placed sound, like an it or sit, okay, or sin. And Spanish speakers don't notice because that sound doesn't exist in their language and they just hear it as an E. It's part of the range of E. Okay. So in Spanish, if I were to say sin or sin, again, maybe in contrast, if you're a Spanish speaker, you're like, oh, I can hear a difference. But if I'm just saying like no puedo vivir sin ti, no puedo vivir sin ti, I don't know. Maybe you might hear a difference. Maybe you might not. I'm not a native speaker, but I've noticed Spanish speakers say sin, straight up sin, not seen. And it's just, yeah, you know. Um, so that's going to be kind of relative. So I can't answer that for sure. If you were to, again, if you were to like sign up for, again, you could talk to any native, but if you were to sign up with like a consultation with me or something like that, and I could hear how you sound, you're like, I think I sound Russian. What do you think? I can tell you, oh yeah, you sound Russian, or maybe you kind of like, there's also this in between point where you don't really sound like you're from anywhere, but you also don't sound like a native. You might be in the in between spot. Um, it's hard for me to tell without actually hearing you. By the way, thanks for all the videos you've made. Your lessons are the best. Awesome. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Oh yeah, sorry, I totally forgot about Ivan. I'm so sorry, Ivan. No, forgive me if you're still here. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible. Okay, let me do this for Ivan really quick, because I haven't asked about this last time too. Okay, Max Holloway. Oh, I can't share audio. See, this is one of the cases where it'd be nice if you guys could hear my audio, but that's probably better for copyright reasons. So I will pull this up and listen to it, and then I can just tell you which pieces of the mouse posture that he maintains. Okay, so I don't know who this guy is. Is he like not a native speaker of American English? Max Holloway. Max Holloway. Let me come over here. Max Holloway, American mixed martial artist. Is that him? Is this guy MMA? Sounds vaguely familiar. By the way, I want to use the F word, but again, I try to be more family friendly on this channel. Screw Conor McGregor. Terrible, terrible person. If you're a fan, I'm sorry. Max Holloway, I'm gonna say is this maybe UFC champion. I assume this is him. I'm gonna hold on. Where's my chat? Chat, can you confirm? Is this the guy? I need you to confirm if this is the guy before I answer this because I don't want to analyze the wrong person. So if Ivan is still here, please let me know if that's if that's him, and then I'll loop back to that. I'm sorry. I'm just bear with my craziness. Let me come back over here. Okay. Okay. What do you mean exactly? It is just the middle throat that goes forward, but don't squeeze the back of throat forward into the front. Don't squeeze the back of forward. Okay. I think I understand that based on something maybe I explained before in the past. I want my brush. Give me my brush. This is my brush? No. Oh my God. There's a brush. Okay. Got it. I don't know what's happening. Can I get rid of you? No, I don't want to get rid of the whole thing. Why don't I just get rid of that? Okay, this is a wonky program, and I need to find a different paint program. Okay, so the what was the question? Middle throat. Yeah, so the middle throat, right? The basic setting for that is that's why that changed. Basic setting for that is forward, right? Everything else comes back. This goes forward. In a lot of languages, this gets pinched backward in order to help support a higher, tighter throat, which then supports a higher, tighter tongue. So we want to switch that. We want everything to come down, come wide, come open. So this is going to open up a bit. Mostly it's relaxing forward, but most people do get a better result when they sort of give a little structure. They just sort of lock it in, push it out a little bit. Things can go wrong with that, but that tends to help people. So again, you need to get our structure to hold it there. You don't want to just relax because then you're not going to be able to hold things. So that's the base setting, and then that's going to be very stable, right? It's never going to pinch in. Um, don't squeeze the back of the throat forward. So like back here, is that where like squeezing this forward? Yeah, I think I mentioned something like about that before, right? That sounds familiar. Uh, you you want to think of like the openness. We're trying to open the throat this way and this way, and then it all comes down, right? You could think of it as trying to open it kind of like this, because we're trying to like, just like we're trying to go wide this way, you could think we're trying to go wide in the other plane as well. Actually, that makes sense. I never actually thought about that. So let me do Spanish. Hold on. Eh, trying to mess with the top throat. I think that would make sense. I need to verify that, but because it's a pipe, right? You have like a small pipe, right? Your language sort of pinches everything, squeezes it, and then pushes it up. We're trying to widen that pipe and let it come down. So you want to make sure that like you're not taking this part and trying to like push that forward as well, because then you're just kind of trying to push your like, oh, like you're just gonna sort of squeeze everything forward, and we don't want to do that. So thanks to your question, I actually just kind of realized that maybe back here we actually let it come back in the back part of the throat and forward in the forward part of the throat, because again we're just trying to expand that tube. That's a nice little insight. I'm going to try that with some students and see what happens. But when I'm talking about the middle throat is going to go forward, it's going to open up this way, I'm talking about mostly this area here. Like you're going to feel it probably on the outside a little bit as you switch between your posture. It's probably not going to be a huge change necessarily in that direction. Um, but yeah, so hopefully that answers that question. I'm glad you brought that up. I need to test that with people. I just want to thank you so much for videos. You have helped me a lot. No problem. If you're still here, sorry I take forever to go in order. Malk El Sharif. I have no idea how to say your name, but thank you. um, glad I could help. Have you had Russian students? What are the most common and noticeable problems you mentioned? Have I had Russian students? Literally, for some reason, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I started teaching on italki as a informal tutor. I didn't have any certification or anything, so I could only do informal tutoring. Started at $5 an hour way back in the day. That was in 20. I want to say 2013. It was either 2013 or 2014. I forget the exact year. But yeah, no, pretty sure it's 2014. Yeah, September 2014, I believe. So yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I lost my thought. Since then, even way before posture, right? Way before I was even certified as a teacher, for whatever reason, maybe because there's just a lot of Russian speakers on italki. I don't know. But at least half of the students that I have ever worked with in my entire English teaching career have been Russian speakers. For whatever reason, that's just how it works. So, yes, I'm very familiar with Russian speakers. I'm kind of familiar with some of the and like Russian is a stress time language like English is. So you use a lot of the same stress patterns. You stress things in similar ways, but it's not the same, right? Just because you have two languages that use the same type of timing doesn't necessarily mean everything is done the same. And that's actually a difficult point for a lot of Russian speakers, because what is different is sometimes hard for me to pinpoint when I'm trying to analyze that detail. So yeah, uh, obviously grammar is very different. Blah blah blah. I don't really care about the grammar these days, but not that I really know Russian grammar, but I know a lot of common mistakes Russian speakers make. And since developing the posture course, I have worked with quite a few Russian speakers. So that has my understanding of posture has been I don't want to say informed, but the Mm. My understanding of what Russian speakers have to change in their posture is well represented in my understanding of posture settings. I guess I could put it that way. um, what are some of the most common noticeable pattern problems? It's going to be very similar to other things. Spanish and Russian have a lot of similarities, both in the sound set. Spanish just basically has a more limited sound set than Russian, but the sounds are essentially the same. Obviously, a Russian accent doesn't sound like a Spanish accent. So there's going to be some differences, but it does seem that a lot of the postural things between Spanish and Russian are quite similar. Um, where if you compare, say, German and Russian, German is going to be a little bit closer to American English, a little bit more relaxed, but still in the same direction as Spanish and Russian. You go to French. French seems to be even more extreme than Spanish and Russian in some ways. Like the tongue is really just pushed forward and pushed into the bottom teeth there, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be variations, but off the top of my head, Russian specific examples that wouldn't just go with my general advice of hey, down, back, and wide. Um, uh, Again, this isn't Russian specific, but what I could say is the Russian middle tongue seems to be a lot flatter and tenser, and it's a bit narrower. That's something that might vary between Spanish and English. I still haven't pinpointed that down, or Spanish and Russian. I still haven't pinpointed that down yet. But in addition to that, so like the back's kind of tight, but like the middle shape is like flatter, it's higher, um, and then the front of the tongue has like a certain sort of engagement here. Um, there's a certain stiffness to it, maybe. Definitely in Spanish. Russian, I'm not entirely sure, but there's certainly there's a different tension through here. So middle and front tongue, if you could loosen those up a lot, like relax a lot wider, obviously you need that shape in the middle. But even when people start getting that middle shape, both Spanish and Russian, in general, but Russian speakers specifically, it's kind of hard sometimes to let go of that tension. It's actually probably harder for Spanish speakers, but you want to really let the front of the tongue relax, wide down. Okay, use it when you need to use it, but don't get it really tight when you're lifting it. Um, Russian seems to be very front heavy. Um, there's like a lot of resonance up here, a lot of tension in the front of the tongue. I don't know. Again, like I don't actually speak Russian. I don't know all the little details. I can't really think of too much specific to Russian that wouldn't also apply maybe to other languages because the patterns are very similar. So I don't really know. I will say in the six, you don't necessarily have to squeeze too much, but again, that's kind of something that's a little newer and I'm still exploring. Not relaxed enough, too high, too narrow, too in the front. Okay, so in the front, as I said, not relaxed. Yeah, so basically all the things I was saying. Some of extra nasality that tends to go. Yeah. Where did I guess Ivan left? I'm sorry, Ivan. Maybe I'll just go and analyze the UFC guy, and then it'll just be on the stream. Where is exactly the entire top half of the tongue? Top half of the tongue? I mean the front half? Relaxing the entire top half of the tongue tends to help many people, but don't forget to stabilize the directional settings and add that to your sound articulations. I assume that's a quote from me. I might have accidentally said top instead of half. Relaxing the entire top half of the tongue tends to help many people. I don't know. Maybe if I was talking posturally, like there's like this part versus this part, that would make sense. I don't remember if that's a quote from me, I don't remember the context in which I said it, but that's the only way that would make sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay. So, yeah, because I'm thinking like when I think of the tongue a lot of the time, I'm thinking of this because this is what we use for the sounds and stuff. Obviously, like this is part of the tongue down. Well, not the three, but this is part of the tongue as well. um, but usually tongue is going to refer to like up here. So yeah. I was thinking like cutting this in half. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Uh, where exactly is the entire, where exactly is the entire top half of the tongue? So yeah, it should be this. So it wouldn't be the 3 and the there, sorry, it wouldn't be the 11 and this sort of lower part that the 3 would interact with. We don't want to be all the way down here. It would be the 5, the 1, 2, and then the front of the tongue. So basically where like all the articulations are. You get your resistances, you get your articulations, blah blah blah. Yeah, hopefully that answers that question. You can ask again or rephrase it if you want, but oh god, I'm never gonna get to why we're here. Sorry, this is a false advertisement. It's clickbait. Have you ever watched? Hmm. Without going on a rant, you're probably not aware because I know a lot of people aren't plugged into trans issues, and that's fine. But um, I might actually lose followers for this. I'm sorry. I grew up with Harry Potter. I was never super into it, but I liked Harry Potter. You know, I watched the movies. I read most of the books. I got bored around like halfway through book 5. I don't know. And if you are at all aware of trans issues, the author J.K. Rowling has, and I'm not exaggerating, she seems to have made it her life mission to destroy trans people, like erase us, literally, like from existence. Like she hates us. And there's lots of reasons we're speculating why. She has even said publicly on her X, her Twitter or whatever, that every single cent that she makes from Harry Potter, whether that's books or movies or the TV show or this, that, or whatever, merchandise, every single cent that she makes is going to anti-trans law, anti-trans organizations, anti-trans activists, et cetera, et cetera. So Harry Potter is, I mean, I've heard people say that there's also a lot of racism and stuff in it. Obviously, like the goblins seem to be Jewish, whatever. I don't really have much of a statement in terms of like whether you should like Harry Potter or not, as like a thing. But if you are supporting, like if you're purchasing Harry Potter things, if you're watching Harry Potter things, you are supporting my destruction. Do with that what you will. I'm just the messenger. I'm not going to tell you what to do or this or that. Have I watched it? Yes. She's a British author. Obviously, yeah, they have British accents and stuff. It's British based. I know this is a language thing. What I actually did after I came out as trans, because I had all the books, like I didn't have hardcovers of all of them, but most of them were hardcovers. And what I did after I came out as trans, and I realized what she was doing, I burned them all, which I don't necessarily recommend. Book burning is not a thing that should be encouraged for any reason, but I personally felt so hurt and betrayed, and didn't want to, like if she's going to try to erase me, I'm going to literally erase what I owned of her products. So I had a bonfire, and I literally ripped all the books up and I threw it in the bonfire, and it was glorious. I generally don't support that thing though. So, you know, the book burning, we shouldn't really burn books. So I'm a hypocrite there, but, yeah, anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just know that that's the reality. You can follow my other channel for more things related to trans issues. ADHD, it's fine. Exactly, right? When you say the global resonance in the back half of the mouth, 1 to 3 movies. I do not endorse that statement, but you know, that's because I'm the channel owner. In fact, just for the sake of legal reasons, I personally don't have a problem with IFAT's comment, but I am going to remove that comment, so that I look like I'm not supporting that. um, it's fine. Don't worry about it. La 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 la. When you say global resonance is in the back half of the mouth, does it include the back of top throat near the root of the tongue and glottis area? Okay, global resonance is in the back half of the mouth. Does it include the back top of the throat? No. Remember, there's mouth resonance and there's throat resonance. Mouth resonance is where is the main global resonance that's consistent in the mouth, right? This is throat. Okay. So, and there's little details and stuff working with people. I've had like some success and this and that, whatever, and then some failures here and there. It sort of depends on the person, the language, but broadly speaking, like for example, Spanish, Russian, I think also Japanese, the global resonance is more up here. English is more back here. Why? Because we're lower, we're farther back. Even our 8 back here, we don't talk too much about the 8, but that's sort of like the part of your throat that's at the back of your mouth there. That tends to be also wider. A lot of languages might sort of pinch that a bit, so you relax that wide, let it open up a bit. It's usually not that big of a point, but that allows the vibration to just be constant back here. And then because our center of gravity is here and we have this shape, some of that is going to sort of leach into the middle a little bit. And so, obviously the itself, the vibration is in the middle because that's where the is. It takes up the whole middle because of our shape. Usually it doesn't do that for most sounds, but yeah, so we can say the global resonance is the back half. The back half of my mouth, especially the back third, is always buzzing, no matter what I'm saying. We don't really do that up here. That'll be more local resonance for certain sounds. That's in the mouth. Okay, so like say Spanish here, American English here, just for example. And then there's throat resonance. So throat resonance is generally going to go. It could be technically up into the nasal cavity. So if you speak a very nasally language like Vietnamese or maybe Thai, maybe French, maybe Portuguese, you might have, and I'm not saying definitive statements about those, but if you generally have more nasality in your speech, um, just like throughout the speech, not even like having more nasal sounds, but like you have a more nasal based language, then your resonance might be all the way up into the nose, not even in the throat anymore. You're like all the way up here. Okay. And so, so like if I were to get my throat resonance up in my nose, then I would sound like this all the time. I can feel almost no vibration down here. Uh, yeah, I feel almost no vibration in my chest at all. I feel almost no vibration. My vocal cords are right here, so I feel a little bit down here, but not as much as I normally would. Okay. That's sort of like a nose throat resonance all the way up in the nose. Some languages do that. That doesn't seem to be a super common thing. That's just for some languages. A lot of languages, again, varying degrees. I'm not a master of everything, but I would say Russian, Spanish, Mandarin, maybe German, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of languages, because of the tension around here, right? This different valve setting, the different 6 setting and whatever. This is going to be lifted up like that. There's going to be a lot more tension, more squeezing there. The throat resonance tends to get pulled up into here. Okay. So everything will sort of come up here. And then, of course, in the mouth, it gets squeezed forward. So everything gets squeezed up and forward. Obviously, when we're talking about the mouth resonance, you can't go up anymore if you're not going into the nose. So instead of going up, the throat resonance gets squeezed forward. So there's like a primary resonance in the mouth, and then there's a primary resonance in the throat. And what tends to happen is if you have a higher, tighter posture setting from the bottom up, then your throat resonance is going to be more around this area, and your mouth resonance is probably going to be more around this area. There's no guarantee about that. Things can maybe be mixed and matched depending on your exact setting, but that seems to be the trend that I've noticed. Because we are down and low and wide, everything's open, our global resonance just kind of falls back here in the mouth, and then it's going to fall all the way down to the bottom throat for the throat resonance. It's not in the chest, as I've said before. Don't speak from the chest. If you try to do that, you might incidentally open up some things in the throat, and it might give you a bit of a result. As long as it works, I don't really care. If that helps you and you sound better, then do it. But I don't speak from the chest as a native speaker. I do feel vibration in my chest. If I put my hand here and I'm talking to you, I feel very clear vibration in my chest, but that's not where the vibrations are centered. Vibrations are centered down more around in here. I mean, yeah, obviously the vocal cords are here. That's really the actual center. But because everything's open and low, I feel like it's more down in the bottom throat. This is where I'm doing a lot of my vibration, all the way down here around where the clavicle bones are. And then I feel a little bit radiating down. I even feel a little bit radiating down very, very faintly into my stomach, right? If you're breathing right, you're using your diaphragm right, you're going to feel it radiate all the way down. You're also going to feel all the way up, like through the nose a little bit, through the top of your head a little bit, if you pay close attention. So, because again, we have more breath, we tend to have a bit more volume, we're more open. And so that sort of deeper, lower resonance can maybe, gravitate out more. I don't know. I'm not a physics professor, but um, you want this to come back, you want this to go down. Okay, that's where your resonances are going to be. So there's technically like two resonances. There's mouth and throat. If you just think of like where's the resonance placement, you're not going to get the whole picture, and it's going to be confusing because there's what is the mouth doing, and then what is the throat doing. And again, they go together. So as I open up and lower, and everything comes back here, I'm also opening up and lower here, and so this is going to fall this way, this is going to fall this way, and then now I have these 2 points instead of these 2 points, right? That's the general uh, difference between a lot of languages, it seems. I mean, you also feel the resonance in the back of the throat, or is it strictly the whole back of the tongue? Yeah, so obviously it's vibrating here in the 8. The 8 is part of that, right? Like this part, what is it called? The oropharynx. You're going to feel some vibration through here, yes, but that's part of the mouth resonance, not part of the throat resonance. Okay, so don't feel like it's like just here in the mouth part. Like, yeah, this is okay. And obviously, because the voice is coming up through here, you're going to feel a little vibration through all of this area. It's not like you don't feel anything here, right? But that's not where it's centered. That's not where you're going to feel most of the vibration. Okay. Is there any language with a lower setting in the 3 and the valve than American English? Is there any language with a lower setting in the 3 and the valve than American English? Not that I have found. I don't know. I mean, based on the limited bit that I've seen with Arabic, Arabic seems to be farther back in the tongue, which seems impossible to me, but it is. And does that mean the 3 is also lower? I don't think so, because they do seem to be still high. They're like high and back instead of low and back. So I don't know. Again, it's not always a one-to-one. There's going to be different combinations and different things that can happen. But in my experience working with people, regardless of what language they speak, I have to constantly tell people, go lower than you think is even physically possible in your 3. And when I say, hey, go like, again, don't hurt yourself. Like don't, you can like really squeeze intense stuff, and it's not likely, but if your 3, you probably have a lot of tension going up this way that you don't even feel. So again, if you're just pushing down, you're going to be fighting it. You still have to relax a lot, figure out that you are holding it a bit higher, let it come down. But then you lock it in. So in terms of the position, not necessarily in terms of like how much you have to push down, but in terms of how low you're trying to get it, what I usually like to say is like, let's say that this is the middle of the range of our 3, right? So this would all be technically a good, safe 3, sort of like a zoomed in version of it. Because again, it's going to sort of push down more for like the high sounds and stuff. You have a little wiggle room. It's not like exactly static, but you can't go too high. If you start going too high, you're going to break the posture setting. So like this is, roughly we'd say maybe the is sort of here. If I got sort of like middle of that range. Okay. Compare that, just hypothetically, we'll say that the range for the 3 position in other languages might be more like that, right? And your middle sort of center of your 3 might be sort of here. Okay. Because it's held higher. So you sort of operate through here instead. Usually when I tell people, hey, like go so low that you think that it's impossibly low, like that has to be too far, right? Go to a point where you think it has to be too low, to where you can't talk that way, to where it can't be possible for natives to be that far down. And when I tell people to do that, they usually end up right here. Okay. And you will start sounding good to my ear. If you can get right in range there and you can more or less stabilize it, which I have techniques for that we talk about in the course, um, my ear will start saying your 3 sounds good. You don't have much wiggle room and it's on the high end of the range, right? But you're gonna start sounding a lot more natural than if you were even just, say, right here, right outside of the range, and I'll usually be able to tell if you're just inside or just outside of the range, and my ears have gotten pretty good at detecting that, believe it or not. From there, that's what you try to find first in your 3, and then from there, um, once you could sort of more or less stabilize that using the techniques we learn, you continue to try to deepen it and relax it more and lock it in and whatever. So that way you're operating more from this middle point and you have wiggle room instead of constantly being on the edge and then maybe not being able to resist enough for those high sounds. Um, so it's going to feel not necessarily the tension again, but the position where your 3 should be, even just for is going to feel so low compared to what you're used to. Again, it depends on your language, but based on my experience, this isn't just for Japanese speakers. It's maybe more for Japanese speakers, but Spanish speakers, Russian speakers, Mandarin speakers, okay? It's going to be so low that you're like, how? How can anybody talk this way? How could it be possible for my 3 to be this low? Same thing with the back of the tongue. Usually when people get the back of the tongue low enough to where it actually sounds like it's in place, the biggest response I get from people when I'm like, "Hey, it sounds like the back of your tongue is in place now." They're like, "I have to have that much space in my mouth?" Yes, you have to have that much space in your mouth. It's a lot more than you realize. Okay. In fact, trying to go into Spanish, I feel like I have so little space that I don't know how I can talk like that. It's very difficult to maintain. My tongue keeps wanting to come down. I have trouble working with so little space. Okay. You guys have to get a lot more space. So anyway, um, I'm losing my voice. Hold on. I feel bad about Ivan now. I think he left. I'm sorry, Ivan. La 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 la. Where am I? My memory is a little fuzzy, but I remember you discussing something similar with Odila before. Yeah, so that was what I was talking about with that. I know I bore you. You don't bore me. Nobody bores me. Everybody is interested. But if you don't mind. But I am introverted, so I only have a limited amount of energy for you. Could you please quickly analyze how Puppet King from Dark Deception sounds to you as a native? There's a short video of his voice on YouTube. I guess I could do that. Again, unfortunately, I can't share the audio today. I'll probably just switch to Windows for the lives until I can figure out how to do the whole audio thing. But we'll do that next time. Again, it's probably good to avoid copyright claims. Let me do this guy first, even though if Ivan's gone, like it'll at least be here, and then I could be like, "Hey, Ivan, like it's on there." I don't know, like interview Max Holloway interview, and then I'll do yours because I feel really bad. I think Ivan left. I'm gonna assume it's this guy. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, no, he definitely has an accent. Without doing too much analysis there, he sounds maybe a little bit Irish, even a little bit Jamaican. Sometimes there's some overlap there. Um, maybe a little Hispanic. I don't want to get too much into it, but he definitely doesn't sound native to me. He has some native like uh, or some naturalness to it, but I can definitely hear an accent in there. Okay, so this other one, what were you asking me about? Let me can I it's full windowed, okay, whatever. That's the thing I don't like about Zen browsers. I can't like oh I can. Okay, good. Yay. Um who is this person? Puppet King from Dark Deception. Dark Deception official public voice reveal. Is that? It's 4 months ago. I don't know if that's what we're looking for because that was only 4 months ago. Dark Deception 5, that's 2 years ago. So I don't know what we're looking for here. Is it like a new thing? Is it? I'm gonna assume it's this. The voice reveal. Okay. Oh, I like the background music. King without a crown. You want to. That's definitely not American. Okay. So to me, the voice sounds, again, I'm sorry you guys can't hear that, but the voice sounds it doesn't sound British, but it does sound like, how do I describe that? It's not like an American trying to do a British accent. It's sort of like an American version of, okay, so like when we like if you watch like Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, usually things that are set in sort of like a in the past fantasy type world, usually you'll hear British accents because just culturally it goes with the vibe. Even if they're like American actors, often there's like British accents and stuff. And like it just it it goes with it. It feels old timey, right? Even though it's not actually historic, it feels old timey. That's one of the effects of the British accent. And sometimes, especially like in video games and stuff, you'll hear someone trying to do this sort of like very fancy, like royal sounding type of speech that seems to be drawing on that type of thing, right? Because it sounds very like royal, and like this type of character seems um like he would sort of fit in that type of world, and especially with his attitude, how he's talking and stuff, right? Every puppet needs a master or something like that. It seems almost like an American version of this very like fancy royal British inspired type fantasy accent, but I don't hear a British accent necessarily. So there's like some Britishness to it with how he says certain things, but it sounds like an American accent to me. Um, so I wouldn't say that sounds like a native necessarily. I don't know if I can mimic that without trying to do an actual British accent. Let me see. Yeah, because he's not saying like all puppets, he's saying all puppets. All puppets are destined. See, it just sounds kind of like arrogant, superior, fancy. All puppets are destined to have a master, or something. Or was it? Yeah, so to be controlled by a master. He has a little bit of like that master, but there's still an R there. Master. He's just not. He's doing like a really light R. So again, it sort of ends up in that sort of like in between spot where it still sounds American, but it sounds kind of like it's toward the British. Um, let's see. I mean, such deepness. Okay, the deepness. Actually, deeper was it? Voice actor is American. He's from New York. Yeah. If I had to guess, I don't like to make these types of guesses. If I had to guess, I would say maybe he's black as well. Just based off of my references and stuff for things. Let me know if my guess is right on that. But yeah, it could also be edited. I'm sure that there's like obviously he has like this like there's obviously like a voice filter over it. Yeah, he's black. See, I got it. Um, so there's like this voice filter over it. You guys can't hear it obviously, but it's like there's clearly some sort of like synth thing going on. He voiced a Mortal Kombat character. Yeah, he sounds like you should voice a Mortal Kombat character. It's a really good voice. I love this voice. It's like this guy's really good. I love this, and I love the background. I love this whole thing. I've never heard of Dark Deception or this character or anything. I'm really liking this. This bravo, bravo. But the deepness of the voice, King, fear me, obey me, and I will be your king. Yeah, it does sound, again, for this particular speaker, it might not be too deep. That might be part of his normal voice. He might just be like a bigger individual. But it does seem like with what I was describing for this type of accent, like if I'm trying to sound like that, like what did you say right there? Like, see, like fear me. See, this is not my normal depth, but it sounds more. Uh, it sounds stronger. It sounds more. I'm proclaiming my superiority and my strength because I'm using this deeper. Now, I'm not just completely deepening my voice. I'm just slightly deepening it and maybe projecting a little bit more. Obey me, and I will be your king. It gives sort of a heavier, more authoritative feeling to it, especially if you're doing this type of character where, like, clearly based off of the things he's even saying, just the context of what he's saying, I'm up here, you're down here. I'm in charge, right? And so that sort of little bit of a lower, even if it's not super lower than how the person might speak, getting just a little bit lower down here where maybe I'm just kind of holding a little bit lower throat, not trying to speak like this, or like I'm Batman, right? It can give a little, literally a little bit more weight to what the person is saying, literally through the heaviness of the voice. So yeah, that might be to some extent just for the character. I'm getting really tired of that. I need to fix that in my settings if I can. But yeah, it's a good question. So I wouldn't necessarily mimic that if you're trying to get a natural depth. In fact, again, this seems kind of like a character voice overall, a little bit of a character accent to it. Um, it doesn't sound, and if this is the way the person naturally speaks, then that's fine. I'm not judging that. It does seem like it's for a character effect, but how this person sounds here does not, including the depth, I would say, does not necessarily sound like what I would expect for natural American speech in everyday life. It's for show. It's for an effect. Yeah. Um, of course, the one day I need the audio, where you guys can't hear it. You guys can go, like, I don't know, you just find what I found and listen to it yourself. But so when you say we also push down the back on every sound, just push, no pushed, unless I'm describing a specific case where we did that, like in the past. We also push down and back on every sound. Should we feel the directional tension of sound placement pulling back on the center of gravity? The weight or the tension is going directly in the throat, specifically on the valve. I'm a little confused by what we mean here, especially with this follow-up, because that seems like it's a completely different question. Maybe rephrase that. What games did you enjoy playing when you were a kid? I'm a 90s kid. I was born in 89, so I was playing the NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. Dreamcast was around when I was a kid, but I never had a Dreamcast. I had an N64, Nintendo 64. Got that when I was about 10 years old. And it was crazy because all the new 3D, the 3D technology, right? At the time, like we were like, wow, the graphics are so great playing like Super Mario 64, Legend of Zelda, even though they're like super boxy. We're like, wow, the graphics are so great because we were going from like these 2D, side scroller games to actual 3D play environments. And it was really, really awesome. It was really cool. So yeah, I mean, Mario games, Zelda games, obviously, like I have the Triforce on the back of my hand. I love Zelda. I haven't played every Zelda game, which is I'm a little embarrassed to admit, but goddamn it, sorry. It just bugs me. Because I keep thinking I need to tighten this up when it swivels, because like that would be where it's tight, but then it's like, okay, sorry. It's just my brain gets weird. Anyway, Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was great, especially on the Super Nintendo, Donkey Kong Country. So fun. Games used to be hard. There are some hard games these days, but games used to be really hard. Like, yeah. Um, as a teenager, I would play Halo. I loved Halo. I played a lot of Halo. Mm, I'm talking about like Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3. Like, I was already an adult when Halo Reach came out. Which, by the way, that game saved the Xbox. I don't know if you guys know. Like, the Xbox was literally about to die. Like, it wasn't working. Like, nobody was buying it. Nobody wanted the games. Their games sucked because, it's Microsoft. Everything Microsoft does sucks. And then they decided to buy Halo from the like, bring that game in, buy the rights to it, bring the team in, and Halo saved the Xbox. Like, Xbox would not be around today if it weren't for Halo, which I think is just a funny little fact, like a fun little fact, because I think it's hilarious because Microsoft is poison. Like, the only reason why Windows is a thing is because Bill Gates is a marketing genius, and he got back in the like whenever the personal computer started coming, like early 90s, maybe late 80s. I don't know. I was born in 89, so I don't remember exactly. But back around like the early 90s, computer manufacturers, when people first started doing PCs, they didn't come with the software. You have to like buy the computer and then buy the software and then install the software. And nobody knew how to do that, right? So in order to make it more mainstream and easier for the average person who wasn't technical, like tech savvy, he said, "Hey, manufacturers, just before you send out your computer, install Windows onto your thing, and then it has an operating system, and then the customer doesn't have to worry about it. It's a win-win." And it was a win-win for both of them, but it was a loss for everybody else, like the whole world, essentially. Such an inferior operating system. It's terrible. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I myself am not technically savvy to go into all the reasons why, but like, you don't need a registry. You don't need a copy of every single thing that you save and download onto the computer and all this nonsense. Like, no, Linux superiority. Anyway, games, tangents, things, whatever. Yeah, I played computer games too. Lemmings, TIE Fighter versus X-Wing. That was a really fun game. So on and so forth. A lot of 90s games, early 2000s games, right? I think I messed up my lipstick. Hold on. I don't want to just like keep talking if I look ugly. I mean, I look ugly anyway, but let's make sure I don't smear it all over my face. Can I see any clip of someone? To be honest, I'm curious what your thoughts are about that. Yeah, we could do that. Again, you won't be able to hear it. It's like the same as Wesker. Wesker aristocratic accent. Yeah, send it. Go ahead. Just tell me who it is. Is this voice? I already did that. Blah blah. Accident. Okay. Blah blah blah. Do you think admit can ever be pronounced like emit? Emit it. That's on the edge because that sounds kind of like omit. We would reduce the O to omit. You omitted that information. If you get really lazy, just omit it. Yes, the brain will kind of fill in the details. As an English learner, I wouldn't recommend it. It's very dangerous territory. It shouldn't be that way. That's kind of surprising to me, but it does sound okay if I try to say it that way quickly. First verse of Charlie Puth, how long when he sings I'll admit, it almost sounds to me like I'll omit. Well, there you go, omit, right? That's exactly what I was saying. I don't know, I can give a quick listen. It's probably a different song, but it's been a long time that you, my friend. That's like the only Charlie Puth song I know. Okay, what very first verse? Yeah, video. Start singing. He's legitimately a musical genius, though. Like, I don't really care too much for his, like, a lot of his songs. I don't really pay much attention to him, but, like, I've seen some of his behind the scenes stuff and whatever. He's a legit musical genius. Like, his brain is made for language, or for not language, music. So I'm not hearing I'm hearing a very, very, very lazy ah that's like barely formed. I'll limit. Not I'll limit. It's even kind of, he actually might be doing, because remember the ah, right? We open the jaw, the ah is going to be sort of like right around here. The start of I would be on the other side, and there's a little bit of a range for that. Um, because it's so lazy, and because we don't use the start of I or ow as individual sounds, he might actually even just be doing a sort of a lazy ah, because it does sound kind of schwa like to me, but I don't hear It's definitely not just a straight So it might be so lazy that he's kind of gravitating into this, which again, don't try to do that as a non-native speaker. This is a weird, like super lazy, crazy thing, and it's just because we never use that starting sound as an individual sound. Um, let's see. A limit, a limit. Yeah, it even sounds like when he says the I, which is also very lazy and sort of cutting the diphthong in aisle, it kind of sounds like he's doing the same sound in like the start of aisle and then the start of admit. I'll admit, I'll admit. Okay. Um, yeah. That actually seems like a good song. I'm gonna listen to that later. Anyway. Again, sorry guys, you can't hear the audio. Where am I going? Where? Things. Oh, look, I've almost caught up. Can you say Irish? It would just be fast, not faster. Faster is relative. It'd be faster than someone else. That's gonna be a hard one. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Just like trying to read it the first time. Yeah, R's and W's that are close to each other, it messes up natives. It's because of how like we find W before we find R, and then we sort of build the R off of the W as children, as native children. So they're sort of wired together in our brains. But Irish. Okay, let me see if I can say it first. Irish wristwatch. Okay, Irish wristwatch. See if I can go faster. Irish. Irish wrist. Irish. I can't do it. Irish wrist. Irish. I can't. Irish wristwatch. Yeah. So congratulations, you made a fool of the pronunciation teacher. Good job. That's a really hard one. If I say wristwatch. I can say that pretty well. Irish wrist. That's a little harder, but I can do that. Irish wrist. I See, I keep wanting to do the S in wrist as an SH. That's part of the problem when I put Irish in front of Irish wrist, Irish wristwatch. Yeah, it's no, it's hard for me to, I can't do it at the same speed. I'd have to slow it down. So yeah, good job. That's a good one. You have fun. Same with the word submit. Sometimes I just pronounce it as submit with silent B. Sounds like nasalized vowel. I don't. Well, I mean, yeah. If it's coming before NM or NG, you can get partial nasalization. You don't want to fully nasalize it. We never fully nasalize, but yeah, no. When you have like a B before an M, I actually have a video. It's not on that specific link, but I forget what it's called. It's somewhere in the original American English pronunciation course that I made before I started doing the mouth posture. Somewhere in the linking rules or something, I talk about how like if you have this type of situation where you're going like from a B into an M like that, the B will just become silent. you can still kind of stop it. You can say submit, right? But we don't say submit. We don't usually break it unless maybe we have a special reason to do that. So because like it's kind of already so similar to the M anyway, we just tend to say submit, submit, submit. So it would sound exactly like the word summit, except a different stress pattern. It'd be summit and then submit, submit. Basically same thing, but just change the stress. There's other examples like that, but yeah, no, that's fine. That's a very common way to say it. Same thing with obvious, obvious. Yeah, you can drop the B. That one's a little bit of a weird one, but again, it's because like the V is also on the lip. The B should be there in that case, but we tend to drop it. Obvious. It's not a big deal. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. A little bit of a different case, but that we also can drop the B there. It's not a problem. Do you think Elon Musk sounds native to Americans? Not exactly. No, I mean he's South African. To my ears, I'm not super like I don't know all the details of like the general, I guess, South African accent or whatever that white South Africaners would speak in. Sometimes I hear more of an accent, sometimes I hear less. Like Trevor Noah is South African, and he sounds maybe a little bit not quite American, but to me, like South Africans, they sound kind of like. Again, I'm painting broad strokes based off what I've heard. I'm not trying to peg every South African into a hole here, but based off of what I've heard of the accent in the media, it's sort of like almost like where Australian to me sounds sort of like a mix between British and American, with a little tweaking. South African sounds sort of like a mix between American and Australian. That's very light and maybe more towards the American English side. I don't know if that's just based off of people I've heard in the media. Maybe they've been influenced by American English. I know Trevor Noah has like a not quite a simple, upbringing and stuff. I don't remember all the details, but I think he has like influence of both. But anyway, like I don't know. Elon Musk seems a little bit off, but I don't know. He doesn't really sound to me like he's from any particular place. I don't know. I don't pay attention to him. I used to be a big fan, back before he went crazy and showed his true colors. Obviously, he's terrible, terrible, terrible human being. Literally responsible for the deaths of millions of people now. Tesla was promising. I wanted a Tesla for the longest time. I could never afford one. I was trying to save up for one, and then here we are now, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening. Glad I didn't buy one because I wouldn't be able to sell it. Nobody wants to buy them. Yeah, no. Anyway, I'm sure he doesn't. Unfortunately, I can't see any clip on Instagram. I don't know why. That's weird. Yeah, by the way, guys, I have an Instagram. It's not for English hacks. It's for my personal thing. Do not go there and ask me English questions because, but IFAT follows me on Instagram, and that's why he has access to that. So you can follow me on Instagram, but that's not for my English. Please don't flood me with a bunch of English questions. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Maybe it'll send later. I don't know, something. I can maybe answer it next stream. You could try to send it to email. Whatever email. I don't know what email I have listed on the channel right now. Let's see. I keep forgetting that I renamed the channel. Sound native with Calvin. What am I looking for again? What did I come here for? Oh yeah, email. Okay, native English hack. So you can always send it to that. This. If you have English questions, you should send them here. I don't check it all the time. I don't always get notifications for it, so I promise I'm not trying to ignore you. But any English questions are better to send there. So you can try that instead and just let me know when you sent it. Blam, 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 blam. I don't know what I'm doing. My brain is not working. Come back over here. La, 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 la. Where were we? I don't know why, but I can pronounce Irish wristwatch faster than you, maybe because I do it wrong. Maybe. I don't know. But it could also be, right, because you're coming from, I think you mentioned Russian earlier, so you're coming from Russian. Right, what did I say earlier? When we're English-speaking children and we're learning how to form the sounds, R is the last sound that we develop. Some people never develop it. It's considered a speech impediment, and they'll just use the W instead. But if you listen to, like, young English-speaking children, like, between 2 and 5, maybe 6 or so, they'll replace the R with a W. So instead of brother, the R consonant they'll replace with a W, and then the R vowel, what I call the R vowel, would just be more like the British version. So they'll say like the is basically a schwa sound. And so because we develop the W first and that replaces the R, at least the consonant, and then when we learn how to develop the R on top of that, it's like we get the W first, and then the circuitry in the brain for the R gets layered on top of that. And I don't know all the technical, neurophysiology or neurobiology ways, I'm not a neuroscientist. I don't know all the details of that, but that seems to be how it works in the natural development of American English speech, and probably British English speech too, as far as the R consonant goes. And so for us, they're sort of linked together. So then when we have W's and R's next to each other, again, don't be confused by spelling. WR and wrist, that's just an R sound. Like, you can still engage the lips, but it's just an R sound. The lips don't really affect the R. But if we have like woo, right? So it's like Irish, woo, Irish, wrist. And then because the W, like, even if it weren't spelled WR, just having the actual W sound and the actual R sound close to each other, it could literally just be one R and one W. Sometimes we'll get tongue-tied and switch them. It doesn't have to be like a bunch of W's and R's next to each other. So yeah, our wiring, it's just they're too tied together for those two sounds. And so it's very easy for us to like accidentally flip them when they're close to each other. It's kind of fascinating in my opinion. So if in your language you don't have that R, because I know Russian has a trilled R, you don't have RR, right? And I don't think Russian even has a W. You have probably more of an oo sound. Most languages don't have W; they have oo instead. So if you don't have one or both of those sounds, it probably is going to be easier for you to do it, even if you are doing it correctly. You might not be doing it wrong. I'd have to listen to you to verify, but you don't have that built-in thing that we develop as native speakers. And so, yeah, this is a case where it actually might legitimately just be easier for you to do. Since you've come out as trans, will you delete your old videos to forget your past? I hope it won't happen, so I don't need to download all the courses. So, no, especially because I'm still teaching this. And most of the people that find me through the channel. So I would literally be shooting myself in the foot and lose a lot of potential business. So if for no other reason, there's that. Also, yeah, I put a lot of time, I spent several years making all that content and stuff. When I first came out, before I came out to everybody else, I just came out to myself, and maybe one or two friends, and my brother. I was really, really, really tempted to delete the channel, because I was even going to stop teaching English, because I was like, that's his life, right? And as I told you guys before, I never got into English teaching because I really enjoy it and it's my passion. I this is the thing I've always wanted to do. I sort of stumbled into it. I'm naturally good at languages. I'm good at pronunciation. I enjoy that. That's, part of my wiring. But I never I always hated English class in school. Never thought I'd become an English teacher of any kind. And then I stumbled upon italki when I was trying to teach myself Spanish. I figured, hey, instead of working as a delivery driver for Jimmy John's, which funny enough, I'm still a delivery driver, but instead of working as a delivery driver for Jimmy John's in Arizona, where I was at the time, I can actually like start doing this like informal tutoring thing on italki because I don't need any credentials. I could just be an informal tutor, and then that just sort of grew over time, and then here we are now, right? I ended up sort of specializing and going into it. So it's great work. I like helping people. This and that. I'm grateful for every student I get and every penny I've made from it. Uh, but at first I was like, this is a new chapter in my life, and I am going to just like I wanted to like get rid of pretty much everything. But because I was not in a financial situation to just stop, I didn't even have another job lined up or anything. Actually started looking for other jobs, and I was like, once I find another job, I'm going to stop teaching. I'm going to shut down the YouTube channel. I'm done. Right? I don't want anything to do with it because that's part of my old life. Right? And then I had a breakthrough because the posture course was also kind of like failing. It like I was up against a wall, and then I had a breakthrough. I had a major breakthrough with it. That was right around before the times that I started, around the time before I started figuring out like the numbers and stuff. And then a little while after that, I had another breakthrough, and then I was like, well, I can up the price of the course a little bit. So I upped the price of the course, and I was actually having quite a few students at that time. It was a pretty busy period, and so I was like, well, like I kind of started becoming okay with the fact that this part of my life has continued, even though I've been trans, or now I'm trans. I've always been trans, but I'm now out as trans. Um, and then, of course, I came out to you guys publicly and this and that, whatever. And that was kind of a scary thing. I started coming out to my students first, in class. And then I made the big announcement here. And then I stopped boy moding, and this is how I present every day. Like this, I'm me all the time now. And so, I will say I despise my voice. I have pretty bad voice dysphoria, but the only reason why I'm able to kind of just accept it, I am kind of working on my voice on the side, and I'm going to be working with a professional next year. I have it scheduled to actually work on it. You'd think I'd be able to figure that out. It's a lot harder than you think. It's less overlap than you would think with accents. So I'm going to get some help with that, and I am going to be changing my voice. Uh, but I hate my voice, especially when I hear my voice. But because I'm used to talking so much, I'm introverted. I don't talk this much in real life, but because I'm used to talking to you guys on the channel, on the lives, in my classes, talking about language, using my voice in different ways. Like when I do this, I become really, really uncomfortable and self-conscious because I don't want my voice to be that low. Like I think my voice is already too low for what I want it to sound like normally. Um, and so but I'm doing it, to demonstrate. So it's like I have sort of a tolerance even though I don't like it. Um, yeah, felt like a substitute teacher, yeah, right? Um, so I have no plans at this point to delete the channel, or at any future point as far as I can foresee, um, especially as long as I'm continuing to do this job. I need students if I'm gonna continue to do the job. So again, tell your friends. Um, I'm getting sort of this rocky place where I might be forced to go find something else. Of course, the economy is about to collapse anyway, so that probably wouldn't help anyway. But things are getting really, really tough. That aside, uh, I also think that, especially like I do want to pass. We call it passing, where it's like if you look at me, you're like, oh, that's just a woman, right? Like you wouldn't guess that I'm trans or whatever. I do want to get to that point eventually, but I'm also getting more comfortable in the fact that I may not never get there. That's called passing privilege because not everybody who's trans can reach that point, even if they have the money for surgeries and this and that. Like sometimes either just because of how you are, like how your body formed or whatever, and or because you already went through the wrong puberty, which I did unfortunately. um, you may not be able to change things enough to you know fit within the that what people would perceive as the opposite gender. And part of me has sort of gotten a little bit more comfortable and even a little bit of sort of pride, I guess, in not passing because like we exist, not everybody can pass. I'm very natural. Being trans is biological. Gender is in the brain. That sounds like gender ideology, blah, blah, blah. That's not what we're here for. I know you can watch my other channel for that. But like there's lots of science behind this. I'm not just saying this because, some woke psychology or sociology professor on YouTube brainwashed me or something. Like there's literally mountains of data. I have a link tree on my other channel. Go to my other channel, go to my link tree. I can even show you guys right here really quick. Okay, right here, this is my admin stuff, but this is what it looks like. See if I can. That's not what I want. Can you like load? I don't know what's up with my internet. Anyway, whatever. You see my platforms and stuff, but then there's also like science and statistics. This is like from Cornell University. This is a meta-analysis of 55 studies. Okay, this is from Forrest Valkai. He's an actual biologist, a trained biologist. He's not some woke crazy person. He's a literally, I mean, he is woke, but he's a trained biologist. He talks a lot about that. This video is really great. Blah blah blah. 80% of trans kids detransition debunked. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Desistance doesn't really happen. It's a multi-method review of the literature. This is one I just actually made the video on. If you give a cisgender man estrogen, as his body starts, number one, his brain chemistry will get off, and then as his body starts changing, he will begin to hate his existence. That's actually how Alan Turing died. Because he was gay, and so his punishment for being gay, even though he was a hero in what was it, World War II, they forced him onto estrogen, and he ended up killing himself because he couldn't handle the changes that were happening. You give estrogen to a trans woman such as myself, and when the changes happen, number one, my thinking is so much clearer. It's so much better. Like, I still have ADHD and stuff, so whatever. But I have a lot less brain fog. I feel like my brain chemistry is much more balanced. But then I haven't had a whole lot of changes yet. I'm still waiting on them, unfortunately. Like this is fake. But as the changes do happen, I feel happier. I feel better. I like more of how my body looks, and I feel more comfortable in my body. It's because it's in the brain. As the brain starts matching the body more, or sorry, as the body starts matching the brain more, then whatever. And we've tried to cure it with therapy and this and that. We've tried for over a century to fix it, and it doesn't work that way because it's the wiring in the brain. You would have to change the wiring in the brain. Okay, and we're just natural, just like redheads are 2% of the population. Trans people are about like 1 to 2, maybe 3% of the population. Right now, that's at about 1.3% according to Gallup, but that's because we're being more accepted. There's going to be more of us coming out and realizing we're trans. That's going to eventually plateau, just like it did for left-handed people. There used to be 2% left-handed people, then there's 12% left-handed people. Why? Not because people are identifying as left-handed, because it was religiously repressed and seen as evil. And then once it wasn't repressed anymore, ta-da. Okay. Anyway, you can go, there's tons and tons of science. Okay. And then also we're being genocided. There's legal stuff here. Genocide doesn't just mean extermination. That I just got my video demonetized probably, but experts warn that trans Americans, as well as in Britain, I would say, we're in the early stages of that. Go check my other channel. You can check my link tree, blah, blah, blah. If you want to learn more, everything I say as much as possible is rooted in science. It's not just propaganda or woke nonsense or, whatever you want to think. I know my audience here, you guys, obviously, if you're here in the live stream, you probably are accepting of the fact that I am who I am. Where am I going? Let's come over here. I can't do two things at once. Sorry. Oh my God, where'd my chat go? Okay. So the whole point of that, I don't know why, I don't remember why I went off on that, but yeah, I don't plan to leave the channel. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like being a person who is visibly trans. My other channel, yes, I talk about trans issues, but in this channel, I'm teaching English. Like I generally don't talk about trans stuff. Like if you guys ask me or whatever, I'm happy to talk about it, but that's not the focus of this channel, right? Like I am a professional teacher. I'm a normal person. I am teaching pronunciation. Like, okay. And I think that type of representation of, hey, I'm just a normal person talking about things in my field, helping people. I think that that's, a good normal thing that the world needs more of, because we're actively being attacked and repressed right now. We're being oppressed in a lot of places. Um, and like literally, I feel that me being visible is an act of resistance. Like they can try to silence me all they want, but I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to go out uh, silent. That's how I started. I was very afraid, and I've sort of gotten to a point now where I'm like, well, I can't, even if I'm afraid, I can't not speak. I can't be silent. So I'm going to live my life. I'm not going to let them take my joy. I'm still going to, be the normal person that I am, who just happens to be trans. And anybody who has a problem with that and wants to unsubscribe, bye. I don't care. Like, I don't want you as a subscriber or a student. The return of freeze. Yeah, I know. I saw that on the thing. Is that because the S is more likely attached to the following syllable while the K isn't? Like expose activity. I can't even read my own thing. See, Matan has really gotten my transcription method down. That's nice. S is more. I don't know the question. What this seems. Was it related to this question? Expose activity more closely attached to the following syllable. Expose. I don't know. You can clarify that. Send it over email. Okay. I saw another question down here that I'm going to want to get to. Okay. So this, I'm going to delete this. I don't want you to necessarily feel like you're being attacked or anything. I understand that if you're not familiar with trans people or trans issues, whatever, that sometimes we don't realize what is appropriate and inappropriate. That is not an appropriate question. And although generally I am perfectly fine answering even that type of question, on principle, I don't, because that's no one's business but my own. And there are a lot of cisgender people who, even if they have innocent, normal intentions, yeah, I know, I'm not taking offense to it or anything. I'm just explaining. Even if you have normal, innocent intentions, you're just curious, whatever, like, think about it the other way, right? Like, if someone came up to you and they were like, hey, let's say they see that you're a guy, but they don't know if you're a trans man or a cis man, right? You might assume that you're cis because, trans people are a small percent of the population, but there are plenty of cis or of trans men who pass. Like, they look like they were, they're born with full on male anatomy, but obviously if somebody's wearing pants, you can't see, right? And so, like, what if somebody walked up to you and they're like, hey, do you have one? Like, or are you a fake man? Are you trans man? I know that's not what you're implying, but that's some people might be doing that. A lot of people who ask that question don't come in good faith, right? There's even some trans people who might ask other trans people that for malicious reasons, and saying like, oh, well, if you don't plan to get rid of it, then you're not actually trans, which isn't how that works. But that's called trans medicalism. That's a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of nonsense. But anyway, I'm here to educate, not yell at people. Okay. I just want to make that clear that is not an appropriate question. And I'm not attacking you. I'm not blaming you or anything. Just, we learn. Okay. Now you know. So now you can act in a more informed way, right? I want to be a good ambassador for my community as much as possible, because there's a lot of propaganda already saying that we're crazy and mentally unstable and this and that and blah blah blah. And there's lots of right wing media gotchas of like, look at this trans person who, you know, just because we didn't use this person didn't use the right pronouns, they blew up and got all mad. Look, they're crazy, they're unstable, it's the hormones, blah blah blah. It's like, no, if you were treated that way, like if I go out in the world, I live in an area where most people gender me properly, and it's not a problem. It's great. But if you were going out in the world, like me, if I go out in the world and everybody constantly is calling me sir and this and that and blah blah blah, it's not just because, oh, it hurts my feelings. Like you would feel the same way if you were like a cisgender man. You go out in the world and everybody around you started calling you ma'am and started treating you like a woman, for whatever reason. Just like you're in the upside down now, right? Everybody's treating you like a woman, even though you clearly look like a man, or maybe they don't think you clearly look like a man. Whatever the reason is, that would wear on your mental health, and then eventually you might blow up, and then it happens to get caught on camera and then amplified by right-wing media. It's all fabricated. It's all nonsense. We've been actively attacked for the last like at least 10 years, actually probably since about 2012. There's been an entire media machine, propaganda machine, designed to shift public opinion against us. Um, None of it is reflected in the data. So anyway, again, that's not what we're here for. I'm just going on and on about trans stuff. Um, I'm never going to get to the topic of today's video. That's fine. Well, I mean, I talked about the updates, so I guess we're cool with that. But we were supposed to be doing another thing that we said next time we're going to do this, but maybe we won't get there today. Yeah, it's actually set right. Oh yeah, because I'm on the other OS. 152. I think I'm on Windows for some reason. It's weird. When did I start this? 11, 12, 1, 2. Damn, it's only been almost 3 hours. I definitely don't want to go past 4 hours today. So we still got some time, but keep in mind time is always limited. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, email. Let me grab this really quick. Gmail. Where are we going here? So we still have the Taylor Swift picture. The girl's accent. Okay. Let's see.
So, what brings you to Greensboro? Just the trip for his birthday. Where's home? Charlotte. Charlotte. So yeah. You just left Charlotte. Yeah. Trains are a big thing in Russia, and we've never been on a train here. But it's like one of the main, forms of transportation there. Sure. So.
It's a little loud, sorry. Definitely a lot of background noise there.
So, what brings you to Greensboro? Just the trip for his birthday. Where's home?
So there's a lot of background noise there, and what I'm picking up, like if you didn't ask me if she has an accent, I'm not detecting anything particularly. Like if I'm really listening, I can maybe hear a little bit of like sort of like a slight Slavic sound or something. But to me, it mostly just sounds like she's slurring her words. Like she just sounds like she's talking like this. Like, oh, we're just here to see, but not like my tone sounds angry, and she doesn't sound angry, but it just sounds like she's really not enunciating. She's kind of like slurring her sounds a little bit. That's the main thing I hear, but it's not really the best audio clip. So yeah. So more English, I guess. She's not obviously Russian sounding to me in that clip or anything like that. My name is just random. Okay. Do you have recordings of your students that made remarkable improvements in their pronunciation? Not yet, no. I've tried to do like recordings of like some classes and stuff, and sometimes like the audio doesn't record right, or I have a problem with it. So I'm trying to do like some promotional content for students that are okay with that. I keep forgetting half the time because like reasons, but in terms of like like a testimonial thing, like here, this person, number one, I don't really have any place to put those, like I guess I can upload them to the channel, and that would be nice. I guess I do have a place to put them. I was thinking like a website. I don't have a website. Usually when I think about that type of stuff, I think it's on a website, not on YouTube. But there's various reasons for that. Not everybody's comfortable with that too. But I have had my eye on that, especially as the course gets better and better and stuff. There's there's one particular student that she didn't completely finish, but she basically got there and then she kind of like disappeared. She said she was going to come back at some point, but I think she ran into like some financial stuff as the economy was shifting. Um, there's another student I'm working with right now that she's making pretty incredible changes. She's one of my star students right now. She's still in the first half of the course and she's doing really, really well. So she might be a person, if she's okay with it, I might do something like that with her and put it on the channel. Um, but again, she's still in the first half of the course. Um, there's students like Maten, but again, Maten he came to me with like pretty good accent to begin with. He has improved for sure. But that wouldn't be like a drastic improvement. Um, and let me rephrase that. It wouldn't be a drastic improvement in terms of what would be very obvious to the average person. Like Maten has made a lot of improvements. But he didn't come to me sounding, he didn't have a super thick Japanese accent. So, okay. Yeah. So right now, not yet. The course is a working product and I know like what works and stuff. There's still like little weak spots and things that I'm trying to like improve and add in, like filtering it more into your speech and stuff. I'm building that into the course right now, working on the 6 and seeing how that coordinates things. So there's always like little things I'm tweaking and changing and testing and coming up with new ideas and stuff. And it's a solid working course right now that I know works. My goal, as I said before, is to get it to the point where, which I may never get to this point exactly, but I want to say like, hey, if you sign up with classes for me in 3 months, it's big, big, big task, right? 3 months. If you do what I tell you to do for 3 months, you will sound at least native like, if not native. Okay. That's my goal. I don't know if it's possible to reach that goal. Obviously, not everybody will be able to do that. The average person is my goal. Obviously, if you're below average, it's going to take longer. That's just because you're how your brain happens to be. Whatever. That's fine. It's going to take you longer. Not a big deal. But for the average person, maybe 6 months might be a little bit more of a reasonable target. But I don't have it there yet. I don't have it optimized enough to where I can make that sort of pitch. And when I get it to that point, that's probably when I want to do, things like that. Because if I can take somebody from like the average person from 0 to at least native like in 6 months, that's pretty huge. And then I can be like, look, this person worked with me for 6 months. This was their starting accent. This is their accent now. Right. Where right now it's like I don't have an end point because like some people I only see once a week, some people I see 3 times a week. Some people, although generally I have to see you once a week, some people are still able to make improvements of only seeing them once every 2 weeks, which I don't recommend. But as long as you're making improvement, fine. You can still work with me. That's okay. I need the money anyway. But if you're not making improvement, I don't want to waste your time and money if you're doing once every 2 weeks. But anyway, point is there. I have people that like putting in, different time in class. Some people can put in more effort outside of class. Some people can put less effort. I'm still trying to optimize things and get it to be like a good time frame. So I just don't have a perfect time frame. And so I don't want to be like, hey, look, this person went from here to here, but it took them like 2 years to do it. Right. Like, I mean, some people would still probably be happy with that because it's like, well, the alternative is never get it. But I want it to be like a really good pitch before I start doing videos like that, where it's like, it seems impossible, but it's not. Like, here's proof, right? So anyway, I'm still trying to optimize it. That's the point. It works. It's just not fully optimized to where I can make claims like that yet. You sound good. I think we all hate our voices when we listen to our brains. Yeah, no, that's true. But it's even more so for me. Like I've always hated my voice and I never knew why. Now I know why. It's a little bit different for trans people. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. You sound really good, don't you? What's the question? Stuff, yeah. we went through that. Okay. Hi, Kevin. Sorry. I improved a lot with your videos in 2021. I had very strong accent. Now I sound better. Well, there you go. See, Kevin is proof. I don't think I've ever had a class with Kevin. Right. Using the videos. I've had a lot of people tell me that like just using the videos, they've improved a lot. And so, I mean, that's great. You know, my first half of the comment didn't go through. Oh, I see. That makes sense. That would be why. I mean, you can repost it now and I can piece it together. La, 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 la. I really like your videos. They help a lot. Good. Awesome. When I had long hair and since I'm lean, sometimes people would call me señorita. All right. And sometimes people might do it by accident if you have like, you know, like more like a boyish face or you know, certain feminine features. But sometimes people will do that just to like put gender conforming pressure because they're like, oh, men shouldn't have long hair. You know, obviously, like if you're being lean, like you're not manly, you need to put muscle on, right? All this like patriarchal cultural nonsense that, you know, has ruled Western culture for centuries. Even though, funny enough, you know, back like, well, I don't even know, like what back in the 1700s or so, like makeup was invented for men. High heels were invented for men. You know, frilly clothing was invented. I mean, I don't know if it was invented for men, but you look back at those portraits of at least the aristocrats, right? Like I don't know how the average person was doing, the average peasant, but you look at, you know, like men would wear the wigs, you know, and they would wear makeup and they would do all this stuff, and that was considered manly and masculine. Now today that's considered girly and feminine and gay and whatever, and it's like that's culture. It's all a bunch of nonsense. All a bunch of nonsense. Like present how you want to present. Doesn't matter. That's one of the things I'm fighting for. You know, like anyway, it doesn't matter. She says Maine sounds very Russian to me. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to go back over it. As I said, it just sounds like she's slurring to me. Okay. I caught up to the end of the chat somehow. Magic. Even though I went on a whole trans rant. Okay, what are we doing here? Is this what I want? Or is not what I want? I am unmoored from my thought process. Oh yeah. So what I titled this video, Mouth Posture Updates July 2026 and Course Walkthrough Part 1. Last time. Let's see if I can find it's under most relevant. That might not give me what I want. Newest. This is a new. I haven't seen this one. Mailed about that. I'll have to double check that. I'll come back to that. Anyway, la 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 la. Starting to get a feeling for why that guy's commenting so much, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. Yeah, a Northern Californian was critiquing my accent. I find that funny. Anyway, what is this? Is this one of the things I wanted to answer? Oh yes. This was I wanted to answer this in the live because I guess I didn't reply to this person. They probably think I'm ignoring them. Could you give some tips on how to make that dip in the center of gravity as possible to do without raising the sides of the tongue? Also, I think they posted this twice because I remember responding to something like this. Could you explain a bit more about what exactly the dip should be? The sides need to be higher than the middle body. This is sort of extra because even if I'm not doing the full sound, it's still there. There's still a little bit of that extra dip there. It's kind of hard to explain, but the middle sides through the whole middle do need to be higher than the middle body, so you get that U shape. Some tips on how to make the you have to, as I said before, like if you put your finger through your skull and you push on that part, it's like this is my finger right here. right? I'm pushing on that part of my tongue right there. That's what it feels like. When I'm not doing as a sound, I can still feel a little bit of that pressure there. But then let's say I'm doing an E now, it feels like I'm pushing my finger on that spot instead. And there's just like a little bit of this still there, but I'm not actually like pushing my finger onto it so much. It's just sort of like a dent that's there. That dent is really hard for me to remove in other languages. Like if I'm doing Spanish, it's still really, really hard for me to get rid of that, even like the shape itself. So it's hard for me still to kind of explain if I have any like special tips for that other than like, hey, just do this, because I have a hard time getting rid of it. It's sort of like built into my tongue. Um, I don't think it's possible to do without raising the sides. Technically, you probably could, but there's no point in that. Um, and then where exactly the dip should be, it's under the sixth tooth. Okay, roughly. Sixth tooth is going to be like somewhere like through this spot. So yeah, it could be as far forward as the fifth tooth. There's a little bit of a range to it, but I recommend that you get sixth tooth because it encourages proper posture, makes it easier for you to let go of certain tensions and stuff. Am I still alive? You guys are quiet. I don't like when you're quiet. Tell me you're alive. Yes, I'm still streaming. Okay. I'm all alone. Nobody's here beside me. I don't know where I'm going. Where did I go? Oh, yeah, I was on comments. Community. You're still alive. Yay. We're alive. Yay. Okay. That's good. Paramore's great. Yeah, see, this person, they asked that sort of before. This is a different question. Do I have to make... Okay, so I did. Yeah, several things aren't working right there. Okay, I'll address it during the next live stream. Okay, so this is the one I was looking for. Okay. Do I have to make that cup shape deliberately and really raise the size of the tongue for the hinge, or is it enough to be touching the sides of the fourth teeth? You can't have a flat tongue. So if you're just touching the edges of the fourth teeth, that's not enough. You need the shape. And it's not that the sides are raised. It's that the middle body is low. The way that I originally described it is that the sides were raised and the body was low. That's technically an accurate description. But people, when they try to lift the sides, especially if you already have a high tongue, it causes the wrong tension structure. You want to hang from the teeth, not lift up to the teeth. That'll give you the right tension setting. But you need to make sure that the middle body is lower than the middle sides. So you get a sort of a wide cup shape. If you're just touching the fourth tooth, you can have a nice flat tongue where the middle and the sides are even and still be touching the edge of the fourth tooth. That's not going to do anything for you. And that's like, you're literally nothing. This is not going to help in any way. If you can't do it, sign up for a class. I mean, like, it's hard for me if I don't know what you're doing, how you sound. Like you might be like, hey, this is how I sound. And you're like, whatever. And I'm like, hey, I hear tension back here. This is super high and tight. That's pushing you forward. That's making it to where maybe you can't release some of this tension. Your 11 is pushing through. Your 3 is pushing through. This is why we start from the bottom up these days with how I teach it. So your 3, your 11. Okay, go down here first. Try to open up your valve. Let your 3 come down. Let your 11 come down, especially the 3. If the 3 is high, it's really hard to get the shape because the 3 is going to be pushing. Sorry, wrong part. The 3 is going to be pushing through that shape. And then even if you're trying to get the middle lower than the sides, you might only be able to get like a really shallow shape instead of a nice, good wide shape like that, right? So go from the bottom up. That's what I would recommend. But if I could hear you like I would in a class, I can actually hear where your tension is and what's off. Okay. Most of the time for most details. So go back, remind myself what the question was. Yeah. Again, you have to let go of your tension settings, even up on, the surface of the tongue. We don't want to be holding it up from down here. We don't want to be holding it from up here. You want to go down, back, wide, release all your native posture settings. Okay. That's a big part of it. You have to relax your native posture settings. They already feel relaxed to you, but you know the direction that you want to go for American English. So you just keep trying to relax into those directions and then engage in structure into those directions. It takes a while. Nobody gets it overnight. Um, in fact, the entire course is just a process of figuring that out, refining it, getting better at it. Okay. Um, and even if I touch the hinge, when I pull the tongue back, it doesn't anymore. Again, you probably have tension that's tensed forward and pinched forward. And so if you're trying to bring it back, it's like you're pushing into a wall. You have to let go from the back also from underneath. Your 11 might be pushing up through here as well. Um, it's not about touching the hinge, because if your tongue is tensed forward and you're touching the fourth tooth, the part of your tongue that's touching the fourth tooth is probably here instead of here. Okay. This is sort of the middle line. It's not like a one pinpoint spot. Again, this is approximate thing, right? These teeth aren't necessarily to scale. But the fourth tooth is going to be about the division between the front part of the tongue and the middle part of the tongue. And if you have a tongue that's tensed forward, even if maybe you have the shape, even if you're touching the fourth tooth with the sides of the middle up here, because the tongue is tensed forward, the wrong part is going to be touching the fourth tooth. It's not enough just to touch the fourth tooth. The fourth tooth doesn't actually even really matter that much. Fourth tooth is a guideline. It's a structural anchor that the brain uses to help keep things lined up. When we, break it, we go to an ah, we go to an ah. There's a little wiggle room, but it's going to roughly stay lined up under there, and then it goes right back to that spot. Otherwise, the brain wouldn't know how to get the tongue back into place. Okay, and that also helps make sure that this back here stays stable indirectly. I'm not going to go into that, but so it helps keep the tongue operating correctly, where your language might, be more attached to the jaw, and you might be doing more of this, where our tongue is a little more flexible and it's not dependent on the jaw. So there's different reasons why we have that fourth tooth hinge. Also, it helps articulate the front of the tongue by itself, because it gives a little support locally without having to, use support down here like other languages might do. Because we're low, right? We're resisting the other way instead. So anyway, details. It's not easy. Okay. And without hearing you, like a random comment like this, I can't answer these questions, right? Because I can't hear you. I don't know what you're doing. If you say, oh, well, I try to do this and it doesn't happen, I can guess why, like I'm trying to do, but I can't tell you why in your particular case. So sign up for a trial, sign up for a consultation, right? Those are the cheaper options, relatively speaking. Trials are only like $30 for an hour. You get one trial with a teacher on italki. So, even if you just want to touch base, like $30 is not as much as I charge for the course itself, but you can get some feedback. You can, I can sort of set you on the right path. And if that's all you can afford, then at least you got something, right? Also must be the fourth tooth, or fifth tooth is okay too. Fifth tooth is not good. Not good. Okay. When I originally introduced the hinge, I said fifth tooth because I got confused by some of the research, but that is based mostly on British English. And I since corrected that. So there's like the first video where I introduced the hinge, I say fifth tooth, and I have since in every video since then corrected and said fourth tooth. So it's the only time you'll hear me say fifth tooth. That was incorrect. The part of your tongue, if you're pushed forward, the part of your tongue that is touching the fourth tooth should probably be touching the fifth tooth, or maybe on the line between the fourth and the fifth tooth. So you can maybe use that as a guide and say, like, okay, I want to bring things back farther, which again, you might have to do from back here and from under here, start from the bottom up. But in the beginning part of the course, we don't even necessarily worry too much about that being 100% exact, because we continue to refine these things as we go. Again, you're not going to get it right away. The course is designed in a way, if you go through the course with me, it's designed in a way to allow you to continue to refine details without getting stuck too much on any particular thing, as long as you're doing well enough overall with where you are in that part of the course. You only need about a 70 to 80% accuracy in the overall settings and stuff at any given point in order to move on and continue to deepen things. And then as we add more and more things, we continue to refine and get more and more accurate, because adding, it's counterintuitive. Adding those extra things actually, because it's all one big complicated machine, it actually helps us to better attack and understand and find details as we go. So, because I tried it the other way and it doesn't work very well. Last question: because of the throat lowering, is it possible that you kind of get a double chin? You should not. If you're getting a double chin, you're probably pulling in like this. You should not be doing this. Okay. There's no way. Even if I try to push my 3 really low, if I go, like, you can see my throat come down. I'm never like, if maybe that's what you mean by a double chin, then sure, I guess, but that's exaggerated. That's even too low for a native. So no. That's actually mostly like a 3, maybe top throat. You shouldn't be doing that much, especially in the top throat. You want to avoid messing with the top throat too much. If I pull everything back and downwards, and then after a while feel some tension release. I didn't even get this comment. I didn't get notified of this comment. If I pull everything back and downwards, and then after a while feel some tension release, so that it doesn't take that much energy to pull the tongue backwards. Is that right? Yeah, so that sometimes people experience that. So like, you're trying to engage our settings, you know how they're supposed to go, right? The direction they're supposed to go, and you have to build those sort of muscles to like engage and structure it that way. But at first, you're going to also be fighting your tension that's going the other way, right? And so part of the process, a big part of the process, is releasing your tension. But just trying to release your tension without engaging ours is kind of hard to do because it already feels relaxed. So if you have like, you're pushing against it at first, you're trying to get ours in the right direction, and then you're like, okay, I kind of know what that feels like. Now let me, it's going to help you. It's going to help you feel if you're doing opposite tension more easily, and then you can better actually start to relax it, and then you won't have to push as hard, and you'll let it kind of relax more into place. That's a very common part of the process that people experience. So that's normal, yes. Let me put this really quick. Didn't get this notification. Answered. Both of these comments in the live on July 26th. I'm in the future, 27th. July 26th. Around, what time step are we on? Make it easy. 3 hours and 16 minutes. 3 hours, 16 minutes, which is when I wrote this. So go back a bit. Okay. Anyway. There you go. La 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 la. Again, I didn't get it. Sometimes I don't get notifications from you guys. Sorry. And there's another one. Okay, here's Sam the Chipmunk. If you're live streaming for diphthongs, would it possible to include the shape, position, tongue? I know I have some more comments here going on. This is one of the things I had in mind that we were supposed to be doing today. I don't even know if Sam is here anymore. I know he was here earlier. La 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 la. Can't go through for some reason. That's weird. Might be too long. So the S and the K turn the following T into more of a weak D, and a while back you said that, okay. S and the K turn the T into more weak D. Yeah, so if you have like or like start, stop, whatever, or you have like actor, same thing with the F. If you say after, okay, it's going to turn T more into a weak D. Still technically a T, as I've talked about before, but effectively it becomes a weak D. And if you try to say it as a weak D, it will sound perfectly natural. A while back, you said that the P in expose has to be weak because it comes after S, while the T in activity should be aspirated. Okay. Is that because the S is more closely attached to the following syllable while the K isn't? expose activity. No. Unfortunately, you can't just take two things that are next to each other and apply a rule that works 100% of the time. Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it's more complicated than that. When you say expose, that S, let me rephrase that. Because the first part, right, would be, it would be like expose maybe, but there's like transpose, expose. Pose is like position, right? So that's sort of its thing. But the way that pronunciation works, in fact, I think the dictionary would break it up that way, because the dictionary is usually wrong on how sounds actually flow together. Expose. Let me see. Okay, so no, that's how I would say it. So, because sometimes the dictionary it'll say like ix and then pose. In this case, it's not doing that. But anyway, yeah. So the S wants to link into the next thing, right? Suppose. In this particular case, they are together, but that and that can be having an effect, but that's not the main reason. Okay, this P, right? Actually, no, hold on. Expose. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Huh. What I was going to say is not true in this case. Expose. Okay, and that makes sense of why the dictionary is breaking it up this way. So, yes, I guess the S actually is supposed to be part of the syllable. And so it is weakening the P. So just like if I were to say spose or spin, spose itself is not a word, but spin, spit, etc. That S will weaken what should be a strong P at the start of a stressed syllable. Because I was going to say, well, this is an unstressed syllable, but like we know it's a stressed syllable. So, you know, that tells me that the S should naturally be part of this, because I've seen other cases in the dictionary where it wouldn't break it up this way. So I guess that is the actual syllable. Anyway, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you divide things up necessarily, as long as you flow right and you sound right. I have a way of breaking it up that doesn't always match what the dictionary says. But at the end of the day, it all flows together, right? It's just different ways of looking at it might help you get the result more easily. So in this case, that a rule is being applied because the S is part of that syllable. When you say activity, the K and the T. So if I say like actor, it's also the case that the K and the T are not in the same syllable. So you might be like, okay, well, maybe that's why, because the K is not in the syllable. But in that case, it's actually the fact that it's stressed. If you have a T, okay, this is very specific for the T. It technically applies to the P and the K as well, in terms of like being at the start of a stressed syllable. The K in actor, or the K in activity, those are not at the start of a stressed syllable. Okay, because you're going to have the clash between the K and the T. So they're going to be in separate syllables. You can't put them together. Like even if you wanted to, you can't. They're going to clash no matter how much you try to smooth them together. So in fact, let's see. If we go activity. Okay, activity. See, I would put the V as part of the I syllable. This is where I would say the dictionary would be wrong. It's not tiv, it's tiv. But anyway, that doesn't matter. The T, if you have a strong T, remember, T in American English is the craziest sound / letter. Okay, we don't want to mix sound and spelling, but it just so happens that even when it's used in spelling, it's also crazy. Sometimes it represents a T, sometimes it represents a D, sometimes it represents a flab D, sometimes it represents an SH like in nation, sometimes it represents a ch, or can represent a ch. Very unpredictable letter, right? Same thing with the sound. it can be a little bit not necessarily unpredictable, but it could be a little wider in its expression of how it can sound. So uh, we know that if it's a weak T, like if it's linking, or if it's just happens to be at the start of an unstressed syllable, it's very easy to change it into either like a D or maybe a flap D, depending, right? Happens very commonly. But if more than any of the other stop sounds, so the P, T, and the K, right, the voiceless ones, more than any other sound, if you have a T at the start of a stressed syllable in American English, you have to articulate it. You have to push it out as a T. It cannot be a D. It cannot change in any way, because that's one of the special details about a strong T. A strong T has to be a strong T. Okay? It's not changeable. Now, when we say stop, technically the T isn't at the start of the syllable. The S is in front of it. It's a cluster of ST. Okay? It's not just a T. So you can't just say, well, it's at the start of the syllable and there's an S before it. No. It's a cluster. Okay? In the case of activity, it's not a cluster. You can't have a KT. We don't say I mean, we say act. They're next to each other, but again, they clash. S flows into things, K and T clash. Okay, so you might see them in the same syllable, but they're not like a uniform, they're not a combination sound. They're two separate sounds that are next to each other. At least that's how I would look at it. So it's the same thing if I say like, what's the common example for that? Like imitation. You can't say like imitation, like flap it or make it a D. It doesn't work. Imitation. I can keep the stress. It doesn't sound like, what's imitation? That's not a word. It doesn't even sound to me like I'm trying to say imitation. It sounds like I'm saying some unknown weird word, and my brain wouldn't even think imitation unless maybe I picked it up from the context. Like the brain doesn't recognize it as the same word. In fact, it maybe sounds like you're trying to say intimidation, right? Intimidation, even that T2, intimidation. That now becomes more of a flap. Imitation, intimidation. Okay. Although that would be spelled with a D too, so that probably should be a D. But anyway, you get the point. Okay. If it's a strong T, it has to be a strong T. If it's a weak T, because it's not at the start of a stressed syllable, that's the only time you need a strong T, is if that's the start of a stressed syllable. If it's anywhere else, it can be articulated as a T, but usually it will come out as more of like a D sound or a flap D, depending on what the circumstances are. And then you have the cases where you have like an S and a T together, which is a cluster, and that will weaken the T due to the effect of the S or whatever. And then if you have like actor, again, it should be a T, but it's a little easier to say if you soften it, make it a D. Whatever. There's different ways that you can try to explain that, but this case has to stay a strong T. That's the main reason why that happens. What was the exact question? Yeah. Basically everything I just said. Sorry. Okay. I don't know why some days I sound. There's no S there. That's for third person. I don't know why some days I sound really great, and some days just my American voice is not working. How to make it consistent? More practice. I know that's not the answer you want to hear. I've experienced that too. Playing with Spanish, when I was trying to do the Joker voice for that video, the intro for that one video I did, I had days where like I was trying to, get my muscles to work in a little bit of a different way and start like imitating that accent, the ways that he pulled that off. And some days my muscles just didn't want to respond. It's, if you're not used to using the muscles that way, they're not always going to want to work that way. And so you just, take a break. Don't worry about it. Put it off. Ignore it. Let him rest. Come back the next day. Try again. That's a normal part of the process that a lot of people run into, especially in the early part of the course. What I will say, though, to give a little bit more of a hope to that, I guess, or some more useful information. There's the concept of boiling the water that I like to use. So if I just say more practice, okay, great. Like that's the answer, but that's broad. What you want to do is you have to boil the water. This isn't just for this particular thing. This is it applies to a lot of things. But if right, what is it, 100 degrees Celsius? I think, right? I'm American. I don't use Celsius. We should, but you know, we don't. If you get the water at 99 degrees, it's going to steam. It might bubble a bit, but it's not going to boil, right? You have to get it to 100 degrees for it to start boiling, right? Okay. It's the same with skill development. If you don't have enough consistency of heat, you don't have enough, if you don't have enough heat, right, which would be practicing, right? Applying the heat would be time on task. Okay, especially sit down focused time, not just extra practice. That's always good, but you need a certain amount of sit down focused time, at least 30 minutes a day where you're sitting down focused on it. Okay. So you need to add the heat, otherwise there's no boiling, right? Okay, that's your heat. Then you need to make sure that that heat is consistent enough. So if you do say, again, bare minimum, not even recommended, 30 minutes every day, at least 5 days a week, right? I talked about that in another live stream, my minimum practice guidelines. That's consistency, right? Because if you have the heat, but then you turn the heat off and then turn it back on, then turn it off and then turn it back on, you're not going to boil your water, right? So you need to get the heat, sit down and practice, focused on it. Be consistent, do a certain amount of time every day. Okay. And then you do that for long enough, eventually the water is going to get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter until it boils. Okay. But if you don't have the fire, you don't have the consistency of the fire, and you don't have that consistency going long enough, you're never going to boil the water and you're going to have trouble making progress. Okay. No effort is wasted technically, but it is very easy to end up spinning your wheels because you either start boiling the water and then you stop and then you start it again and then you stop. Or you never get to the point where it's boiling because you're not putting in enough consistent effort over a long enough period of time. And that doesn't mean you have to do it forever. You can do like say a week or a month where you're really like on it, you're like structured, and then like you take a break. And in my personal experience, if you take a break for like a week or even a month or something, you come back to it. I don't necessarily recommend that, but in this case, but if you do that, usually you come back a bit stronger. You might have to sort of review some things and maybe you lost a couple things, but you know, that break process, your brain will be making connections in the background while you take that break. Okay. So boil the water. You can take breaks. You can't take breaks while you're trying to boil the water. But if you boil the water for a little while and you're consistent, then you take a break. Then it can come back a little better when you go and boil the water again. Okay. But if you never boil the water in the first place, okay, you're not going to get there. So how to make it consistent? Practice consistently. That would be the short answer. Boil your water. So the reason the peon exposed isn't aspirated is because it's not at the start of the stress level because of S before it. Is because it's not at the start of a stress syllable because of S before. Yeah, that's one, because the S would be part of that syllable. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Practice makes perfect, or whatever the saying is, yeah. Because S likes to connect over to the next syllable and the syllable. Suppose instead of pose. Yeah. It sort of takes that aspiration of PTK, makes it like we be. Yeah. So if you had like, I'm trying to think of one where it would be like ST, where it'd be similar. So it's like expose. I can't think like start. That doesn't, yeah, that's not a word, but extrude. It's a TR. I can keep it as a T, but extrude, yeah. It's not the best example because of the R. Extend. There we go. So if I extend, that S and that T again, they're like part of the same syllable. The dictionary will probably say that too. Let's say extend. Yep, extend or extend, right? Okay. To be honest, why is it makes perfect, like not grammatic, like it's not grammatically perfect? What? Practice makes perfect, or whatever the saying is. Makes perfect. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I was like, the phrase is correct. What are you talking about? Practice makes perfect. How is that not grammatically correct? I don't, because we're saying practice. Practice is it. It's a third person singular. And so you would say it makes. Practice makes. Oh, okay. I see. Hold on. Practice makes. I'm a native trying to like analyze a common phrase. So sorry, I haven't thought about it. Sometimes we just accept phrases even if they seem to break regular grammar. Practice makes perfect. He makes cake. That would be right. He makes cake. She makes clothes. If clothes is plural, doesn't really matter. But she makes paper. Perfection. Okay. Okay. Good point. See, seems embarrassing for an English teacher, but again, it's a common phrase. I'm trying to figure out what part you're saying is incorrect. Is it the verb structure? I just accept it as sounding normal. Tasks or facts is kind of hard to pronounce. I'll come back with that. Okay, so practice makes perfection. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because perfect is an adjective. Practice makes good. Practice makes bad. Practice makes long. Practice makes. It doesn't really make much sense. I might have to change practice. Yeah, that would be weird. If I say like dog makes long, that doesn't work. Sounds like funny speech. Like we might intentionally say something like that to sound funny. I mean, and we, like if I say like work makes strong, we say like work makes you strong, right? Yeah, because it's an adjective. That is weird. Yeah. I'm sure there's an explanation for it, but it might just be a weird, like it's just a saying that got repeated so much that it sounded normal. I don't know. I don't know if there's a history there. Yeah. Language is weird. I wouldn't worry about it. So tasks or facts. Tasks and facts are actually really easy to say if you do it the way that we say them easily. You don't have to enunciate the K or the T. Long time no see is also weird. Yeah, and that's obviously grammatically incorrect, but it's just a standard phrase. Set phrases can break grammar. So when we remember, there's actually a rule for this. When we have 3 consonants in a row, we tend to drop the middle consonant. If I say bankruptcy, that p to s, we tend to drop the T. Bankruptcy. Okay, it would be PS now. So if you need to enunciate, you need to articulate, you can say tasks. That's fine. You can say facts. Those are the facts. What we're most likely going to do is we're going to say, I need you to do these tasks. So I'm actually going to either just kind of hold the S longer, which is a little less clear, or I'm going to like just do the S, stop my voice, and then push the voice back out, or give a little wiggle to my S, and not actually ever do a K. Or you can bring the back of the tongue part of the way up to the K to create that little wiggle effect, and then just don't actually close the K. Either way, we can tell that there's supposed to be something there. So if I say like tasks, it's like I'm just doing SS, right? Or facts, just drop the T, facts. Now it sounds like an X. It's just facts. Those are the facts. That's by far the most common way to say that word. If you want to be able to articulate them fully, which you should be able to, sometimes you might have to do that. Then yeah, that is kind of hard to do, and just practice that. It is what it is. It's even harder for us to say. That's why we tend to drop the middle consonant because we don't like three consonants in a row in English. It's not a it exists, but we like to try to get around that when we can. So just don't worry about it. You know, like even if you're articulating, you technically don't even have to say like the K or the T, I guess. Like I can say, no, I need you to do these tasks. I guess maybe that one's a little bit, that's a stretch. You probably put a K there. But if I say those are the facts, that still sounds fine, right? Because we just say it so commonly, it's hard to say kt like that. Just fine. Drop the T. You can always drop the T. Exists. Yeah, that one too. Exists. That's not a good example. Anyway, okay, we're past like 3.5 hours, I think. Where are we on our time? Yeah, we're. I'm gonna close this up pretty soon because yeah. Let me see if I can at least get to this stuff because we were talking about this last time. I'm glad Sam left this comment. I should have time to maybe go over that. R and L, is it okay to include the R color? Okay, we might only have time for either the diphthongs or the R and the L. I don't have the time in 20 minutes to go through both of those. So again, always push stuff off into the next time, right? Give you something to look forward to. That's yeah, I'm smart. Anyway, no, let's talk about the diphthongs because last time, the thing that I even clipped it out. I think it's the last thing I posted as a video. Yeah, no, aside from the outline, we did. Yeah, we talked about like what's the posture do, what's their structural relationship, blah blah blah. Let's do that with the diphthongs. I can also cut that out and post it as a separate thing. So our diphthongs, and you guys can still ask questions and stuff. Just keep in mind we only have like 20 minutes, and I want to use this as the end of the class. So maybe like keep it specific to this. We have a, I, oi, ow. Okay. I've talked about these sounds before. Okay, in the main lessons without posture. So there's might be a couple details that I forget or whatever, and you can always go there. But we're going to include the posture and the articulation. For your A, where am I going? Yeah. For your A, I, and ow, these are all going to use the same end sound, but the starting sound is going to be different. Okay. So the end sound, although it sounds like E, is actually more of an I sound, like an it, right? Or is, or his, whatever. So now there's a little bit of a range to it. In fact, I can bring up, oh God, can I find it? What would this be? It might be in here still. Actually, yeah, it should be in here because it should still be in the same folder. Yeah, okay, good. English hacks. Again, vowel charts are approximate. Let me bring up the combined one. Vowel charts are very approximate. They just give you an idea of sort of like how high or low and what part of the tongue, front, middle, or back. This also, I probably need to update a little bit to match the way that I currently teach the posture course, but this gives you all of your vowel placements. Now, this is the combined map, so you can see like, okay, the es and bed is here, the start of a is up here, so those aren't the same sounds, right? The start of I and ow, okay, then there's the ah. I don't really show it that way on this map. You don't have to have a difference in height between those two. You can. So that's, again, why I say vowel charts are kind of approximate. But you can sort of see the sort of that, like, okay, we don't use at the start of I. You can use at the start of ow. That's a possibility. But you can also use the start of I as the start of ow. Okay, that's a newer little detail that I sort of realized. But these are not the same sound, right? So this map is good at showing you like, okay, these are not the same. You're not doing e plus I, you're doing e plus I. You're not doing a plus I, you're doing a plus I, okay? The oi, of course, the way I teach the o is it's kind of a monophthong. We kind of start on the and then scoop up onto the o instead of doing it as like the backward C plus the like o that most teachers teach. You don't have to do it that way. And a lot of Americans will just start in kind of a schwa and then go up onto the back of the tongue. Oh. Okay, that's already hard enough to do, and that's the easier way. You can use that as an individual sound when you're doing like an already formed. The lips are already engaged. You don't bring it around. You're just straight in the O. You don't say oh. You don't want that. You just go straight into the O. Oh, just like you might in your language. Lips are rounded. You're already in the O like a single sound. But then you go from that into the eh, just like you would for these two. Oi, oi. Okay. So this makes it a lot easier instead of doing the aw. Okay. I guess that might not be too hard doing aw to eh. You don't have to do that backward C sound. You can just do oi. Okay. That's the English Hacks way. Now this end sound again, vowel charts are approximate. It's not exactly here. Okay. I would put it like right here-ish. On the vowel chart, it looks like it's like all the way up here. We're not on the front half of the front. That's not a good placement for the A. Anyway, all three of these sounds are gonna go into here, but there's a little bit of a wiggle room range. I can do it in a way where if I end right in an I, it'll still sound good, but even though I hit a perfect I, because they're being blended and because they're moving up towards the E, it does still sound a little bit kind of like an E as like a byproduct effect, but I'm not doing an E. That would be too far. A, I, oi, gets a little bit too much. But you can get up to maybe like a lazy E. So you can get like halfway if we come on this, right? Say your I is like here, your E is like here. You can get maybe up onto the kind of the line with the E into like a little bit of a lazy E. But if you fully form an E, it's probably going to sound too hard, too much. Okay. So you don't have to do a perfect I, but you need to get somewhere sort of in this extended I range, going a little bit into the E, and all of that will be fine for the end sound. Okay, you just got to make sure your starting sound is correct, and then just land somewhere in here, right? That's fine. If I show you a little bit of a simpler chart that just has the diphthongs, okay, it's a little cleaner. All right, so A, I, oi, and then ow, of course, is the odd one out, where you can either start in the like a cat, ow. To me, that sounds a little exaggerated. It sounds a little strong. It's perfectly fine. I've sort of changed my perspective on it a little bit. I think it's perfectly fine. In fact, it's probably going to be the most common thing we do if we are exaggerating. If I say ow, I'm probably going to be more in an ah. But you can also do the start of I. Remember, as I said before, that's sort of here. Ah is here. Start of I is here. But there's a little bit of a range. You can use sort of this whole front sort of third of the middle of the tongue, because our sound is here, but as I said earlier, the can also be sort of middle, depending on the speaker, and there's a little wiggle room. Sometimes I'll end up over here a little bit. So the back 2/3, which again, I recommend you try to get it into the back third for various reasons, but the back 2/3 of the middle is reserved for the and for the okay, because your is going to be sort of up in here. Because of that, you don't have to be so pinpoint accurate with your start of I or the possible start of ow. You sort of had a little wiggle room there. And part of the reason for that, as I talked about in previous live streams, I is going to go up this way. So you can already kind of preload the tension for that and it might pull the sound a little bit farther forward. Where if you're going to preload the tension for the a little bit and get prepared to go this way, because your is up back here, then you might be a little bit farther back. So it doesn't matter. You can even be here and go to I. You can be here and go to ow. Doesn't matter as long as you're in that spot. It's just that's how I explain the fact that this has such a wide range, where usually sounds are a little bit more not pinpoint, but they don't have that big of a range. There's no other sounds in here, so you have space to work with in that. So then the start of I and the start of ow can be the same. This one always has to be here. It cannot be ah. You can't say I. That doesn't exist. Okay. But this one can be either ah or ah. It doesn't matter. You can go that or you can go that. Okay. So you have two options for ow. Okay. Then, of course, the ending of ow. Clean this up a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to make this one purple, but then I'm also going to make this one, trying to get this a little color coded. like that. So, there's two options for that, which can be the same as the first or the option for that, but you have another option. Okay. So this could be okay. Hopefully that's kind of clear. You guys can maybe like screenshot this or something if you want. I'm trying to use color coding to make it a little easier to see and break down. And then the end of ow is stupid. It's going to be in the Now, as I talked about before, you can technically use the front of the back. That's the way I originally taught it. The way I'm teaching it now is you're going to use the middle of the back. All sounds are on the middle of the back in the posture course. You're going to tense that up and forward. Make sure your posture is nice and good. Blah, blah, blah. We talked about that before. I'm not going to go over that again. But you go from that either or and you're going to go up to your as in book. Now, the as in book, the lips will sort of flare out like that. Don't have to, but it is part of the sound. Won't really affect it much if you don't do it. However, when we're doing ow, that's incorrect. Okay. It sounds like ooh, just like the end of a, I, and oi sounds like e. That would be too much. If I try to do an actual ooh and come all the way up here into like an ooh sound, ow, ow. Like, again, just like the here, it's a bit of a range and you can kind of get into like a lazy E sort of. Back here, it's also a bit of a range and you can kind of get out like on the line or into like a lazy ooh. That's fine. But if you do a fully clear articulated ooh, it's gonna sound a little too tight, a little too far, a little much. However, the lips are the ooh lips. They do come around like an ooh. That's what makes this the most mechanically complicated sound in the language and what makes it really hard for people and confusing for people because they hear an ooh, just like you might hear an E up here, but it's not an E and it's not an ooh. Okay. The lips are the ooh, but inside you want to be going more of an Okay. I've talked about these details before. This is just so this is all in one place. If you want more details about that or more examples or whatever, you can maybe go look up the original video or the ow videos. All the sounds related to what I'm talking about in the original course, not the mouth posture course. There's a whole playlist for that. And then, Laura is here. Welcome, Laura. Sorry, I'm not paying much attention to the comments right now. Good to know Delio. Oh, Delio's here too. Oh my God, I miss Delio. Hello. Oi means hi in Portuguese. I know it does. I don't speak Portuguese, but I know that much. Oi. Anyway. Eu falo muito. I can't speak Portuguese. Eu falo muito. I want to say muito bem, but that would be an incorrect statement. How to say bad? Mal, I think. Eu falo muito mal o português. Yeah, something like that. That's from the little bit of I did Portuguese for like a month. I was mostly focused on the pronunciation. So, anyway, I love Brazilian Portuguese. I want to come back to it at some point. Such a beautiful, amazing language. It's like of all the languages, like if I could pick the language that I think sounds the most amazing and beautiful and just like feels good in the body, it would be Portuguese, and specifically Brazilian Portuguese. Can Portuguese speakers? Yes, Portuguese speakers can understand Spanish, but Spanish speakers can't really understand Portuguese speakers as well, because Portuguese has a wider sound set and they have more nasal. They have nasal sounds, like nasal vowels. Spanish speakers don't. It's a more limited sound set. So there's some mutual intelligibility, but it's easier for Portuguese speakers to understand Spanish speakers. I, as a Spanish speaker, I can read Portuguese and usually understand pretty well, but if I hear Portuguese, it's a lot harder for me to follow along. Because a lot of the grammar, a lot of the words are very, very similar. It's just the pronunciation can be quite different. The native sounds are tricky for a lot of learners. Yeah, they are. Sim. Sí, eu entendo. I understand. I know. It wouldn't be I understand. I know. How do you say no? Of course, when I go to Japanese, shiteru. You guys got the language part of my brain activated. I'm gonna have to cut this out. But I love Portuguese. It sounds like a mix of Italian and French to my ears. It kind of does. I'm not as familiar with Italian, but that makes sense to me. Yeah. Is mortita a thing in Portuguese? I don't even know what that is. Oh, mordita, like a little bite. Morder, I think, is to bite in Spanish. Una mordita. My R's are so rough. Yeah, it would be Mordita, I think. Mordita. I know equals I know. Shut up. Oh wait, never mind. It auto translated for you. Like, shut up. You're being cheeky. No, yeah, it translated it for you. El sé, yeah, that's it. Of course, saber sé, yeah, okay. Yo sé, el sé, say. I think you said it's more like it's harder important, like say instead of like say. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I forgot that. Okay, whatever. That's not the point. And I gotta get this other stuff. Admit sounding like emit. If you're speaking quickly, like faster than normal speech, is okay to say admit. Wait, what? Shifting the D to a stop. Admit. I would say no. I'm confused about that. What? So just to clarify and extend, we get the same effect from the S. Save that for class. That you're gonna have to explain that one to me. We get the same effect from the S, where the following T becomes sort of like an aspirated D. My brain isn't working for these questions anymore. Sorry. Like I've run out of my attention for it. We get the same effect from the S, where the following T becomes sort of like an unaspirated D, just like an expose, extend. Yes, exactly. Because the S is it's a cluster. It's part of the T. It's connected to the T. Yes. Oi means oops in Russian to mean like you made a mistake. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, we're back on track. Mordida, bite. Mordida. Okay, anyway, whatever. Okay, so back to where we were talking about. Things. Okay, so that's the starting sounds, the ending sounds, what we do. Okay, when you're doing your ow, you're doing but you're using the oo lips, and you're starting either an ah or ah. It's complicated. Okay. Then let's talk posture. We're gonna go from ground up. Okay. I'm trying to cover all four in a relatively short period. When we learn this in class, I don't teach you all four of these at the same time. This is kind of for reference for you guys, so we can cover them all at the same time. So, we would start with A. That's A and I are in the first half of the course. We don't see oi and ow until kind of near the end of the course, before we hit the R's and L's. But when we do A and I, like I would tell you, I would ask it, I would actually guide you like, hey, where's the start of A? Have you guess, and then we'd play with it and figure it out. Obviously, I'm not interacting with you guys directly like in a class, so I'm trying to give you sort of the condensed, didactic version, just telling you where things are. But going to the posture, okay, so we know that our middle throat, which is part of our valve, needs to be essentially the same as the in every sound all the time, even in the even in the ol. Okay. Now, there's a little wiggle room. Okay. There's a little wiggle room. Very little. You have all three directions. Remember, posture, we're always working with these three directions. Sound articulation, those three directions can also be useful sometimes, but especially for the posture, right? We have our width, we have our height, we have our backness. Okay, depending on where we're talking about and what that should be. Remember, down here we go forward, up here we all go back. We want it to be wide. Everything goes wide, relaxed wide. Everything is low. We don't hold anything up. And then the backness, it's going to be forward in the throat, back, and everything else, which is generally opposite between languages, right? So we got to remember all three directions. Okay, very important. So starting in your that's always our base reference. If you have a good throat, middle throat in your you're low, you're relaxed wide, you're open in the backness plane. Good. That's your starting reference. Go check your if it sounds good. Cool. Then, as you're doing a, I, ow, oi, which I usually put ow before oi. I'm trying to change the order that I do that in because the end of oi matches a and I. But anyway, a, I, oi, ow. You look at my throat. You're going to see like muscles sort of stabilizing. You might see a little in the neck, but you can see. Okay. A, I, oi, ow. It's a little wiggle room. And of course, the Adam's apple might wiggle a bit. Okay. Because I'm going through the pitch. I'm doing a natural sort of English pitch, start lower, kind of go through the syllable, go lower. So there's going to be a little wiggle on the top throat, but middle throat, if I put my hands here and I feel a little stabilizing, I feel a little wiggling here and there, but the middle throat is very stable. My width generally is the same. Again, it can wiggle a little bit, but it doesn't really ever pinch. It doesn't narrow, it doesn't tighten up. It just sort of stays stable. Same thing with the front. It's going to sort of stay stable. With the height, it's going to sort of stay stable. Okay. You have a little wiggle room. Be careful. Try not to use the wiggle room if you can. I tell you that because you're going to feel something. It's not that you're going to feel nothing. I can do this in a way where I can talk to you guys and feel essentially nothing the entire time. I kind of feel my Adam's apple pushing down onto my knuckle a little bit as it's doing its pitch thingy with the top throat. But the middle throat itself, I don't really feel moving much, but I can feel a little bit of, kind of here and there. It's fine. Okay. Be careful, but it's fine. So you go down there first. That's your first thing to check, because if that's already getting out of place, who knows what else is going to be getting out of place as a byproduct. So you should be able to say, again, you don't have to do all these at the same time. Okay. You go, a, especially if you do a transition, stable. Okay. Little wiggle room, stable. So if you can't do that, you want to fix that first. Okay. At least get it more or less consistent. Now, be careful, because we're talking about keeping those 3 directions stable here, but if you're not fully in position, you're also going to have a problem. So maybe you're like a little bit out of position. Maybe you're a little bit high or something and you should be a little lower, but you're not changing the height as you do those. That's good. That counts. You're stable. It's just your position is a little high and you still have to sort of adjust the setting itself a little bit. So just because you don't feel it, getting out of place doesn't necessarily mean that you started in the right place. That's why we try to go to the first. But I know from experience working with students, I'm like, hey, go into your first, and then their is off. And I'm like, hey, no, fix your like, okay. So don't just take things for granted. Really try to make sure as much as you can that you're fully, and again, you're going to keep deepening these things over time. So you don't have to be perfect right away, but you want to make sure as much as possible you're in place, and then you stabilize it. So that's our first thing. Now the 9, I'm trying to find better ways to integrate the 9 into this whole overall process. We know that the 9 is the top part of the valve, or the, I guess the middle part of the valve. 11 is technically the top part, but it's the other half of the valve there. And it wants to go down, back, and wide. 9 can be hard to feel. You're just kind of trying to open up the space here with these muscles. Most languages push that way and squeeze. In terms of stabilizing it and make sure it stays there, it's kind of harder to feel and this and that. That's why we focus a lot on the middle throat, because if you're doing your middle throat correctly, it's going to encourage the 9 to do the right thing. I'm trying to find a way to sort of scoop back into the 9 and refine it. But working with people, when they focus mostly on the middle throat, their 9 may not be perfect, but it tends to be okay enough for the time as we continue to like stack other things. So the 9 is hard, it's abstract, but it should be also ideally in place with the middle throat. Just keep that in mind. I'm not going to worry too much about the 9 here. We know what the 9 should be. It should also be very stable and in place. Again, a little wiggle room. Okay. So the whole valve just wants to stay there. You shouldn't really have to actively resist against the sounds in the valve. Maybe the 9 might do that a little bit in some sounds, but middle throat, I'm not resisting in my middle throat. It's stable. It has some stabilizing tension to hold that pipe open and kind of hold it in place. But unlike, say, with the posture up here that actively resists as a counterbalance against the sounds, your valve shouldn't have to do that. You're going to be bringing in way too much tension down here. Your 6 and your 11 are going to help protect that. Okay. So that it's just stable and you're not actively resisting against every single sound like the rest of the posture does. Okay. Um, so that's your valve. Next, we would go up to the 3. Now, because I have this new sort of understanding of the 6 and how that narrows, I may come up with a more optimized way to do this, but so far, I'm still following my basic process of we go middle throat to 3. Okay. Um, Again, go to your make sure you have no upward tension. You're not pinching in on the sides or anything in your 4. You relax, let it come down, 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 down. Okay. Some languages, again, have some forward pinching tension through their 6 or through their 3. You don't want that. You don't necessarily push the 3 back, but as we were talking about earlier with the diving board, that might be kind of useful, at least in the 6. Just don't really worry about pushing back so much. You do want to make sure it comes down, lock it in, make sure it's nice and relaxed wide, just like 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to relax wide on the sides of the 3 there. What would technically be the 4. Get it low. I already said earlier, you have to get it lower than you think you have to. Get it low in your okay, put our hand here. We have this for our throat. We have this for our right underneath. Okay. If you're up here, it's a little difference, but it makes, especially as you're saying other things, it's going to make a big effect. Okay. It's going to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. You get it. Trying to think of a way to state that. My brain is like shutting down. I've been talking too long. Okay. That's that. When you do A, I, ow, and oi, you have to know what the 3 is supposed to do. Now, we talked before about the half step, where you use the 3, right? So the 3 is the same as except you can tighten it a little bit. You don't push it down more. You don't squeeze it or anything. You just sort of give a little static tension. Okay. It's not narrowing or anything. It's just like you're just flexing your muscle a little bit, right? Right where it is. Give it a little bit of structure, a little bit more structure than the might have. And you can hold that and talk, and you can hold that and do sounds. And you won't sound 100% natural or native, but it's a good half step to sort of get used to having it be low, hold it low. Okay, we talked about that before. So you can at first, as you're going through each of these sounds, you can use your 3 half step just to make sure that it stays more or less in the right position. But then in order to get the full version for these sounds, what you need to do is for the right? Is on, it's the only vowel on the front of the tongue. So it's going to be on the front half of the blade, like our front consonants. So you're going to lift it up. It's going to be somewhere around here, roughly around sort of the height of that top tooth. Right? You're going to shift from there into approximately your Okay, so you go back to there. So now you're using this part of the tongue instead. Now, what are we doing? We're lifting the front. When we do when we do we do have to push down more in the 3. Okay, we get a little bit extra thing to help it articulate. Okay, it gives us a little boost so it can push itself up. In the I don't really feel like I have to do that as much as I do for but it's kind of approximate, right? Is sort of the tightest one. Or sorry, a little less, maybe a little bit less than the because it's kind of a little bit more up here rather than here. So because it's kind of on the edge of the tongue or the front of the front. Maybe it doesn't need as much support here because it's a little bit more flexible. Okay, fine, whatever. But you should be pushing down in your 3 for the and then you should be pushing down a little bit more as you go into the So if you go to your 3 and you say, okay, you go, okay, my 3 is in place. And you should feel it. It can be roughly the same. But if you're getting a nice, good, clear articulation, and you're trying to make sure the 3 is like as good as it can be, you should feel a little extra push down. If you go from and then you go just a little extra downward sort of engagement. Okay. Doesn't have to be that much. Don't overdo it. You don't want to do like you start sounding tight, you start sounding a little bit weird, you're doing too much. And also make sure that you don't end up pushing up into the because if you're pushing down too far here, you might accidentally push this too high, and now you're actually in a full as well. Those are some mistakes you might run into. It's just a little bit more down, a little bit more articulatory support. Okay. If you're doing your Okay, so now I is going to start here, roughly. Again, we have a little bit of a range there, but you're going to be on the sort of the front of the middle. Okay. And the jaw is going to open a bit. It doesn't have to open a lot. Okay. Just like the you don't have to open a lot. But if I go 50%, that's all you need. Just a little bit more. 55, 60% open. Not that much. Okay, I'm doing but you can open it more if you're articulating more, if you're exaggerating. That's fine. Just don't go all the way open. Try to undershoot it because most people go too far. Again, I'm pushing my finger right on that spot as the jaw's a little bit open. What does your 3 do? Nothing. It's not needed. You're in the middle of the tongue. You're opening the jaw. You don't really need anything. Can you get the tiniest bit of engagement like you do for the Yeah, you can. I don't really feel like I have to do anything here. Just like with the I don't have to do anything in the but it helps people. I can squeeze slightly, get that little bit of just static tension, non-directional tension in the I can also do it in the start of I. I can also do it in the Those sounds are low enough. And I, those are low enough for the start of I that you don't need anything here. But getting that little bit of static tension does tend to help people. So you can add a little bit if you want, as long as you don't overdo it. Okay. That's the start of I. When you go to the end of I, everything I just said about A still applies. So now you're going to go from here up to your ish area. Okay. A little bit of an E range, but not a full E. Okay. Going to push down. So this is going to be tricky because the jaw is going to be more open in the start. It's going to be more closed at the end. Your 3 is going to be more relaxed at the start, and it's going to be more down at the end. And so you're going to feel this weird shift. If you pay attention to what your jaw is doing and what your 3 is doing, it's going to feel weird, almost like they're sort of like balancing out and you're not actually moving much of anything. But you don't want it to feel like the jaw is just like everything's going with the jaw. That would be weird. So you're going to go like, and then as I close the jaw a little bit and lift up into the you should feel pushing down more on the 3. So if I go as the jaw comes up, I feel my 3 push down a little bit into my hand. Okay. It's kind of a weird feeling, and put your hand here. Even I cannot feel my 3 very well if I don't put my hand here. That's an important step when you're figuring out how to do the 3. And then it will become a crutch. Okay. But figure out how to do it properly. Make sure you're getting all the way and use it as a signal so that you can feel that you're actually pushing it down, when you need to add that extra bit for those higher sounds. And then once you can do that and you say, hey, when I remove my hand, I can't do it anymore. Sometimes it won't become a crutch for people. But if you remove your hand, you're like, I can't do it anymore. Then, okay, you need to do sort of a weird, like you go, okay, say it's I, for example, you go, you just go back and forth and you're trying to make sure that you're still engaging it the same and it sounds the same while removing that support and then replacing it. So your brain can kind of say like, okay, this is good. Let me try it. Double check. Let me try it. And if it doesn't sound the same, then you have to figure out how to make it sound the same. Okay. If it does, eventually your brain's going to start to get like, okay, I can do it without feeling it. And then now you don't have to feel it anymore. Okay. That's sort of a weird half step sometimes we have to do if you end up with a crutch. Not a problem. Adrian, welcome. I don't know if you're here because you got my response to your comment. If so, great. You can go watch that part of the live stream. I'm trying to tidy things up here and finish up. Actually, what time is it? How long have I been going? Yeah, we're over 4 hours now. I wanted to end at 4 hours. So I'm going to try to finish this up. Don't really have time for any other questions, but you can go watch around 3:16 is when I finished explaining the answer to your comments. I did. I answered your comment. You can go check it. It's down here. If you go to the timestamp 3:16, 3 hours and 16 minutes. That was the end of my explanation of it. So you have to go back a little bit more, but I did answer your thing. Just you can go watch that. I'm not going to rehash that here, but okay. Good. Okay. That's what the 3 does in I. Oi. Okay, again, we're starting straight in the O itself. We're not doing to O. Straight in the O, your lips are already engaged and rounded for the O. We don't bring them around. Okay, we're already sort of towards the end of that O position. They're already shaped. O, O, O. Okay, so when you're in that position, when you get into the O normally, the 3 will come down. Okay, so the 3 should already be engaged at the start of O, just like your lips are already engaged, your tongue is already in position. So that 3 is part of that. Okay, if I go oh, you can even see my hand move a little bit, maybe. Okay, because it's a higher sound. It's not just in the front or back. Any sound that gets up. O is sort of like kind of middle to high, so it doesn't need much, but you should feel a little bit pushing down, kind of like the right? It doesn't need as much, but you're going to feel it in the. I think the has more because it's in the front than the O. The back sounds don't necessarily need as much 3 compared to the front, but any high sound is going to need some extra 3. Okay. Anyway, so you start in your O. Okay. 3 will be engaged at the start of that, and then of course as you shift towards your okay, the back of the tongue is going to relax, come back to where it was. You're going to lift up into your /e-ish area there. What does the 3 do? Well, we know that we need the 3 also for the I. Is it more? Is it less? Let's see. Well, I just said it should probably be more. So if I go, oi, oi. Okay. I do feel that they're approximate if I'm starting in that fully engaged O. Usually our regular O will kind of have a little relaxedness at the end, like, oh. So it may not need as much or be as stable, but if I'm in a full O and I'm trying to hold that through to the I, it does feel kind of similar. So you might feel a little bit more, a little bit less. That's fine. Just make sure your 3 is still engaged. Some of these details I haven't taught as much, and I have to like double check them. So sometimes I might like say one thing and then change my mind. But okay, A, I, oi. Your ow in the 3. Okay, again, we're starting either which you don't need anything. You can get a little bit of static tension, or you're starting in the start of I, don't need anything, or you can get a little static tension. That's exactly the same. When we go up to our on the inside, the lips are going to come around to the oo, but here we're doing more or less an kind of like maybe a lazy oo somewhere in here. The does need some 3. You can see it push down. Okay, so you're definitely going to be pushing down on the 3 for the which means just like as we went from to I, when you go from or to you're going to get a similar effect, except instead of going up this way, you're going back that way. So if I go ow, feels very similar. Again, the jaw starts more open, and then you close it through those sounds. And so your 3 actually kind of might feel like it's in the same spot the whole time, because when the jaw's open, the 3 wants to kind of go with it. But then as you close the jaw and you're adding more to the 3, it's going to kind of stay where it was, right? So it's a weird feeling. Okay, that's the 3. So you can check all of those. Make sure your 3 is working. Now, again, keep in mind, maybe you focus on the 3 and this is now getting out of place because you're not focused on it, and that's causing problems. That can happen. All these pieces are interconnected. We haven't talked about the 11 yet. So the 11 and the 3, they're kind of connected together. Also, we talked a little bit about the 6. If your 11 is off, if your 6 is off, and you're trying to do the 3, you probably actually won't be able to get the 3 100% yet, because you can only get the 3 100%, especially with its added resistance, if other pieces are working correctly too. So that's part of why we use that a half step as we're sort of building these things up piece by piece, so that you at least have a solid base and you're like, okay, it's good enough, right? Maybe it's not perfect, but it's good enough. And then you can go and refine your 11. And then as your 11 starts getting better, you can come back and try to like coordinate them better. And it's going to be easier to kind of stitch them together, right? So it's not so much that you're going to like, okay, I got it. It's not going to be quite linear like that, but that's the best way I found to sort of start building it. And then as you build more and get better control over those pieces, you can further refine and deepen them to work together better. It's a spiral. This is literally the entire course. It's a spiral. Okay, as we learn more sounds, more posture details, et cetera, et cetera, we just keep spiraling and trying to make all these things better through the course. Um, can we ask questions today? I mean, if you have one big important question to ask, I can probably squeeze that in, but I'm already over time. I'm already over 4 hours today. I'm trying to finish this up. So because you were late, if you want to squeeze in one big important question, fine. And I'll try to answer that. Can you say privet with Spanish R? I wouldn't really know how to do the Russian R. Like I know it's similar. It's the same type of R. Privet, privet, privet. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to sound Russian, but it's not trying. Privet, privet, privet. I don't know. How do I know if I don't push down 3 too much, and how do I place a sound? How do I know if I don't push? You kind of won't. You need feedback. Now, you can get feedback from your own recordings, but in my experience, even with my feedback, people still struggle to get the 3 low enough. You probably have to work with somebody who has the ears and knowledge to address that specific piece. And as far as I know, I'm the only person who can do that for you. I'm not telling you that to try to sell classes. Like I'm not the only person who knows about mouth posture, but knowing these pieces in this way and how I've sort of structured the course and separated out the pieces and identified them, I'm probably the only person on the planet who will be able to directly answer that question for you. And I need to hear how you sound. So if you can schedule a trial on italki. It's $30 for an hour. You can schedule a consultation. That's like $50 an hour. I know it's a little pricey, but still cheaper than the regular classes. But at the end of the day, that's one piece. And as I was just saying, your 11 is probably going to be interfering with it. If your 11 is still doing this and you're trying to do this with your 3, even if you're trying to let go of that tension in the 3 from your posture, if your 11 is working against it, it's going to affect it. So that's why I say we sort of wiggle our way. You get sort of like, okay, 70% sounds pretty good. Sounds like the piece is working. You're in range. Let's go to something else. Fix this. Then, okay, now we fix this. We're more familiar with this. So now it's going to be a little easier to do this. You're not fighting it. And then you can sort of revisit the 3 and deepen it more. It's a spiral. It's an ongoing process where we have to like work on pieces as we go, improve them, stitch them together better, et cetera, et cetera. We do that in 2 ways through the course. Number 1 is as we learn the sounds, like I'm teaching you now, we go bottom up. What does the vowel or what does the middle throat do? What does the 3 do? What does the 11 do? What does the 5 do for each sound? Okay. Every new sound we learn, we go through the whole posture. We start with the of course. That's our starting position at the beginning of the course. But in parallel with that, as we learn sounds and start combining them into sentences and start working a little bit maybe on rhythm and some other things, in parallel from more or less the start of the course, we have a special paragraph that I've talked about before. And I have a particular way I'm going through that paragraph for each of these pieces one at a time. So you're constantly going bottom up in all the pieces as you learn more sounds, and you're constantly going bottom up in all the pieces in parallel. Like say you'll do like the middle throat in the paragraph, just one piece at a time, one sentence at a time, basically. Okay. So you're getting a lot of practice here while we continue to learn new sounds and blah, blah, blah. And then when you're good with that, we go back to the start of the paragraph and we say, okay, let's try the 3 now. And we go each sentence in the paragraph one at a time for homework. Okay. It's a long process, focusing on the 3 while trying to make sure the middle throat stays okay. It's going to help you stabilize the 3, become familiar with the 3 again. As we're continuing the regular course, learning new sounds, learning new sentences, looking at the big picture for those sounds, right? And so we approach it from 2 angles. One is more of a deep dive on each piece through this paragraph one at a time. The other is more of like the sound based and learning the posture in a little bit more of a shallow way. But what does each sound do? Again, with a limited sound set that expands as we go through the course. So I'm not throwing all the sounds at you at one time. It's very structured, very well developed, if I do say so myself. And I say all that because to answer this question for you, even if you were to schedule a class with me, like I can tell you if your 3 is is working or not. But then how do you fix that? The course. You take the course. Like, I'm trying to give you guys information for free so you can kind of figure it out, but you need some feedback. And you need to spiral through these pieces and make them better and better and better over time as you work through the course material. So, you can potentially do that on your own, but it's going to be a lot harder to do. So I'm not trying to like force you to sign up for a class or anything, but that's just the practical reality. It's a very complex thing that I've built up over time into this comprehensive course. So I can't really overdo it, although it is really visible. You can overdo it, but it's, even when I have people try to exaggerate, like if I go, that's me exaggerating as a native. Sometimes, a lot of the time when I have people try to do that and they try to go, they just end up sounding pretty good. Okay. Because you're a lot higher and tighter than you think you are. So it is possible to go too far, but you probably won't go too far. You'll know you're going too far if you start sounding like your voice is too low, or you start sounding weird, like, because it's going to start pushing the top throat down with it. You're going to start getting it's going to start warping things. So yeah, until you reach that point, keep trying to go lower. Okay, I'm Hungarian and Austrian. I do have a student I'm working with, on and off. It's a special thing kind of right now, but because he has some things going on. He speaks German and Hungarian, and so I've I know Austrian is not like German, Austrian German, maybe. I think Austrian. Anyway, whatever. So I have some insight into that, but again, it follows a lot of the same patterns as other languages. How do I place a sound? You place a sound by placing a sound. There's two ways to think about it. One is you take a finger, put it through your skull, touch where the sound is. So if you know the is here, that's where you touch. If you know the is here, that's where you touch. If you have an ooh, you're gonna have to lift and shape it, whatever. But it feels like I'm just sort of pushing on that spot of my tongue as it's lifted and shaped into that position. Same thing up here with E. It lifts the front part here, and then I push my finger right onto that spot. That's what it feels like to me. You can also think of it as, once you get the shape and position for that part of the tongue for the sound, you just sort of imagine that you're squeezing that part of the tongue a little bit, not in posture, in articulation, through the middle body here. Squeeze it a little bit. Sometimes that helps people instead of trying to imagine they're pushing a finger. Those are the two ways that I usually describe it. One of those usually works for people. If that's confusing, sorry. Again, you can take classes or something if you want more. I'm going to try to finish this up. Okay. The 11 for A, I, ow, oi. We know that we don't want our 11 to be this way. We don't want it to be narrow. Most languages have that to some degree. We want it to be down, back, relax, wide. Okay, gravity's going to take over. You're going to fall into the space, into the space created by the 9, essentially. You do have that tension in the 6, which I'll kind of maybe come back on, touch on. That's kind of a newer detail that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on right now. Just know that generally this should sort of stably be a little bit narrow, a little bit tense, to help coordinate things. This, again, it's stable. It doesn't really shift, just like this doesn't really shift with the sounds. This doesn't really shift either. It should be very, very stable. So your 11 going to be going that way, relax wide. That's going to help you fall down into that space. The start of A, again, it's up here. The 11 is just an exact counter. Okay, it's the one posture piece that always does an exact counter direction. So if the sound is up here, whether it's a vowel or consonant, you're going to be digging in, down, and back more. So you go to your down, back, wide. You should just, that's 0. Okay, remove your attention, go into our Then as you're doing the start of A, you should feel like you're going a little bit just a little bit. You don't need a lot. Sort of down, back, keep it wide. Okay, don't push wider, don't pinch it, stabilize the width. Just sort of, you're not even really moving the position. Okay, you're just sort of getting some tension, some counter tension. Just kind of digging in a little bit in that root of the tongue. It almost feels sort of like you're scooping a little bit as you lift this part up. Okay. Then as you go to your it is going to be sort of behind that. Is going to need more 11. I recommend that you do the individual sound, especially for the first. But if you want to, you can do the whole thing starting your okay. I feel a bit more in the than I do in the a. Okay. Again, because this is kind of way up here on the front half, that's a little bit more flexible. It doesn't need as much support. It doesn't need as much resistance. Okay. So the A is a little bit weird because it's the only vowel we have on the front half of the tongue. A is high enough where you need to start digging in quite a bit. E, you're going to need even more, but we're not doing an E here. Okay. That's the start of A, the end of A on your 11. So you basically go from 0 in your you add a little bit of resistance, you add a little more resistance as you go from A to I. Okay. Your I. Okay. Start of I. If I go, so I'm going down here to 3. I don't really feel like I have to do anything in the 11. Like we talked about with last time, you can't, the sort of wants to curl around like this. It might get like a little squeeze in it or whatever, but it doesn't really change the direction as much. Just get a little tension. You can sort of curl it on. Say, I can maybe feel like a shadow of that curling, but it really just feels like I don't really do anything, or I just get like a little bit of static tension, like I might down in the 3. Because these are really low sounds, right? Remember, the main purpose of the 3 and the 11, they do help stabilize the posture, but they're primarily for articulatory support for high sounds. If you have a low sound like or or ah, all those sort of a sounds, you don't really need much, if anything, down here. Okay. As a little special because it wants to like pull everything like this. It's one of the tightest sounds in the language. And like the I get it. The start of and the those are very relaxed sounds, especially is the second most relaxed sound. So you don't really have to worry too much about the 11. But when you go up to the again, you're going from here up to here, you are going to dig in. So as this lifts and forms and the jaw closes, you're going to feel like you're digging more in. Okay, so this goes this way, this goes this way. It'll be very noticeable in that transition, more so than if you were just doing a regular because of that transition between the open and closed positions. So you should feel that in your root. For oi, okay, again, we're starting in our O. If we're in the straight O position, not actually like moving up and back, remember, 11 is a direct counterbalance. So O is right above the 11. We're going to be resisting down. Can you do a little bit of back for safety? Sure, you could. You don't really have to, but you're going to resist down. So if I go, I can feel just a little bit of down in my 11. Again, you don't need too much. Okay. O's middle-ish. That's fine. Just get a little bit. Let's just a counter. This tries to lift. This keeps itself down. Okay. And then, of course, you go to your I. So as you go forward to the E-ish area, you will feel that direction. You're literally going to feel it go from here to here to here to here. Like you're going to feel the angle shift in the 11 because it needs to resist this way and then it needs to resist this way. So you're going to feel that shift, and it's going to be more in the I than in the O. So it'll be like, it feels weird. It's going to feel kind of like that. Okay. This is one of the reasons why the 11 is hard, because in this particular case, we can see that happening in a single diphthong. But if you're going from like, if you say like, talk to Jim or whatever, okay. You don't really need anything. You relax it a little bit. Talk to Jim. Okay, it's going to be doing this and then this and then this and this and this and this. It wiggles around. Okay, it's predictable in what it should do, but because it changes depending on where the sound is, if you're going from a front sound to a back sound to a middle sound to a back sound to a front sound, it's going to be adjusting. And it's really hard to do that at first. So the 11 is one of the hardest things to kind of work in, but there is a half step. Okay, before I get to there is a half step. Just like we have a half step for the 3, we have a half step for the 11, which is essentially the same idea. if you go to your and you get your 11 nice and engaged, and it's, structured, relaxed, wide, everything's cool. And then if you just add a little bit of down and back, just a little bit, like you might for like an or I wouldn't say for an it's a little too much, but just a little bit to where maybe it's like between an and an right? Kind of engaged. And then you just hold that there. You don't move it around. You don't let it go back to even if you're doing an right? As you're saying a sentence, right? So if I go like at 5 in the there we go. At 5 in the evening, I saw a young man and a young woman walking down this path. Sounds a little bit weird, sounds a little unnatural, but I can guarantee you're going to sound more natural than you normally would when you're trying to speak English. Same thing with the 3. You're going to be more in range, it's going to be more stable, but because it's not doing all of the proper resistances, it's not going to sound 100% perfect. So that's a way that you can get used to stabilizing and engaging the 11, giving it a constant. Okay. And then once you're used to that, just like I said with the 3, once you're used to doing that with the 3 in the half step, you can then further refine and try to make sure that, okay, when you're doing a T, it's going to be down and back like you're already used to. The E might be even a little bit, well, the E will be a bit more E's sort of special, right? If you're doing an O, you're going to be more down, not so much back. So you're going to be able to start modifying from that basic resistance. And it's not going to be as hard to do, right? And then you just have to make sure you let it go for like the and the ah without going back into your posture. It's a little easier to do it that way instead of starting from the and then working every little sound from the start. So, but as we learn the sounds, we do learn what it's supposed to do. So you have an idea of what it is supposed to do. That's more when we do like the paragraph work and stuff to get that half step working, or in your self-talk. For ow, okay. So again, we're going to go here or here. Both of these don't really need much 11. You can get a little tension there. That's fine. A little bit of a curl maybe. That's fine. Very light. And then you're going to go up into your It's a terrible arrow. Up into your So of course, this is a big change. We know that the in the 11, actually, you might not know. I didn't talk about this last time. I talked about it at some point. The in the 11 has a steering wheel. You got to turn your wheel. So the I actually realized you can go either way. The way that feels more easy to me is this way, but yeah, I can go both ways. So you're going to feel like you're sort of twisting the 11 like this a little bit. As you get up into that sound, again, your posture is resisting, You have sort of a wheel up here as well. Okay. This just needs to make sure it stays in place. So that's all part of the Now again, you can get up a little bit up towards the oo, so you might not need as much of this, but you're still going to have basically what you're doing for except the lips are coming around. Okay, so the lips are separate. Okay, it operates by itself. But in terms of the 11, you're going to go from basically nothing, and then as the jaw closes, you're going to sort of turn the wheel as the jaw comes up. So like ow. Ow. Okay. Again, it doesn't have to be as much as a full but that's what it should feel like. It should feel like it's almost like as the jaw closes, it's sort of like if you imagine like a mechanic, like a wheel, or I can't think of it, like a gear, right? And it's like as you turn the gear, it like the gear turns this way, and then that causes the device to raise. It's almost kind of like that. It's like you're turning a gear here as the jaw closes. Ow, ow. Sort of a way to visualize it. That might help. No better simple perfectly, but you notice if somebody has. Oh, I see. Okay. Isn't determined by the highest part of the tongue. You mean the 3? Clarify that. I'm not sure what that question is. Anyway, I really got to finish this up. I swear I'm going to hit 5 hours. I do not want to be doing a live stream for 5 hours. I'm going to lose my voice. That's the 11 in these 4 sounds. The 5, okay, again, that includes the center of gravity because structurally the center of gravity resists with the back of the tongue. So it's technically posturally one big piece. For A, okay, we know that the 5 is the one piece that will always engage no matter what. Ah is the only one that you technically, if you don't add resistance to your 5, you'll still sound okay because it's the second most relaxed sound in the language and it's right next to the You can get away with it. That's the one little technical exception, but any other sound, if you don't add resistance to your 5, the sound is going to mess with your 5 and you're not going to sound right. So this is like the one consistent posture piece, aside from maybe the middle shape, that will always have some resistance no matter what the sound is. Ah being a little bit of an exception. So if you're in a sound up here, we know that we're going to resist. We're always resist down and back. That's the other cool thing. It always resists down and back no matter what sound you're doing, no matter where the sound is. That's consistent. But depending on where the sound is, how far, how high it is, how far forward it is, whatever, you might get more or less of that resistance that you need. So the A up here, again, because it's sort of on the front half, I don't feel like I need I'm not going all the way up to a T. I do feel a little bit of resistance, my center of gravity, the front of the back, the back of the back. It's kind of light. It's not that much. The start of A is kind of a relaxed sound. It's not that bad. But you go to your I is also relatively relaxed compared to the E, a little tighter than A, I think. We know that A is going to need more resistance. I can feel as I go from here to here, I feel more resistance in my 5. Okay, it's going to sort of just dig in a little bit more. Again, when we're resisting the 5, we're not changing the position. We're not moving the tongue farther down and back. That's a mistake. There's a little wiggle room where the position can slightly change, but you should already be in a good position, down, back, relaxed, wide. Don't forget the width. Keep it nice and wide. And then you add the resistance in terms of the directional tension to counterbalance the tension that's trying to pull forward. Because the is not going to pull your position forward. It's just trying to tense things into it, right? You just counter that with a little counter tension, and then the it will be properly formed and balanced. So if you're going from A to I, you're going to feel more in your 5 as you go through those 2. And of course, the starting of A is going to be a little bit more than a basic So you go add a little bit for the start, add a little bit more for the end. That's your 5. When we do I, okay, so we're going to start here-ish, somewhere in this area. That's even closer. It's already in the middle tongue. Very, very little. I don't really feel like I need much at all. It's kind of similar to ah, kind of, but I don't feel like I can add nothing. It's super tiny, super light. Like it's like 5%, 10%. Don't need much at all. Okay. However, be careful, because what a lot of people do is when they open the jaw, sometimes they keep the tongue stuck to the jaw, especially if you speak like Japanese or whatever, where it seems like the jaw and the tongue are kind of like they're kind of glued together in a way. And if you open the mouth and you try to do ah, you might let the back of your tongue come up along like it's doing this instead. You don't want that to happen. You want to be able to open the jaw and push the sound down like this while keeping this where it is. So from your base posture, if you're good and then you form the sound properly without engaging the back wrong or letting it be pulled along with the jaw and the tongue, then you just need a little bit. But if you feel like you have to add a lot of resistance to hold it there as this is going like this, it's probably because you're fighting yourself and you need to disconnect the tongue from the jaw. Okay. Our tongue is kind of free flowing. Our jaw moves along and kind of helps here and gets out of the way there. But the jaw, like I told you guys before, I can put my hand here in the front of my jaw. I can talk to you and I'm talking fairly normally. Like this is more or less how I talk. I sound maybe a little bit tight, a little bit closed because I'm intentionally trying not to move it very much. Even if I would if I say not move it very much, I would naturally open a little bit more there because this goes with the stress. But even for these more open sounds, you don't have to open very much. Okay. You can see that my jaw, the lips moving, the chin maybe kind of getting in the way a little bit. It looks like the jaw's moving a lot more than it is, but with my hand here, you can see my jaw's not moving that much. Okay. But my tongue is very low in my mouth and it's doing all this stuff inside the mouth, even though the jaw is more or less stable. Okay. So a lot of languages, or I don't know if a lot of languages, but some languages like Japanese, the tongue is a little bit more built into the jaw and a little bit more ingrained. And obviously like it can wiggle around and you can do stuff, but it's a bit more like this, where we don't do that pretty much at all. we're like our jaw is set, and then it might get out of the way a little bit. It might help a little bit of support. So it's kind of going kind of like this, but our tongue is doing most of the work. The tongue is going to move a lot more than the jaw, a lot more than the jaw. Okay. The sound that is created. Oh. Determined by the highest part of the tongue. Isn't the sound that is created determined by the highest part of the tongue? Explain more. I don't know if I forgot the context that maybe this question would be coming out of. Sorry. I'm still not quite understanding exactly what the question is. I'm also very tired at this point. My brain is not working. Okay. So you don't need much in the ah part. It needs to be stable. Okay. Provided you're using things properly. And then, of course, when you go to your I, like we just said for A, you are going to be digging in. So you're going to feel as the jaw closes, you're going to feel digging in more to in the 5. It's almost going to feel kind of like you're doing this. But again, the position itself isn't actually changing. It's just as the tension shifts, it's going to kind of feel like it's going to get a little bit locked in there. Oi. Remember, back sounds are a little tricky with the 5 because it always resists the same. Okay. And it's the middle of the back that is where the sound is. We use this sort of this area of the tongue here to articulate the back sounds. So you have your ah, again, we could push that forward. We have our o, our oo, our w. These are just approximate placements. I'm just putting them there. Our k is all the way up here, right? Et cetera, et cetera. But you can place them all on the middle of the back. That's the articulation in the back. But our posture resistance is still the same. And it's not like, oh, my oo is here, so I'm going to resist this way. No, it doesn't work that way in the 5. No, it's not an exact directional counterbalance. You just dig in, and the higher you go, the more you dig in. Now, that doesn't mean we just do the tongue like that. That doesn't work that way. It's going to kind of pull this up a little bit. It's going to pull this up a little bit, but you're trying to use as much as possible this part and keep the directional tension of these pieces locked in. Okay, it's kind of hard to teach and to learn. We start learning that from pretty early in the course, so you kind of figure it out as you go. But if you're going to do oi, the tongue is already going to be part way up, so you're going to be digging in. Okay, oh, if I go oh, digging in my center of gravity, feels like it's trying to push into the back, but it can't quite do that. Holding this down there, oh. And then, of course, when you go to your I again, oi, the back of the tongue, because the O is up, it's going to come back down to where it was. So it's going to relax back down. But then your 5, oi, I feel like I have similar, if not maybe a little bit more resistance in the 5 for I than I do for O. But it's going to feel like you have a big shift because the position of the back of the tongue is going to be from sort of a raised position to articulate the O. And as it comes down and you lift this part, you still need to engage your resistance. And so it's going to feel weird as you shift between those two, but you should still keep that 5 engaged, approximately the same, if not more, as you go into the I. So try to keep it roughly the same in terms of the resistance, but it's going to feel weird. Ow. We already said an ah or ah, doesn't matter which one we use for the starting position. We actually, no, sorry, that's a lie. For the I said I don't really feel like I need much. For the we talked about last time, we need a lot. Okay, which seems weird because this one's here and this one's here. They're like right next to each other. Why? Because that is just how it works. The start of I is a relatively relaxed sound. Is one of the tightest, tensest sound relatively in the language. We talked about last time how like Superman, right, with the semi truck and the stopping the semi truck, and then it goes flipping, and Supergirl has to hold it down, right? Okay, it wants to destroy your posture. So lots here. Okay, especially the center of gravity, and then your 1-2 shape as well. We're not there yet, but if you're doing as the start of your ow, you're going to have a lot more in your 5 than if you use I as the start of your ow. Okay, and you can maybe even hear that if I say with ow. If I do I as a start. Ow, ow. It doesn't even sound as tight. I don't feel like I'm doing as much. I don't know if you can hear the tension here. I can hear it, but I'm used to listening to people, in their 5 and stuff. But you might be able to notice there's less tension back here. Okay, there's less resistance. So it might be easier to use the start of I instead. But if it's easier for you to form ow with the ah sound like it is for some people, just make sure you add the proper resistance like you would for ah at the start. Okay. Then we also know for the okay, your is going to come up here. The 5, if there's 2 sounds in the entire language where the 5 is most important, where it has the most resistance, aside from maybe I'm going to set that aside. It would be ah and So if you go from ah, you're already super resisted. Then you're going to have to close the jaw up a little bit, lift this up and forward into this position, or if you're using this part, I guess you can do that too. But so you're going to tense this up this way. This is really going to dig in more because this part of the resistance needs more than an ah even. Yeah, it gets a little bit tighter because again, the is pushing forward, the ah is pushing backward. Now, I do still feel like I'm pushing my finger on this spot. This is a little confusing for people. When we lift a sound, maybe that was your question. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. So I ran into your question anyway. When you're lifting a sound, that's to get the sound into position, that particular part of the tongue. But the pressure that I feel when I say, hey, I feel like the sound is here, or I feel the sound is here, or I feel the sound is here, or I feel the sound is here, it feels like once I'm in that position and the shaping for whatever that sound is, it feels like that becomes like a little platform that I then push my finger onto. Okay. So you need the structure of the sound to support, like, it's like I'm putting a little ball there, right? You should feel like almost like a little dip or a little, like not quite in the center of gravity, but it's similar idea to the center of gravity. Like it's like you're just putting a little pressure on that spot of the tongue as it's lifted and shaped. Even if it's a lower sound, same thing. If I do if I do ah, it's a low sound. I feel like I'm just pushing in right there. Okay, that makes sense for ah. But if I lift, I still feel like I'm pushing into it. It's just you can't be confused by how it's articulated and how the pressure feels on that part of the tongue. The lifting and shaping of it doesn't give you the pressure for where the sound is. I can use the shape and height for E and not put the pressure there. And I could say like, instead of E, I can do like E, front of my tongue exactly the same. Back of my tongue exactly the same. All I tried to do there is, instead of feeling like I was pushing here, I tried to feel like I was pushing on the back of my tongue instead, and it completely ruined the quality of the sound. Okay, because I got tension here, which shouldn't have tension for E. Okay, you're trying to get the tension here. That's why I say for some people it's confusing to think of it like a finger pushing down, and instead, if you think of it like you're sort of pinching the middle body of the tongue wherever that sound is. So E is up here, right? So you lift, you form, you shape, however it is, and then you just sort of pinch that middle body of the tongue right there where the sound is. That makes more sense to some people. You just got to get the right tension there. To me, that tension feels like I'm pushing on it. That's just one way to look at it. Hopefully that answers the question. I think Mimic Method said that once a vowel sound is determined by the highest part of the tongue and where it is located. I can see where that's coming from, and I can see how that can be a technically accurate statement, but I don't think that's a particularly useful description. If it works for you, great. I don't care. Whatever works. I wouldn't explain things like that. I'm back. What happened in the live chat? What happened in the live chat is I answered, I'm going through the vowels. I don't have time. I'm massively over time to do the R and the L. I'm trying to finish this up while also responding to a couple comments on the side. I don't want to hit 5 hours. I'm about to hit 5 hours. So I'm trying to finish this stuff. I'm doing the full posture breakdown for all of these diphthong sounds. So you can go back and, I'm going to try to cut out all the comments and stuff and make this into one video. So maybe wait until I post the video. I don't know when I'm going to be able to do that. But if you want this information, you can go back through the live stream and fast forward through the bits where I got distracted. Anyway, I love that emoji so much because It's so cute. Anyway, okay, back to what I was saying. The you're gonna need a lot of five. Okay, especially back here, a little bit more back here. Again, it feels like we're turning a wheel between the center of gravity resistance and the position. So the back, the five, it's gonna maybe feel a little different than but it's still gonna be very much engaged. The exact like okay, so there's like the back of the back part of it. That's gonna be a little bit more in the than the so you might not feel exactly the same tension in the entire five between the two, but you're going to need to make sure that it's very, very solid. Okay. So it's good, especially if you're doing the sound instead of the start of I. If you want to do it that way, go to your first and then go to your Don't worry about the lips. Go like focus on the five and see how it feels a little bit different, and then be like, okay, I want to go from my five feeling like resisting this way to resisting this way, resisting this way. So you have to have those two sounds first. If you don't have those two sounds, there's no point in doing this, right? And then you can sort of try to stitch them together as you transition. Ow, ow. Okay. Thanks so much, you're amazing, cat. No problem. I'm glad I could help. Lastly, we'll talk about the 1 and the 2. Again, bottom up, most important. 5, 1, and 2, not as important, but still important. Make sure your 7 is working, right? Your soft palate's lifted. You're not too wide in the nose, blah, blah, blah. We talked about how you might want to pinch the 6. 9 needs to make sure it's all the way in place, not messing anything up. You have your 8 here that maybe can get out of place. So there's other little things that can kind of maybe go wrong. These are the big points. Okay. Middle throat, 3, 11. Those are the biggest points. And then the rest is sort of stitching together and whatever. But 5 is also pretty sort of medium big. And then 1, 2 is medium big. Just because this can mess those up, right? Okay. Your 1 and 2, that's our middle shape. Middle shape has to be there all the time. The only exception is the 2, which, relaxes wide, will flip in the R, but the 1 will still stay there. So now it looks sort of more like that. 1 is there no matter what, even in the R. But if you're not doing an R, you're not doing an sound, then the 1 and the 2 will always have that shape. They will always be there. But depending on the sound you're doing and how tight that sound is and how much it might want to pull on the middle, you might feel more or less tension in the middle to stabilize it. Okay, again, it should be wide and relaxed, lower in the body, higher on the sides, wide and relaxed. Can't get it too tight. But when I say it should feel the same, I'm saying the shape should be there. You shouldn't raise the shape. You shouldn't flatten the shape. You shouldn't get like higher in the front, lower or lower in the back. Like, you can't go like up here and down here. Okay. You need to keep that shape. And so some sounds you're going to have to get it just a little bit tight, but keep the same width, keep the same proportion between roughly, there's a little wiggle room, but roughly between the sides and the body. Okay. You're just keeping the shape. Whatever you have to do to keep the shape, and don't be too tight in your resistance. That's all you have to do. So when we're doing that's just nice, relaxed, wide, hanging off the teeth. Okay. When you do A is going to be up here. A is going to be here. Again, for this sound up here, you're not going to need as much resistance, but it is going to kind of pull on your shape a little bit. You're already resisting with your center of gravity for your 5, so that's going to help counterbalance it. You just want to make sure you keep the same shape. So if I go, I do feel like through the front sort of half or third here, I have to give a little bit of a push down. I don't really feel like I have to do too much here because it's not really pulling back here. The sound is all the way up here, so it's going to affect mostly up this way. And I just feel like I sort of just have to, I'm not trying to lower it more than it is. I'm just sort of, I feel like I have to give a little bit of pressure there on my 1, mostly the 1, so that it doesn't get pulled up with the and just sort of, okay, keep it in place. When you go to your I is closer and it's going to want to pull it even more. Okay. So again, the shape of your tongue for A should be roughly, there's a little bit of different shaping. This isn't the only way to do it, but in terms of keeping the posture, it should look something kind of like this. That's not even good. Something kind of like that, maybe. I think that could be a little bit So maybe kind of like that. Okay, whatever. So my A is like roughly around here-ish. Okay, that's the start of A. This part kind of wants to stay down. Remember, in the front of the tongue, whatever half we're using, we don't want the other half to be engaged. Now you're lifting this, so this might lift a little bit. That's fine, but you don't want it to be like this. Okay, that's bad. Same thing like we talked about with the T before. I mentioned that in a previous live stream. If you're up here, your tongue should be kind of a bit more like this, not like that. Okay. This tries to stay down because that's not where the sound is. Okay. And again, using the hinge and having the middle sides lifted, that allows you to keep that sort of structure in there. But then when you're doing the I is on this part of the tongue. So this part is going to actually be up. The front, we don't really care about. It can be this way. It can be this way, whatever. I'm just going to draw a shape. It's kind of flexible in the I, but maybe something sort of more like this. Okay. So now this part is lifted. Okay. In fact, you could even be more like this kind of, like, again, just don't tighten the front part. We don't care about the front. Here is sort of roughly around this area. Now this part is lifted, but you still have to make sure that this part of your front part of your 1 and 2 still stays in place. And so the A is going to pull on it a little bit. The A is going to pull it on even more. And you're really going to feel tension here, trying to keep that 1 in place. And then, of course, if your 2, it feels like it's collapsing, keep your 2 in place as well. A. So as you go from I to I, you'll feel, in fact, actually, if I do that specifically, I feel a little bit of down in my 1 for the start. And then I feel a little bit more resistance, again, not position, a little bit more resistance as I go into the I. But I also feel, as I go from I to I, that my 2 also gets a little resistance moving into the I. So the I pulls a little bit on the 2 compared to the A, which I don't think the A really pulls much on the 2 at all. And it almost feels, because I'm going from here to here, right, A to I, it almost feels like what the resistance here is doing. It's like it's deepening the resistance as I go from sound 1 to sound 2. So you'll feel it sort of A. Okay. Again, you also have more center of gravity. So the whole middle, like you're going to feel sort of like you're digging in as you go back from I to I. Okay. Sorry. There we go. So again, keep the shape. That's all you're trying to do. Keep the shape. Okay. I. You open your jaw. You are not going to be physically touching your 4th tooth anymore. You should be touching that in A and in I. You're not going to be touching it in I because you're opening your jaw, but you still keep roughly the same part lined up. There's a little wiggle room, but you just kind of open the jaw. Okay. Stays roughly lined up. For the 1 and the 2, again, the shape just stays there. Doesn't change. Okay. We saw that you don't really have to do anything in the 3. You don't really have to do anything in the 1 and 2. I feel maybe a tiny bit of resistance in the 2, just so it doesn't collapse. You don't really have to do anything for your 1 and your 2. Okay. But and again, you're going to see that shape most clearly in if you look in the mirror. But if you don't see any shape when you look in the mirror, because it's mostly going to be more felt than seen. Sometimes it can be kind of subtle, and you may not see it like super clearly, but you should feel the shape there for sure. And again, sound is king. So if you sound flat, you're not doing enough. But okay, that's that. As you close the jaw back up, that same part is going to go back onto the 4th tooth. Your shape is still going to be there, but of course, we're also lifting, right? So the jaw's coming up, and we're also going to start lifting this up into our I again, right? So just like we saw with A, you're going to have to add the resistance to the front part here to make sure it stays in place. So jaw closes, tongue touches, this continues to lift. It's not like you touch and then lift. It's going to be sort of more like a blended thing. But the more that this lifts, the more you're going to resist down here. Okay. I feel like I kind of start to touch the 4th tooth. That's when my tongue starts to lift a little bit. I start getting a little bit of resistance. And then when I'm fully contacted on that 4th tooth, the jaw stops closing, the tongue continues lifting, and the resistance goes even more. So you're going to feel this sort of gradual transition. Okay, again, I feel my center of gravity there. My whole middle shape feels like it's nice and solid. Okay, center of gravity is technically part of the 5 and how it resists, but it is in the middle. It's the back part of the middle. So when you're trying to feel your 1 and your 2, it's still useful to consider that as part of the shape, especially because there's that little extra dip of pressure there for the center of gravity. I put it as part of the 5 because the way it resists with the 5. It doesn't resist with the 1 and the 2. But because everything's working together, your whole middle shape gets maintained from front to back. Okay. Oi. And I passed 5 hours. Great. Swear to God. Oi. We started on our O. Okay. So if I go okay, we can ignore the lips for a second. Remember something I forgot to mention. Remember, for some weird reason, when we engage the lips, even if it's like for a P or for moving around for an O or whatever it is, the lip has its own little posture settings that also tends to be opposite between languages. I'm going to kind of gloss over that point here. Just make sure you're not pulling. You want to sort of be a little tight, a little pushed. Oh, not like oh. I've talked about that before with the difference in the lip tension. So, okay. That's a detail for your O, start of oi. The other ones you don't have to care. You can pull back an A, you can pull back an I, you can pull back an ow. You don't have to. And if you do, that's fine. Just make sure that it's not tight. Okay, you just get a little bit of a smile, not a big deal. You don't have to. But for the oi, yes, there's a problem here. The reason I'm mentioning this is because even for me as a native, this isn't a cross posture thing that you have to correct. For some reason, when we engage the lips and we get that forward bias in our lips, I do feel, even if I'm just doing like an right? I'm not even like doing anything with lips. I just sort of bring them together. I feel a tiny bit of resistance in my 5 for an M. The tongue isn't even being used for M. Okay. So when we engage the lips, for some reason, we get a little bit in the 5. I forgot to mention that earlier. But we already saw that we're resisting in the 5 for the O, right? I think my brain went off on a tangent because I'm talking about the 1 and the 2. I'm not even talking about the 5 anymore. Anyway, okay. So for completion, you have that. I don't know. That's okay. Yeah, my brain's not working. My brain is shutting down. Sorry. I got distracted by a shiny thing. 1 and 2. Okay. When you're doing your O, now the O is going to want to pull your shape this way. It's going to want to pull it into it. So your center of gravity is digging in, always trying to scoop under. It always resists the same. Your 1 and your 2, right? It's not that I feel like I have to resist this way. That's not quite what's happening. That would cause problems. But I do feel that the 1 and the 2 deepen and add some tension to keep their structure through the entire, not just up here anymore. I feel a lot through the middle, of course, back middle, the center of gravity is doing its thing. So the whole thing, but especially actually the middle, I just feel like it's trying to pull on it. And it's just like, nope, I'm going to stay where I am. So it's not even like you're pushing it forward or trying to tense this way. You just sort of stiffen it up a little bit and it's going to stay there. You're going to just sort of resist the pull. So instead of giving a counter force, you're just, as it's trying to pull, you're just making sure it stays in place. That's it. You don't need to counter it. You just keep it in place, right? Keep your tension, keep your shape. It feels a little bit different than for the front ones, especially because there's not as much up here that you would feel in the front. It just kind of feels like the 1 and 2 tighten a little bit. Okay. And then as you go to your I, of course, you want to keep that stable, but you're going to, make sure your center of gravity stays there. You're going to dig in more in the front as this lifts up, like we saw. I feel like this half, well, not so much the center of gravity part, but the middle part will sort of get to loosen up a little bit as I go from the O to the I. But then the front gets a little tighter in the one, because we saw what the I does, right? The O wants to kind of pull on it more from here, where the I wants to pull on it more from here. So you're going to feel a little shift in the stabilizing tension, the resistance. It won't feel exactly the same the whole way through. But again, you're just trying to keep that shape. That's all it is. Okay. It's almost like it's just like a moon passing over, casting a shadow. That shadow is going to seem like it's moving along the surface, right? But it's just staying where, like, the land doesn't change, right? It sort of feels like the shadow's moving along the surface, if that makes sense. Probably a bad analogy. And then lastly, finally, our ow. Okay, so your 1 and your 2, again, if you start in an we already saw your 1 and your 2 is super critical. 1, 2, and 5, super, super critical for 1 and 2 will have the most resistance in more than any other sound. Generally speaking, especially for front sounds, you're going to really dig in with that shape. You're also open, okay? So you don't have the benefit of the fourth tooth. You can't really rely on it. Super tight, super deep, okay? It is possible to overdo it. You're just trying to keep the structure there. Don't let it collapse. Don't let it flatten. It's really hard for people to do that. If your sounds a little flat, you're like, it's not good. Sometimes the 1 and the 2, maybe a little bit of center of gravity, is the difference between having the right quality or not. You might be doing the right sound. The sound might be good. Everything else might be good. But if you're 1 and you're 2 and a little bit of the center of gravity, those are the two biggest issues. If those aren't fully engaged and resisting properly, the quality of that sound will not be the right sound. Okay. That's part of the difference between sound articulation and placement versus posture. Okay. You have to keep the structure of that shape. So a lot of resistance in the 1, 2. If you start in if you start in the as we saw, you don't really need as much. Did we talk about that? Did I skip over that one? Yeah, we talked about that. So you don't need as much there, but depends on where you start. Okay. And then you're going to go to your okay. What does the do? What the does, is sort of, I think maybe roughly the first time, like it can be, has a bit of a range. Has a bit of a range. They can kind of line up in height roughly. Is generally going to be maybe a little bit higher than the This is all approximate again, right? But the also pushes forward. It wants to break this way. Your center of gravity is countering that. It's going to stiffen the middle a lot, because your center of gravity is going to have to work really hard to counter that push this way. And so I feel like the middle tongue gets really, really tight. Like, especially my 2. My 2 feels like my 2 almost feels like, instead of a shape like this, I would be like an which we want essentially this shape, more or less, a little wiggle room at all times. When I do my it almost feels like my 2, I can't draw that very well, but it almost feels like there's corners to this now, because my 2 is really trying to lock in. And the 1 has some resistance too, but it almost feels like I'm trying to make it a box, kind of. It's not that much, obviously. That would be weird. The tongue isn't going to want to work that way. But there's a lot of tension going into these corners to stabilize the shape against the It's kind of a weird one. The also, again, is trying to pull the sound into, or the shape into it. And that's probably part of why there's so much tension here, because itself is one of the tightest sounds we have. It's a very tight sound, and it's trying to move forward. It's going to try to suck things into it. Okay. Kind of like the wants to make everything go like this. The kind of wants to make everything go like that, if that makes sense. Like, it wants to pull it up around that way. So these are, there's that sort of roundness to the American sound. So you just counter, keep your shape, keep the position. I do feel, however, the does win a little bit, a tiny bit, in the sense that I feel like, particularly the back half, but kind of the whole middle, it will get a little bit squeezed, because the center of gravity is trying to resist so hard against that forward push. It's like my middle shape, it gets almost like a little compressed, right? So it's not like squishing back into the back of the tongue necessarily, but it's almost kind of like it's being like a little like, like if that makes sense. I know it's hard to describe. Like, I can feel it, but Like if you had like an accordion and you just sort of like slightly squeeze in the accordion. Yeah. So you're going to feel a little bit squished. You're going to feel tight. Okay. You're going to feel maybe almost like you're getting corners between the 2 and the 1 down here. It's pretty tight. Okay. Now you can overdo that. It's always possible to overdo, but probably you won't overdo it in the beginning. Okay. So you go from your or whatever to your you just adjust your tension appropriately. If I go from ow, ow, ow. Aside from that little bit of sort of squishing back from the because the already has so much resistance, it kind of feels like the tension in the middle stays roughly the same between the two. There's a little bit of shifting going on. It's not exactly the same, but it feels mostly like it's like the same, and then it just squishes a little bit. If I start in the I dip part of the sound instead of the see, ow, 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 ow. Yeah, because we don't really need much in the start of I. It feels kind of relaxed, not that big of a deal. Just keep the shape, a little bit of structure. And then as the jaw closes and I go up into this position here, it just feels kind of like it gets tighter and tighter. But most of the tension I feel is sort of in the second half of that transition. I don't feel it equally. Like I feel like as I'm closing up and I'm starting to move towards the I don't really feel like I have to add too much because I'm kind of like going through the almost. That's our center of gravity. Like if you go slowly and listen, you'll probably hear an in there somewhere. Okay. It's light, but you can kind of hear. So it's only once I start getting past the and this starts shaping enough to where maybe it's like a half that I start feeling more of that tension coming into it. So you probably won't feel an equal, like a consistent tightening of the middle as you go from the start to the end. But starting about halfway through, you'll start feeling it be consistently tightening, if that makes sense. Okay. That's all of our main things. Okay. As I said, I'm going to try to get around. I don't know when I'm going to do it. Maybe it'll be in the next few days or so. I don't know. In my other channel and stuff and work and whatever else. But I'm going to try to sort of cut out the comments and blah, blah, blah. Put that into one big thing reference for you guys. So you have that. Next time, we can cover the R and the L, especially for you guys who are waiting for that, because I don't have any posture information for L aside from the details I mentioned here and there. And this bottom up approach we haven't seen for the R or the L really. So we can definitely do that. I kind of want to do like it's like a course walkthrough in sort of a condensed live version. Like I did here, this would be for like the diphthong section. A and I are earlier, ow and oi are later, but because they're all diphthongs and there's some shared details between them, I just put them all into one spot here. But in the actual course, those two groups would be separate for reasons, as you can probably imagine. But I kind of roughly want to like go through the process of the course and be like, hey, these are like the first sentences we were doing, whatever. And it wouldn't be like the exact actual course, but I kind of want to follow that rough guideline over the next few live streams. And that way people can get like sort of an impression for like, oh, if I were to take this course, these are the things that we would be doing and blah, blah, blah. Again, I want to kind of maybe get somebody on stream if I can get that working to where like you guys can see number one, I can help you directly through the live, but you guys can also see like how I might give feedback in the class and how my ears work to detect details. Cause it's so crazy, especially when I have a new student, like I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, this is tight or this is off or whatever. And then they check it and they're like, how could you hear that? That's amazing. That's impossible. It's crazy. It's like, yeah, I know. I have lots of experience and some talent. So anyway, so should it be visible from the outside if I change into American posture? Do you think Hungarian is a high and tight language? Hungarian posture, I don't know all the details of Hungarian posture. I I've seen one Hungarian speaker since I started teaching posture, and he's a Hungarian German speaker. I don't know all the details, but what I do know based off of working with him, both insights from him as well as what I've heard between like him comparing Hungarian and German and all this stuff, as well as what I know more broadly about posture, Hungarian seems to be much more in line with most languages, where like say Spanish. I think Hungarian compared to German, I know you said Austrian, but Hungarian compared to German is closer to Spanish, where German, although it does still engage some of the same directions away from American English, German seems to be kind of closer in the settings overall to American English or to English in general. Probably because it's a Germanic language, and I don't know, like English is technically still a Germanic language, so I don't know reasons, but I don't know. I think Hungarian might be a Germanic language. I don't know what Hungarian is, if it's Romance or something else. But anyway, yeah, Hungarian is much higher and tighter than American English, even higher and tighter than German, based off my limited experience with Hungarian. So if you're using Hungarian as your base reference, you're going to have some massive changes to make. Should it be visible from the outside? In the throat, probably yes. In the 3, maybe. A lot of the changes are going to happen inside here, like in the space in here, where you're not going to see it so much from the outside. So no. The lips probably, but that's sort of a more minor point that we don't worry too much about until later. So anyway, that's going to finish it up for today. Ridiculous live stream, I swear. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Never again, guys. Never again. I'm going to cut it off at 3 from now on. Never again. Because I can just keep going. And my throat is sore. It's going to be really sore tomorrow because it's sore after a 3-hour live stream. Such a good live. I hope so. Let me stop from here. Oh, God. I'm tired. My brain is cooked. I'm done for the day. Before we go, let me, in case you're interested, again, you don't have to. I don't want you to just subscribe to my second channel. If you don't really care about the content or whatever, I appreciate any support, but I'm going to go ahead and give you the link because I know some of you want to subscribe. Some of you have subscribed already. And I'm trying to get that channel up off the ground, particularly hopefully I can get monetized. That's a long way off. I need at least, 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. I have 103 subscribers, so a little bit off for now. But if I can leverage a little bit on this channel, that would help him to go faster. Catlin Alexandria. Boop, 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 boop. Copy, paste, or as they say in Japanese, copy, paste. That's always in my head when I say copy paste. I want to say it in Japanese because there's a song by I think it's Minami. I don't know how to say her name in a Japanese way, but there's a line from one of her songs where it says copy, paste, delete. Yeah. You are welcome, Martin. This video is changing. I'm playing 400 XP. I'm not right. 400 XP. Yeah. Let's hope XP converts into cash because I can't live on XP. I wish I could. I would love for this to be a video game, but unfortunately, I was born into the wrong universe. Thank you for the answers, even though I was like, no problem. Enjoyed hanging out with you this evening. Get some rest, everyone. Good. Thank you as well for stopping by and hanging out. Yeah. Hey, look, 104. Maybe that was one of you. I'm sure it was. Appreciate you guys so much. Again, consider classes or tell your friends if they can afford it. You can always try a trial lesson or whatever. If you want to try it out. Otherwise, I will be back. I don't know when. Stay tuned because I just decided to do this yesterday. Who knows? Subscribed. Awesome. Thank you. And yeah, I'll see you whenever the next time is. I'll try not to make it like a month away or something, but you know, things. The world is on fire. I'm really busy. I have a second channel. It's falling behind on bills. Life is crazy. So hopefully within the next like 2 weeks or so, I'll have another stream going. Yeah, that's literally what I'm saying. Like I don't know. I'll try to make it sometime within the next 2 weeks, but no guarantees. No guarantees on that. It very well could be a month away. It depends on a lot of factors. I will try for a 2-week window though. So just stay tuned. Okay, cool. I don't want to keep rambling on. Thank you guys. I will see you next time, whenever that is. And love you all. Heart. Weird things. End stream. End. Bye.